Chapter 206. Not knowing how much time had passed, although Nieli's pain had lessened a little, the law of darkness and light still hadn't completely disintegrated. How should I deal with them? Nieli suddenly thought of the vine in the depths of his soul realm. This vine is very mysterious. Who knows, it might be able to subdue the power of law. Nieli pondered a while and injected the refined law of darkness and light into the vine. In the beginning, the vine didn't absorb the two powers of law. However, as time passed, the vine seemed to have adapted to the two powers of law and began to frantically absorb them. The vine continued to grow and finally connected to the power of the light and darkness laws. Like a whale swallowing, it swallowed the power of the two laws and transferred it along the stem to the Fang Panda's body. The Fang Panda underwent an astonishing transformation. The color of its fur became brighter and brighter. The power of darkness and light revolved around its body unceasingly. The Fang Panda possessed the soul force of light and darkness. Now its strength had undergone a transformation. As for the Shadow Devil demon spirit, it absorbed a portion of the law of darkness and underwent a transformation as well. Its entire body was faintly discernible, making it hard for others to see its true form. When the vine devoured the law of darkness and light, Nieli let out a breath of relief. He casually executed it and discovered that although the law of darkness and light had been devoured by the mysterious vine, Nieli could still execute the two powers. This vine should be considered a part of his soul realm. Nieli wasn't sure. After all, the birth of this vine meant that Nieli's cultivation path was no longer the same as before. Just when Nieli was cultivating, Plume Flame Godnese quietly floated in front of Nieli. Her beautiful face revealed a trace of astonishment. She could feel the law of darkness and light clashing within Nieli's body. Just when she was worrying about Nieli, she discovered that there was an even more powerful and mysterious energy in Nieli's body that devoured the law of darkness and light. Just how many secrets is Nieli hiding? Her heart was filled with curiosity. As a spiritual god, everything in this world could be said to be at the back of her hand. However, she never imagined that Nieli's knowledge was a level higher than hers. Plume Flame Godnese couldn't understand it. She didn't want to think about it anymore. She lazily stretched her waist, revealing her beautiful curves. She's a controller of the law. Even if she doesn't cultivate, the law of fire from the surroundings would still surge towards her body. By absorbing the law, Plume Flame Godnese cultivation would constantly increase. Roughly 20 days later, Nieli's cultivation finally reached the pinnacle of 5-star gold. He was only a step away from black gold rank. Nieli abruptly opened his eyes, and a divine light flashed across his eyes. After cultivating for such a long time, he had managed to condense his true chi. After such a long period of cultivation, his cultivation had increased by a small realm. Because he was cultivating the heavenly god cultivation technique, the increase of Nieli's cultivation should be extremely slow. The difficulty of advancing was several times harder than Lu Piao and Daozit. However, Nieli still relied on his own understanding of cultivation to advance his cultivation by leaps and bounds. Although the difficulty of advancing was high, the benefits after advancing were shocking. His strength could completely suppress experts of the same level, and he could even challenge black gold rank experts. The Divine Seal Auction House's auction was carried out as scheduled. When the Divine Seal Auction House started to auction the weapons and armors that Nieli had inscriptions inscribed on them, the entire 15 cities were in an uproar. They never imagined that the power of Nieli's works would be far greater than Master Yu Ye's works. It set off a wave of fanaticism. The pinnacle experts of the Nether Realm all threw out money. They were bidding for Nieli's works. After all, a good weapon and armor could greatly increase their strength. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, strength was everything. Not to mention that the servants of the Master of the Nether Realm had recently spread the news that the Master of the Nether Realm was recruiting a disciple, inheriting his legacy. The Master of the Nether Realm was a pinnacle spiritual god. Once they caught the eye of the Master of the Nether Realm, they would be able to step into the world of gods. This temptation was too great for them. Furthermore, If they could become the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm, aside from becoming a peerless expert, they could also become the master of Nether City. Nether City was an extremely mysterious place. Legend has it that it was rich and fertile, with beauties from various races gathered there. Furthermore, there were countless devourer spirits. The devourer spirits were mysterious creatures that could devour the essence of the underground lava and provide it for the master of Nether City to cultivate. Once they become the master of Nether City, they would possess endless wealth. At the crucial moment when a master of the Nether Realm was about to select a disciple, the weapons and armors that Nieli had forged would naturally rise in value. Because the Jade Seal family had a senior inscription master, as well as the deterrence of the power behind the Divine Seal auction, the Blood Demon clan chose to temporarily reconcile with the Jade Seal family. After the crisis of the Jade Seal family was resolved, they began to contact various human forces to expand their influence. Today, Luo Zhao's face was filled with happiness as he came to Nieli's side. The Jade Seal family's power has been rapidly expanding, forming an alliance with several other forces. Furthermore, they've received the protection of the Divine Seal auction. The outside world has been trying to investigate the identity of the mysterious inscription master hidden within the Jade Seal family, but they've all come up empty-handed. It can be foreseen that the strength of the Jade Seal family will greatly increase in the future. Nephew, I've already gotten my men to investigate. Recently, the Dark Guild has been very peaceful and there hasn't been any movements. Luo Zhao said with a faint smile. He does understand why Nieli is always keeping an eye on the Dark Guild. Furthermore, there's also news of Yi Han that you asked me to investigate. It's said that there's a newcomer that joined the Wuguwei family, also called Yi Han. Furthermore, he's a primary inscription master. Hearing Luo Zhao's words, Nieli slightly frowned his brows. Could it be that Yi Han has already left the Dark Guild and joined another family? Then, what has the Wuguwei family been up to recently? Nieli asked after pondering a while. Luo Zhao pondered for a moment and said, recently, the Wuguwei family seems to be mobilizing their forces. As for what exactly they're doing, I'm not too sure. Nieli felt a little uneasy in his heart. This Wuguwei family is even more troublesome than the Dark Guild. After leaving Glory City for so long, it's about time for him to go back and take a look. Uncle Luo, I'll be leaving for a period of time, Nieli said, looking at Luo Zhao. Nephew Nieli, you're leaving just like that? Hearing Nieli's words, Luo Zhao's face instantly turned bitter. He has to say, right now, Nieli is too important. How can he be assured to let Nieli go somewhere else? Rest assured, Uncle Luo, I'll be back soon. In the past few days, I've already made some weapons and armors with high-rank inscription patterns. Nieli, Glory City isn't far from here anyways. He can return in a month. I've already made up my mind. I asked Uncle Luo to stop persuading me. Nephew Nieli, why don't I send some guards to protect you? Seeing how determined Nieli is, Luo Zhao said after pondering a while. If he were to force Nieli to stay, it would only backfire on him. Sending a few people to protect Nieli would also make him feel a little more at ease. Sure, Nieli said, nodding his head. He also has this intention. Now that the Jade Seal family's interest is tied to his, and in addition to his observation of the Jade Seal family, Nieli realized that the Jade Seal family is wholeheartedly expanding the living space for the human race. They should be on the same side as Glory City. With the protection of the Jade Seal family's experts, he would be a lot safer. Okay, I'll send Luo Ming and the other two to be Nephew's bodyguards. Luo Zhao said after pondering a while. Luo Ming and the other two are experts of legend rank. Although they haven't reached the pinnacle of legend rank or even demigod rank, they should be able to deal with normal situations. Thank you, Uncle Luo. Nieli lightly smiled. Having 3 more legend rank bodyguards feels pretty good. These are the primal demon crystals that we obtained from the auction. Luo Zhao handed an interspatial ring over to Nieli. Primal demon crystals are the currency here. In this auction, they sold a total of 600 million primal demon crystals. Even if the Jade Seal family only gets 30%, it's still over 180 million. This is the sum of the Jade Seal family's 10-plus years of income. With so many primal demon crystals, the Jade Seal family can easily recruit several experts to serve them, increasing the strength of the Jade Seal family. Nelly looked at it and stored the interspatial ring. These primal demon crystals should be left there for now. Who knows when he might need them? Nephew, if there's anything you need from our Jade Seal family in the future, you only need to say a word. As long as our Jade Seal family is able to do it, Luo Xiao said heroically. Thank you, Uncle Luo, Nelly said, cupping his hands. With the Jade Seal family as his backing, it can relieve a lot of pressure on Glory City. After staying in the Nether Realm for so long, it's about time for him to return. He has to tell Yizong everything that he discovered in the Nether Realm. If the location of Glory City is leaked out, then they have to make plans in advance. With Plume Flame Godnese as a fighter and 3 legend rank bodyguards, the harvest from this trip is huge. After bidding farewell to Luo Xiao and Luo Jian, under the protection of the 3 legend rank bodyguards, Nieli left Blackrock City under the cover of the night. Glory City after stepping in a legend rank. Yizong's cultivation has undergone a qualitative change. He has also received some pointers from Nieli on cultivation techniques. Adding on to the fact that he's an intelligent person, his cultivation speed has naturally exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. He has already stepped into 2-star legend rank. Glory City had a rare moment of peace. However, the city guards did not dare to relax in the slightest. After experiencing so many battles, the death of their loved ones and comrades made everyone feel a little heavy. As for Yiziyun, Xiaoning, Lu Piao, Daozit, Duan Jian, Wei Nan, and the rest, they have been in closed-door training. During this period of time, they have also gone to the Black Ruins to train. During this period of time, their cultivation has also increased by leaps and bounds, especially Duan Jian. With the dragon bloodline physique and the pointers from Yeli, he's only a step away from legend rank. Just some time ago, a new batch of guests came to Glory City. Everyone in the Heavenly Fate Plateau has moved to Glory City and settled down under the arrangements of the City Lord's Mansion. The population of Glory City has been decreasing every year. With the arrival of a new batch of guests, they will naturally welcome them. Although the cultivation of the people in the Heavenly Fate Plateau isn't strong, this is due to the lack of cultivation techniques. If they can be provided with suitable cultivation techniques, and let the younger children enter St. Laurent College to train, their strength should be able to quickly rise. At this moment, far away in the Heavenly Fate Plateau, Black Spring Abyss at the bottom of the abyss, in the bottomless black water constantly splashed up. A vast energy swept out, and 2 old voices came out, causing the entire Black Spring Abyss to tremble. Big brother, I can't feel the aura of that bitch, Plume Flame. Yeah, I can feel it too. Although the Black Spring Seal is still there, that bitch, Plume Flame, is no longer in there. She only disappeared today. Could it be that that bitch, Plume Flame, has already reformed her divine body? That's impossible. According to my calculations, she would need at least 10,000 years to reform her divine body. Nieli's inscription pattern array, after continuing to simulate Plume Flame Godnese aura for a period of time, finally lost its effect today. If that bitch, Plume Flame, escaped and reformed her divine spark, I'm afraid that we won't be able to explain it to the Lord. Her divine spark has shattered. Even if she managed to reform a portion of her divine spark, she would only barely be able to reach legend rank. Since she escaped today, she definitely can't have gone far. We'll immediately chase after her. Okay, if we catch that bitch, Plume Flame, I'll definitely ruthlessly ravage her. When the voice landed, 2 black lights soared into the sky from the Black Spring Abyss, rapidly flew towards the horizon and disappeared. A large portion of the Heavenly Fate Plateau collapsed, burying the Black Spring Abyss. Chapter 207. Nether Realm. Yell Li and his group shuttled through the darkness of the night, heading towards the exit of the Nether Realm. In the distant horizon, there would occasionally be some black figures flying past. That's a flock of ghost bats. After traveling for a few days, they're about to reach the exit. Nieli realized that the distant plains were filled with tents. There's at least tens of thousands of experts camping there. Nieli's heart moved. This place is too close to the exit of the Netherrealm. Once they get out, they can easily find Glory City. What are these people doing here? Nieli looked at Luo Ming and asked, "The three of you, can you help me investigate the background of these people and what they're doing here?" He felt even more uneasy in his heart. "Young Master Nieli, I'll go investigate. The two of them will stay here to protect you," Luo Ming said after pondering a while. If there's no one protecting Nieli, he'll be a little worried. Okay. Nieli nodded his head. Luo Ming gave some instructions to the other two, then leaped up and flew away. Nieli's group of three quietly waited. Roughly half an hour later, Luo Ming flew over from afar. "Those are the experts of the Wugui family. I heard that they discovered a place called Glory City and recruited many experts. They seem to be preparing to head there," Luo Ming said, frowning his brows for a moment. "Among the 15 cities of the Netherrealm, where is there a place called Glory City?" Hearing Luo Ming's words, Nieli's heart trembled. The thing that he was worried about the most has finally happened. Glory City was actually discovered by the Wugui family. A strong sense of urgency spread out. The 15 cities of the Netherrealm are filled with experts, but they're very barren. When they found out that there's such a rich place like Glory City, wouldn't they be like wolves that smelled meat? I'm afraid that it won't be long before Glory City will be devoured into nothingness. Even if they block that passage, they can still dig out more. Even with the help of the Jade Seal family, they probably won't be able to stop the wolves. The Dark Guild has known of the existence of Glory City for hundreds of years, but the location of Glory City has never been revealed to the experts of the 15 cities of the Netherrealm. Thus, it can be seen that the Dark Guild has always treated Glory City as their own and didn't want anyone else to dip their hands in it. The secret that had been kept for so many years had been leaked out. A thought flashed through Nieli's mind. Yihan. Yihan sought refuge with the Wugui family. He was the only one who wasn't a member of the Dark Guild. Maybe it was Yihan who spread the news. Before coming to the Netherrealm, Nieli hadn't calculated that there would be such a huge underground world. Aside from the Dark Guild, there's still such a complicated force. Nieli originally thought that with Yihan's ability, even with the Dark Guild as his backing, he wouldn't be able to threaten Glory City. However, everything has gone beyond Nieli's expectations. Right now, he can only think of a solution as soon as possible. There are many experts in the 15 cities of the Netherrealm. There are even quite a few demigod rank existences. The Wugui family's ranking is even higher than the Jade Seal family, making them extremely difficult to deal with. With Nieli's current strength, even if he activated the 10,000 demonic beast array, he might not be able to guarantee Glory City's safety. How many powerful experts does the Wugui family have? Nieli asked, looking at Luo Ming and the rest. The Wugui family has 3 demigod rank and 25 legend rank, Luo Ming said without holding back. Before coming here, Luo Xiao had instructed him to treat Nieli as a distinguished guest. Although he doesn't understand why Patriarch Luo Xiao values Nieli so much, he didn't dare to be negligent. If the Wugui family wants to conquer Glory City, how many people will they send? Nieli asked. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth dam. Since the Wugui family is here, then he has to carefully consider how to deal with it. The Wugui family has a lot of enemies. The 3 demigod rank experts should be guarding their headquarters. At most, they'll send a few legend rank experts. That depends on what kind of place Glory City is. Unless the Wugui family gives up on their roots, they won't go all out. Hearing Luo Ming's words, Nieli's heart moved. The Wugui family probably just found out about Glory City's location not too long ago. They're already mobilizing such a large force. It would take at least 10 days. Even if Nieli uses his fastest speed to reach Glory City, it would still take him 7 to 8 days, or even longer. For the Wugui family to reach Glory City, it would probably take more than a month. Furthermore, the Wugui family shouldn't dare to act rashly in the early stages. After all, they don't have much understanding of Glory City's strength. They can only probe Glory City. No matter what, they have to rush back to Glory City first. Nieli called Luo Ming and the rest and rushed back to Glory City at their fastest speed. When Luo Ming and the rest found out that Nieli came from Glory City, they couldn't help being shocked. They never imagined that in the outside world, there would still be a human city that hasn't been destroyed. This is too unbelievable. After their ancestors escaped to the Nether Realm, they never returned. In their view, the outside world no longer has any space for humans to survive. When the Patriarch finds out about this, he'll definitely be very excited. We can finally return to the outside world. Luo Ming's eyes were brimming with tears. He was so excited that his hands were slightly trembling. Nieli shook his head and said, "Although Glory City still exists, it can be wiped out by the demon beast horde at any time. Furthermore, some of the forces in the 15 cities of the Nether Realm will definitely be eyeing Glory City. Who knows, it might not be long before Glory City no longer exists." The reason why Nieli didn't tell Luo Xiao about this is because he wanted to let Luo Xiao know about it later. After a period of time, when Nieli returns to Blackrock City, his strength will probably be very different. With the law of darkness and light in addition to his heavenly god cultivation, he will have more authority to speak. But now, the appearance of the Wugawei family made Nieli feel a huge pressure. After all, it's a super force with 3 demigod rank experts. At this moment, Nieli suddenly felt a powerful aura. He coldly stared at the darkness beside him and coldly barked, "Who is it?" Luo Ming looked at Nieli in astonishment. He followed Nieli's gaze and looked towards the darkness in front of him and became alert. As legend rank experts, they didn't feel anything. Isn't Nieli being too careful? At this moment, a figure slowly appeared and walked out from the darkness. The other party was a human, an old man with white hair and beard. He had an extraordinary bearing and gave off a faint sense of majesty and oppression. When he appeared, his aura covered the surrounding hundreds of meters. That kind of cold aura caused everyone to shiver. Luo Ming and the rest felt a chill in their hearts. This old man was actually able to approach them from a few hundred meters away without being discovered. His strength must be extraordinary. They immediately became alert. The other party couldn't be a demigod rank expert, right? Who are you? Why are you following us? Luo Ming coldly stared at the other party. He could feel that if the other party were to take action, it would definitely be a bitter battle. Seeing the other party's appearance, Nieli said in astonishment, "Grandpa Yimo, why are you here?" Hearing Nieli's words, the old man slightly paused and asked in astonishment, "How do you know that I'm Yimo? Who are you?" "I'm your grandson-in-law," Nieli said, smiling. Hearing Nieli's words, Yimo's forehead was filled with black lines. Where did this grandson-in-law come from? Although his granddaughter, Xiun, has indeed reached the marriageable age, how could Yizong betroth Xiun to someone else without him around? Not to mention that Yimo doesn't even know which family Nieli is from. Let's talk about this matter after we return to Glory City, Nieli said, smiling. He never thought that he would meet Yimo here. It seems that Yimo has long been paying attention to the Nether Realm. Nieli could feel that the snowstorm aura on Yimo's body has already reached a very powerful degree. Even if he hasn't reached demigod rank, he's probably not far from it. Furthermore, there are 2 bizarre auras on him. No wonder the Dark Guild hasn't attacked Glory City despite treating it as their own. The strength of the Demon Lord might not be much stronger than Yimo's grandpa. In his previous life, Yimo's grandpa was plotted against, which led to the fall of Glory City. Otherwise, even if it's 100 million level demon beast horde, Glory City wouldn't be destroyed so easily. Although he's a little suspicious of Nieli's identity, Yimo can at least be sure of one thing. Nieli should be from Glory City. Otherwise, he wouldn't know that he has a granddaughter. Yimo sized up the 3 people behind Nieli. He can feel that the 3 of them are legend rank experts. Although their cultivation is inferior to his, it's still not bad. Feeling Yimo's gaze, Nieli smiled and said, "The 3 of them are experts from the Jade Seal family. They're here to protect me. I've already reached an agreement with the Jade Seal family." Hearing Li's words, Yimo's abstruse eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. Among the forces in the 15 cities of Netherrealm, the Jade Seal family is relatively more upright. However, the Jade Seal family is, after all, one of the top 3 forces in Blackrock City. Even Yimo might not be in their eyes. However, Li actually said that he has reached an agreement with the Jade Seal family. Yimo's heart was filled with doubt. Feeling the aura coming from Li's strength has already reached gold rank. At the age of 14, he actually has such a cultivation. He really can't understand which family has such a genius. I've offended the 3 of you earlier. Yimo has already retracted the aura coming from his body. He nodded his head towards Luo Ming and the rest, appearing gentle and intimate, making people feel like they're bathing in the spring wind. Lord is young master Li's elder. There's no need to be so polite. Luo Ming and the rest hurriedly cupped their hands, feeling overwhelmed by the favor. Yimo is a little curious. Why are these 3 legend rank experts so obedient to Li? What kind of relationship do they have with Li? How did Li do it? It's a new month. Snail requesting for monthly votes. Chapter 208. Grandpa Yimo, the Wuguei family, is going to send people to deal with Glory City. We have to return to Glory City immediately. Li said, looking at Yimo. Yimo has stayed in the Nether Realm for so long, so he probably knows more about the situation than Li. Yimo's face slightly sunk, coldly snorted, and said, Yihan, that traitor actually leaked information about Glory City to the Wuguei family, causing us to be targeted by the Wuguei family. With the current strength of Glory City, we can't deal with the Wuguei family. We can only try our best to delay the Wuguei family, then think of a plan. If he knew that Yihan had the intention to betray him, Yimo would have killed him with his own hands. How long has Grandpa Yimo been in the Netherrealm? Li asked. Looking at Yimo, I discovered the Nether Realm 5 years ago. Yimo still couldn't figure out Li's identity, so he didn't say anything else. So Yimo had already discovered the Nether Realm a long time ago. No wonder Yimo wasn't in Glory City. With Yimo's ability, it's impossible for him to not do anything in these 5 years. He might have already made some arrangements. In Glory City, Yimo is the spiritual pillar in everyone's heart. When Li just started to understand things, he had already heard about Yimo's various deeds. As a commoner, he relied on his own talent and comprehension to rise up. In the end, he married the city lord's daughter and became the city lord, becoming the pinnacle existence in Glory City. Yimo can be considered as a legendary figure. Regarding the matter of marrying the city lord's daughter, Li felt that he should have a proper discussion with Yimo's grandpa. Li brat, which family are you from? Yimo couldn't help but ask. The Tensei family, Li said with a smile. Yimo remembered that the Tensei family was ranked at the bottom among the aristocratic families. He didn't expect that a genius like Li would emerge from the Tensei family. He had a whole new level of respect for Li. Although Li is from the Tensei family, Li has already reached an agreement with the Jade Seal family. Furthermore, he has Luo Ming and the other 2 legend rank servants. Therefore, he has the qualifications to speak with the Snow Wind family. Previously, Yihan plotted against father-in-law and poisoned him with a draconic tongue herb. Fortunately, I happen to have an antidote here. However, I never thought that after Yihan betrayed Glory City, he actually sold the information of Glory City to the Wuguei family. This is simply unforgivable. Li's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. Afterwards, the Sacred Family joined forces with the Dark Guild and rebelled. Fortunately, Shun Hong was killed by father-in-law. Only a few of them escaped with heavy injuries. Yimo frowned his brows. So during the time that he left, so many things happened in Glory City. That bastard Yihan was spoiled by Yizong. Yizong didn't know how to judge people. He actually gave his city lord's position to such a person. He didn't kill Yihan in time, causing Glory City to fall into such a situation. This is all his fault. When we return, see how I'll teach him a lesson. Yimo snorted. If it wasn't for Li, the draconic tongue herb would have definitely taken Yizong's life. Even he didn't know how to cure the draconic tongue herb. Nieli saved Yizong. No wonder Yizong would betroth Yun to Nieli. The members of the Snow Wind family always know how to repay kindness and keep their promises. Since Yizong has already betrothed Yun to Nieli, he has also accepted this marriage in his heart. Everyone flew towards the direction of Glory City. Nieli and Yi Mo led the way at the front, widening the distance between Luo Ming and the rest. Grandpa Yi Mo comprehended the law of Snow Wind. Nieli looked at Yi Mo and asked. Previously, he felt the aura of the law of Snow Wind from Yi Mo's body. That's right. However, it can't be considered comprehension. I can only use a trace of it. I'm still far from demigod rank. Yi Mo said, shaking his head. I also felt 2 other auras from Grandpa Yi Mo's body. They are extremely powerful. If Grandpa Yi Mo can comprehend the law of Snow Wind, his strength will increase by several folds. Nieli said, smiling. Within Emo's eyes, there was a flash of surprise. A look of surprise flashed across his face. He never thought that Nieli's perception would be so sharp. Aside from the law energy on his body, Nieli also sensed 2 other auras. A strange expression appeared on his face. Nieli is only a 14-year-old child. Could it be that Nieli is a spiritual constellation expert like the Demon Lord? Yi Mo immediately examined Nieli. However, he couldn't feel any trace of the spiritual constellation aura from Nieli's body. Yi Mo's gaze made Nieli feel a little unnatural. He quickly said, Grandpa Yi Mo, I'm not someone who has displayed the spiritual constellation. People who have displayed the spiritual constellation usually have pale complexions. The blood in their body is constantly being burned away and their soul force overflows. I don't have such symptoms. Hearing Nieli's words, Yi Mo smiled awkwardly. He never thought that his thoughts would be seen through by Nieli. Nieli blushed with shame. Although he wasn't a spiritual constellation expert, his soul was reborn. In this world, the most profound thing should be the soul. I have comprehended the laws of light and darkness. Therefore, my intellect is stronger than the average person's. Nieli thought of an excuse. He waved his right hand, and the 2 laws of light and darkness flashed through his fingertips. Yi Mo felt the 2 rays of the law of light and darkness and immediately looked at Nieli in shock. One must know that he had cultivated for dozens of years and had only comprehended a trace of the law of light and darkness. There was still a long way to go before he could use it freely. However, Nieli had actually comprehended 2 rays of the law of light at the same time and was using it skillfully. Yi Mo sighed in his heart. Nieli is the real genius. To be able to comprehend 2 rays of the law of light, he will definitely stand at the peak in the future. Even the king of the underground world, the master of the nether realm, wouldn't be able to control 2 rays of the law of light at the same time. In Yi Mo's heart, Nieli's position has completely changed. Yizong had a good eye for betrothing Yin to Nieli. Nieli has such shocking talent, but he's not arrogant. There's also no problem with his character. Nieli, Yi Mo has a small piece of the divine spark of the Snow Wind spiritual god. However, I'm afraid that the Snow Wind spiritual god is already dead. Although the power of this small piece of divine spark isn't at its peak, it's still very powerful. Furthermore, there's a mysterious aura on his body that I'm not too sure about. The plumed flame god knees in Yi Mo's sleeves transmitted a message to Nieli. The divine spark of the Snow Wind spiritual god? Nieli was startled. No wonder. So Yi Mo has a small piece of the divine spark of the Snow Wind spiritual god on his body. As for the other aura, even the plumed flame god knees can't sense it. She doesn't know what it is, but it's very likely that it doesn't come from this world. The foundation of the law of light is actually some extremely tiny inscription patterns. Every law of light has its own unique inscription pattern structure. The inscription pattern structure of the Snow Wind law should be like this. Nieli's palm formed inscription patterns. This is Nieli's deconstruction of the law of light. Seeing the tiny inscription patterns flowing on Nieli's palm, Yi Mo said in astonishment. So the law of light is actually some inscription patterns. Looking at the structure of the inscription patterns, Yemo suddenly understood. Yemo is, after all, an extremely intelligent person. Furthermore, he has been training in the law of light for so long. He already has a comprehensive understanding of the law of light. Nie Li's words woke him up, giving him a feeling of enlightenment. So that's the case. Yemo took a deep look at Nie Li. With just a few words from Nie Li, he might be able to step into the demigod rank that he yearns for even in his dreams. Yemo naturally knows that Nie Li intentionally told him this. His eyes flashed with a trace of gratitude. After training for so many years, as his body grew older day by day, he thought that he would never be able to step into that realm again. Yemo is worried that once he dies, there will be no one to protect Glory City. Yizong hasn't been able to break through to legend rank yet. Furthermore, even if he breaks through, he might not be able to defeat the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord has an unlimited lifespan, but he only has 100 years. Not to mention that Glory City is currently being targeted by the Wuguwei family. However, if he steps into the demigod rank, Yemo's lifespan will increase by another 100 years or even longer. Furthermore, he will have more capital to fight against the Wuguwei family. If the Wuguwei family wants to send 2 demigod rank experts to deal with Glory City, it will still be difficult, unless they don't want their headquarters anymore. To have a junior like Nie Li, Yemo felt gratified. In addition, Nie Li is also his grandson-in-law. The more Yemo looks at him, the more he likes him. Nie Li softly told Yemo some of the tricks to comprehending the power of law. Yemo is an extremely intelligent person. After comprehending the essence of the power of law, his cultivation immediately soared. The power of the snow wind law gradually formed within his body. So, comprehending the power of law is actually so simple. There are many things that, before one understands them, they might not be able to find their way. However, once they understand, they will discover that the essence of things is actually very simple. The same goes for the power of law. Luo Ming and the rest follow behind. They were very curious about what Nie Li was talking about with Yemo. If they knew that Nie Li was talking about the most crucial trick to becoming a demigod rank expert, they would definitely regret not going up to eavesdrop. Chapter 209. Glory City Lord's mansion. A guard ran in, bowed, and said, "City Lord, we've received a letter from a mysterious person. It seems to be addressed to you." Yizong used his soul force to sense the contents of the letter and confirmed that there's nothing wrong with it. He opened the letter, and clear handwriting entered his eyes. Yizong's eyes suddenly emitted a chilling light because the handwriting was from Yihan. "Father, after I left Glory City that day, I couldn't sleep after thinking about it for a long time. Actually, ever since I returned to Glory City, I already knew that it's impossible for me to obtain the City Lord's position. When I was training, in order to protect me, my master died. He was the only elder in the Snow Wind family that was willing to support me. Without his protection, even if you wanted to pass the City Lord's position to me, it would be useless. I wasn't willing. Although foster father treated me well, I had no other choice. In order to obtain Xiun, I wouldn't hesitate to destroy the entire Glory City. Because the moment you brought me to the City Lord's mansion and saw her, I was certain that I would marry her in this life. Although I failed, after coming to the Dark Guild, I discovered a whole new world, the Nether Realm. It turns out that the strongest force here isn't the Dark Guild. The Demon Lord of the Dark Guild is only SOSO. There are many families here that have demigod rank experts. Foster father, do you know what a demigod is? It's a pinnacle legend rank expert that controls endless power of law, an existence that's only inferior to gods. I've received an important position from the Wuguwei family. The Wuguwei family has expressed their interest in Glory City. If Foster Father is willing to bring the entire Glory City to surrender, you can definitely become an existence that's only inferior to the patriarch of the Wuguwei family. What's the harm in abandoning a small Glory City? At that time, Foster Father might even be able to step into the demigod realm. If Foster Father doesn't agree, then the experts of the Wuguwei family will descend upon Glory City. At that time, not even a blade of grass will grow in Glory City. Foster father, please reconsider. Seeing this letter, Yi Zong slammed his palm on the table. The veins on his arm popped out and his eyes turned bloodshot. He was betrayed by someone he trusted and valued. This feeling was unbearable, as if someone had ruthlessly carved out a knife in his heart. Especially when he treated Yi Han as his own son, he didn't expect Yi Han to be so cold-blooded. Based on Yi Zong's intelligence and wisdom, Yi Zong was a genius. How could he not see that the Wu family was probably attracted by Yi Han? Yi Han is even more vicious than the Dark Guild that wants to monopolize Glory City. Thinking about the crisis that Glory City is about to face, Yi Zong felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. This is all caused by his poor judgment of people. He thought that Yi Han was just a schemer. He never thought that he would betray Glory City. Not knowing where Nieli went, Yi Zong suddenly realized that after Nieli left, he didn't even have anyone to discuss countermeasures with. When Nieli was around, Yi Zong wished that he could beat up Nieli. However, after Nieli left for a period of time, Yi Zong couldn't help missing him. As the city lord, even Yi Xiao and the others who were closest to Yi Zong would be respectful to him. There would always be a little distance between them. Only Nieli never placed his identity as the city lord in his eyes. Although they would often go against each other, it made Yi Zong feel a sense of closeness. Yi Zong, a deep voice resounded. Hearing this majestic voice, Yi Zong's eyes lit up. He raised his head and looked at the old but imposing figure at the entrance of the hall. He happily went up to welcome him. "Father, you're back?" Yi Zong respectfully bowed. He was at his wit's end. The arrival of Yimo gave him a backbone. "Yeah, I came back with my grandson-in-law," Yimo said, nodding his head. "Grandson-in-law? Which grandson-in-law?" Yi Zong had a weird expression on his face. However, he saw a person walking out from behind Yimo. He smiled at Yi Zong and said, "Father-in-law, long time no see." Nieli stretched his body. The air in Glory City is so much better than that damn nether realm. He couldn't help feeling intoxicated. Seeing Nieli, Yi Zong's face immediately turned black. Yi Zong's face immediately turned black as he solemnly said, "You stinking brat. What did you tell my father?" Yi Zong's expression can scare others, but not Nieli. Nieli shrugged his shoulders and said, "I told him everything." Yi Zong can almost imagine what flowery words Nieli would use in front of Yimo. Who knows? Maybe even Yimo would be tricked by Nieli. Yi Zong's face turned stiff. Just when he was about to reprimand Nieli, Yimo coldly snorted. Yimo, who was at the side, coldly snorted and said in a deep voice, "Yi Zong, everything will prosper if the family is at peace. How can you keep a straight face when dealing with your family?" Yimo's imposing aura instantly caused Yi Zong's heart to tremble. After all, the person that Yi Zong feared the most since he was young is Yimo. Even after becoming a legend rank expert, this fear that was deeply rooted in his bones can't be changed. "Yes, father." Yi Zong didn't dare to argue with Yimo, so he hurriedly replied and respectfully stood to the side. Nieli suddenly realized that in this world, everything has its weakness. Even if he's the lord of a city, Yi Zong is still afraid of Yimo. In the future, when he's dealing with Yi Zong, he'll have a backer. Seeing Yi Zong's trembling appearance, Yimo coughed a few times and said, "I'm very satisfied with the grandson-in-law that you've chosen. His talent is outstanding, and his intelligence surpasses others. Although the Tensei family is only an aristocratic family, my Snow Wind family doesn't care about the views of the secular world. Not to mention that my grandson-in-law has also taught me how to comprehend and cultivate the power of law." Yimo glanced at Nieli. He was very appreciative of Nieli. Yi Zong opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he disappointedly nodded his head and said, "Yes." He doesn't know what Nieli did to Yimo to make Yimo favor Nieli so much. Since it's already like this, there's nothing he can do to reverse the situation. Regarding the power of law, Yi Zong actually knows a little. However, as to how Nieli taught Yimo to comprehend the power of law, Yi Zong is a little curious. Could it be that Nieli has already started cultivating the power of law at such a young age? Thinking about it, if he didn't cultivate the power of law, how could Nieli's cultivation increase so quickly? What Yizong doesn't know is that the increase in Nieli's cultivation doesn't have much to do with the power of law. Yimo looked at Yizong, coldly snorted and said, "Since young, I've been very dissatisfied with you. Although your talent in cultivation is indeed outstanding, your way of doing things is old-fashioned, and your way of dealing with people is inappropriate. Yihan, regarding this matter, it's your fault for not recognizing people. Do you know your mistake? This child is wrong." Yizong's face was burning. As the city lord, he was taught a lesson in front of Nieli. Where was his face? "I've always disliked Yihan, but you insisted on promoting him to the city lord's position. Look at what happened now." Fortunately, Yihan did not become the city lord. If such a person became the city lord, wouldn't that be terrible? Yimo coldly snorted. "Now that Yihan has informed the Wuguwei family about the news of my glory city, what will happen? If it's only the Wuguwei family, we can still deal with them. But what if the other families of the Netherrealm come? How are we going to resist?" With Yimo's anger on his head, how could Yizong still dare to talk back? Take a good child like Nieli, who has done his best for Glory City. Yet your attitude is so bad. What if you scare that child? You trusted that traitor, Yihan. How preposterous. The more Yimo spoke, the more vehement he became, and directly scolded. Yizong was depressed. Although he seemed to be a little fierce to Nieli, he didn't do anything to Nieli. Would Nieli be scared? He would be thankful if he didn't climb over his head. Moreover, he had been fooled by Nieli. He felt wronged, but he didn't dare to talk back to the old man. "Grandpa Yimo, don't be angry. The city lord's personality has always been like this, and I'm already used to it." Nieli comforted Yimo, pretending not to see Yizong's angry expression. Look at how obedient that child is. Even a 13, 14-year-old child is more sensible than you. Yimo flicked his sleeves and coldly snorted. "Go back and reflect on yourself. Furthermore, the marriage between Nieli and Yun is set. After the matter with the Wuguwei family is over, you can go find the patriarch of the Tensei family to discuss the wedding date." Yizong felt bitter in his heart and immediately said, "Isn't it a little inappropriate for our Snow Wind family to take the initiative to find the Tensei family? No matter what, we have to get the Tensei family to come and propose. Otherwise, how will Yun live? Furthermore, isn't Yun-er's age a little too young?" Secular views. Yimo waved his sleeves, coldly snorted and said, "With so many families, which girl isn't married at this age? After mixing with that brat Huyin Xiong for so long, do you still want to turn you into an old lady like Huyin Lanra, who can't get married?" Yizong's face was weird, and Nieli was also trying to hold back his laughter. No wonder Huyin Lanra always chased after him like a wolf. So it's because she can't get married. If Huyin Lanra heard Yimo's words, who knows what reaction she would have? How is it possible that Yiziyun can't get married? As long as Yizong releases the news, how many families would trample the doorstep of the city lord's mansion? Yes, Yizong respectfully said. He originally wanted to suppress Nieli, or at least make Nieli be a little more honest. In the end, when the old man returned, he suddenly realized that he was the weaker party. Since Yimo has already agreed to this marriage, who would dare to oppose it? Grandpa Yimo, regarding the marriage proposal, we, the Tensei family, naturally have to do it. After this matter is over, I will get the patriarch and my parents to come and propose." Nieli quickly and sincerely said. Hearing Nieli's words, Yimo stroked his beard and smiled. He nodded his head and said, "Good, good, good. As for the betrothal gift, it's up to you. The city lord's mansion doesn't lack that." Yimo swept a glance at Yizong. In front of the old man, how would Yizong dare to speak? Seeing Yizong's respectful appearance, Yimo no longer had any interest in teaching Yizong a lesson. We must quickly think of a countermeasure for the Wuguwei family. I'll go see Yun'er first. After not returning for so long, he must first go see his precious granddaughter before immediately going into closed-door cultivation. Nieli, stay here. I have something to discuss with you. Yizong looked at Nieli. Seeing the anger in Yizong's eyes, Nieli felt a little scared in his heart. He said, I haven't returned for a long time. I'll go see Ziyun first. Yimo thought a while and said, Nieli, you stay here. If Yizong dares to do anything to you, come and tell Grandpa. Grandpa will teach him a lesson. Chapter 2:10. Yes. Nieli could only nod his head. Even Grandfather Yimo had spoken, so he could only stay. After Yimo left, only Yizong and Nieli were left. Yizong snorted and said, Kid, you are very impressive. Now that you have someone to back you up, I can't even teach you a lesson, can I? Father-in-law is right, Nieli said with a smile. Yizong could scare others, but he couldn't scare himself. After being choked by Nieli, Yizong was even more depressed. He really couldn't do anything to Nieli, so he said in a deep voice, After this matter is over, let the head of the Tensei family send the betrothal gift. Get engaged first, and then get married when you turn 16. However, if you dare to mess around before the age of 16, I will still deal with you. Even the grandfather had agreed, so Yizong could only accept it. He could only restrain Nieli in some aspects. Of course, even if Yizong didn't say it, Nieli would still do it. Yizong was also a little helpless. He understood that his threat had no effect on Nieli, but he could only say it. Father-in-law, don't worry. Nieli smiled and said to Yizong, Oh, by the way, recently, I discovered some tricks to comprehend the power of the law. Father-in-law has now reached the legendary level, so you can start to comprehend the power of the law. Nieli began to attack with silver bullets again. Yizong responded non-committally. Every time, Nieli would give him all kinds of benefits, but these benefits were all things that he couldn't refuse. After accepting the benefits, he couldn't do anything to Nieli. Yizong's expression softened a little as he said, Yihan just sent someone to deliver a letter to me. Take a look. Nieli took the letter from Yizong's hand. A chilling light flashed through his eyes as he said, That brat Yihan is really a traitor. He actually sold us to the Wuguei family. According to what I know, the Wuguei family has 3 demigod rank experts. The so-called demigod rank is a legend rank expert that has grasped the power of law. This kind of expert is extremely hard to deal with. Any one of them would cause our glory city to suffer. We can only rely on the 10,000 demonic beast array to resist. Yizong said after pondering a while. A demigod rank expert is an existence even stronger than the demon lord. Even the snow wind spiritual god wouldn't be able to defeat him. Glory City's strength is still too weak. Now that it has been exposed to the fangs of the Wuguei family, there will be endless troubles in the future. Nieli pondered for a long time and said, Coming here from the Nether Realm would take at least 10 days. If it's a huge army, it would take at least a month. We'll try our best to drag the time. A few months will quickly pass. Who knows, we might have some methods to deal with the Wuguei family in a few months. When the Wuguei family's people arrive, we'll drag for as long as we can. Lord Yimo might be able to comprehend the power of law in this period of time and reach demigod rank. At that time, we'll have the capital to confront the Wuguei family. Furthermore, we have to preserve our strength and let the Wuguei family think that they have the ability to take us down. Otherwise, if the Wuguei family contacts the other families, we'll be under even more pressure. Nieli pondered a while and said, Luckily, this time, there are only a dozen legend rank experts and no demigod rank experts. Yizong's brows twitched as he pondered a while and said, A dozen legend rank experts. We should be able to use the 10,000 demonic beast array to deal with them. A battle between legend rank and even demigod rank. Strength is the hard truth. These strategies are only to delay the troops. The experts of the Wuguei family will definitely continue to arrive. Nieli told Yizong the key to comprehending the power of law. Yizong also went into closed-door training. Everyone felt a strong sense of urgency in their hearts. In the future, aside from the Wuguei family, there might be many other powerful forces that Glory City will have to face. The first wave of the Wuguei family's vanguard will probably arrive in 10 days. Yimo has already investigated the other party's strength. There's a total of 12 legend rank experts, but none of them are demigod rank. Therefore, Yimo has to reach demigod rank as soon as possible so that he can confront the Wuguei family. Li carefully measured the strength of his side. On his side, there are 5 legend rank experts: Plume Flame Godnese, Duan Jian, Luo Ming, plus Yimo and Yizong. A total of 7 legend rank experts. Adding the 10,000 demonic beast array, it's barely enough to confront the Wuguei family's vanguard. However, it's still not enough. The heavenly god cultivation technique's cultivation speed is too slow. Nieli can't help but ponder on how to increase his strength as soon as possible. An idea suddenly appeared in his heart. Right, the demon spirit devouring technique. Nieli thought of a secret technique that he saw in his previous life. After bidding farewell to Yizong, he headed towards Yi Ziyun's yard. Yimo's return made Yi Ziyun rejoice in her heart. However, after Yimo said a few words, he hurriedly went to cultivate. From Yimo's mouth, Yi Ziyun knew that Nieli has returned. After being separated for so long, Yi Ziyun's heart was vaguely looking forward to Nieli's return. However, she suppressed her wildly beating heart and continued to cultivate as usual. However, her heart was inexplicably restless. Even after cultivating for a few times, she was still unable to enter the state of selflessness. Nieli took a step into the yard and saw Yi Ziyun activating the Snow Queen. In the Snow Queen's mouth, there's a pearl. That pearl is the Snow Wind spiritual pearl that Nieli took back from Black Prison. It seems that after having the Snow Wind spiritual pearl, Yi Ziyun's cultivation increased very quickly. Yi Ziyun's eyes were slightly closed. That beautiful face of hers was glowing with a jade-like luster. Under the light of the ice and snow, she looked holy and noble. Her long purple hair draped over her shoulders, giving her a lazy temperament. She wore a white silk dress that outlined her exquisite figure, making her look pure and alluring. The light of the ice and snow flowed, illuminating the entire yard like a beautiful ice palace. For a moment, Nieli was dumbfounded. How he wished that he could just quietly look at her, without so much disturbance, quiet and peaceful. Yi Ziyun felt something. Her eyes moved, but she didn't open her eyes. Nieli walked to Yi Ziyun's side. He knew that Yi Ziyun had already felt his arrival, but she still closed her eyes. The cute thoughts of a young girl made Nieli smile. After a long time, seeing that Nieli didn't move for a long time, Yi Ziyun opened her eyes. Seeing Nieli looking at her like this, her charming face blushed. She thought of something and couldn't help but bitterly said, "After going out for so long, the outside world must be very exciting." And it is. Nieli smiled. "Nieli, next time, if you leave by yourself and don't bring me along, I won't bother with you anymore." Yi Ziyun angrily said. Nieli had been gone for so long, she couldn't help but miss him. She didn't understand why she was like this. If she couldn't see Nieli, there would always be an inexplicable restlessness in her heart. Yi Ziyun always had a kind of worry. One day, Nieli would suddenly disappear from her life. It was also possible that one day, Nieli wouldn't like her as much. She couldn't help but worry about her gains and losses. This trip was too dangerous. "Next time, I'll definitely bring you along." Nieli smiled and pulled Yi Ziyun up. "Time is urgent. There are still many things to do. Let's go call Daozit, Lu Piao, Ning'er, and the others." "You?" Feeling Nieli's hand holding hers, Yi Ziyun's heart flashed with shyness. But this time, she didn't struggle and let Nieli pull her. In the courtyard, everyone once again gathered together. Luo Ming's group of 3 was arranged to stay in another courtyard not far away. Everyone here were people that Nieli trusted. Yi Ziyun, Daozit, Lu Piao, Ning'er, Duan Jian, Wei Nan, Zhu Xiangjuan, Zhang Ming, and Xiao Shui. A total of 10 people. "Nieli, you brat, you're finally back. You made us worry for so long." Lu Piao hooked her arm around Nieli's neck and hammered Nieli as she laughed. Ning'er's beautiful eyes looked at Nieli. She seemed to have thousands of words to say, but she didn't say anything. During the time when Nieli was away, Xiao Ning'er's heart was filled with longing. Nieli smiled and said, "A lot of things happened during this time. I'll tell you guys about it later. First, let me introduce you guys to someone." With a wave of his right hand, Plume Flame Godnese flew into the sky. This time, Plume Flame Godnese was wearing a fiery red silk dress. Her beautiful appearance was dazzling. However, her body was only the size of 2 fists of an ordinary person, looking very pocket-sized. However, her beauty was dazzling. Her holy and noble appearance made ordinary people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Seeing such a small Plume Flame Godnese, everyone was flabbergasted. Who is she? How can she be so small? Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at her curiously. Lu Piao wanted to pinch Plume Flame Godnese to see if she was alive. However, Plume Flame Godnese's expression turned cold. Her body emitted a powerful aura that quickly pushed Lu Piao back. Lu Piao was stunned. She clearly didn't expect Plume Flame Godnese to be so powerful. "She's called Plume Flame." Nieli patted Lu Piao's shoulder and said, "She's a spiritual god of our human race. She has lived for tens of thousands of years and is an expert above the legendary rank. However, her godhead was shattered and her divine body was destroyed. This is a new divine body that she condensed. That's why she's so small. Spiritual god, above the legendary rank?" Hearing Nieli's words, Lu Piao's face turned pale. He almost blasphemed the goddess. Luckily, the goddess showed mercy and only pushed him back. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ning, and the rest's expressions turned cold. An existence above the legendary rank, an existence that has lived for tens of thousands of years. Even if her godhead was shattered, it's still beyond their reach. How did Nieli meet Plume Flame Godnese? And how did he bring Plume Flame Godnese to Glory City? Everyone couldn't help being curious. Hello, everyone. In the future, you can call me Big Sister Plume Flame like Nieli does. Plume Flame Godnese appeared to be very amiable. She landed on Nieli's shoulder. After interacting with Nieli for so long, she has developed a sense of closeness with Nieli, treating Nieli as her own little brother. Calling a goddess that has lived for tens of thousands of years as Big Sister, everyone felt a little apprehensive in their hearts and turned their gazes to Nieli. Chapter 211. Nieli lightly smiled and nodded his head. "Big Sister Plume Flame, how big was your original body?" Lu Piao was the first to ask. An image appeared in his mind. A goddess that has lived for tens of thousands of years. Her body was as big as a mountain, wearing a sexy silk dress, with tens of thousands of people worshiping her. After worshiping her, when they raised their heads, they could see her slender legs and the goddess's underwear. "My original body is the same as yours. It's just that I'm a human that slowly transformed into a divine body." Plume Flame Godnese saw what Lu Piao was thinking. Her face was cold, but with so many people around, she could only calmly say, "So her original body is the same as a human's." Lu Piao's imagination fell through. Nieli once again patted Lu Piao's shoulder, lightly smiled and said, "Plume Flame Godnese is a spiritual god. She can see through everyone's thoughts." Hearing Nieli's words, Lu Piao took a glance at Plume Flame Godnese. Seeing Plume Flame Godnese coldly looking at him, a frightening chill was emitting from her eyes. He simply wanted to cry. If a goddess can see through his thoughts, then doesn't that mean that Plume Flame Godnese saw everything that he was thinking about? What a bad friend. Why didn't Nieli say so earlier? If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. "Okay, now we have something to do. Lu Piao, Dowsit, the 5 of you will go to all the auction houses and shops in Glory City and buy all the demon spirits that you can buy. As for money, you can go get it from Big Sister Yang Xin." Nieli said, "Okay." Although they didn't know what Nieli wanted to do, judging from Nieli's serious expression, Lu Piao and Dowsit felt that what Nieli wanted to do was very important. "The rest of you, go find some other raw materials. I'll make a list of all the things I want to buy." Nieli said. The war was coming. He had to hurry up and prepare. Regardless of whether they were needed in this battle or not, they had to be fully prepared. Yizun, Xiaoninger, and the others also nodded. Soon, everyone went out and got busy. Plume Flame Godnese curiously looked at Nieli and asked, "Why did you ask them to purchase demon spirits? Has Big Sister Plume Flame heard of the demon spirit devouring technique?" Nieli asked as he looked at Plume Flame. Demon spirit devouring technique? Plume Flame pondered with her brows furrowed. She seemed to have heard of it before. However, after so many years, she couldn't remember anything about it. It might be some kind of ancient secret technique. The demon spirit devouring technique can use the method of devouring demon spirits to refine one's soul force. This is a demonic technique that harms the heavens and harms one's future cultivation. If I wasn't forced to, I wouldn't want to use it. But now that Glory City is facing a crisis, I can only use this secret technique. Nieli's gaze looked into the distance as his eyes flashed with determination. No matter what price he has to pay, he must protect Glory City. As for the future, he'll think about it in the future. If the Dark Guild invades, then he'll destroy the Dark Guild. If the Wugue family invades, then he'll destroy the Wugue family. After his rebirth, he definitely won't allow anyone to touch Glory City. Since you've already decided, then I won't stop you. The people of Glory City can also be considered as my people. If there's a powerful enemy invading, I will do my best to protect them. Plume Flame Godnese solemnly said. Thank you, Sister Goddess. Nieli nodded his head. With Plume Flame Godnese's words, Nieli felt more at ease. Aside from letting Yiziyun and the rest purchase demon spirits, Nieli also thought of another method. He took out some dragon's soul stones from his interspatial ring. Although the dragon's soul stones are used to forge weapons, Nieli still thought of some other uses for them. The dragon's soul stones are extremely tough and conceal energy within. Unless it receives a huge impact, it won't shatter. Nieli used a special method to refine the dragon's soul stones, slowly forging them into fist-sized spherical objects. The shape of these objects is very peculiar. They're hollow inside, separated by a thin layer of dragon's soul stones, forming two independent spaces. Plume Flame Godnese curiously looked at Nieli and asked, "Why are you forging these things?" "I have my own uses for them." Nieli lightly smiled. After he finished forging these things, Nieli suddenly merged with the Fang Panda demon spirit, causing his body to constantly change. After Nieli transformed into the Fang Panda, he opened his mouth and quickly gathered the Law of Darkness, sealing the Law of Darkness into one of the spaces within the dragon's soul stones. After that, he gathered the Law of Light and sealed it into the other space. While doing these things, Nieli explained, "My Fang Panda has merged the Law of Darkness and Light. The might of the Yin-Yang Blast is extremely shocking. Even a legend rank expert wouldn't be able to withstand one of my Yin-Yang Blast. However, the speed of the Yin-Yang Blast is too slow. An ordinary legend rank expert would be able to easily dodge it. I've refined the dragon's soul stone into such a container. There's a layer of separation in the middle, sealing the Law of Darkness and the Law of Light. Once I draw on the two powers of law, they will quickly mix together and produce a powerful energy. The might of the explosion will instantly reach the pinnacle. Because the space within the dragon's soul stone is extremely small, the might of the explosion will be 10 times stronger than the Yin-Yang Blast." Hearing Nieli's words, even Plume Flame Godnese couldn't help feeling her scalp go numb. One can only imagine what would happen if such an item were to explode next to the opponent. Perhaps even a demigod rank expert would have to suffer. Plume Flame Godnese really wants to pry open Nieli's head and take a look. Just what is this little guy's brain made of? How can he have so many weird ideas? Nieli sealed the Law of Darkness and the Law of Light into the container made from the dragon's soul stone. Then, he sealed it and carved mysterious inscription patterns on the outside. These inscription patterns quickly hid into the dragon's soul stone. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is just an ordinary dragon's soul stone. Let's give it a name. Let's call it Draconic Bomb. Nieli thought a while, then started to continuously make draconic bombs and put them into his interspatial ring. Until the dragon's soul stone was completely exhausted, Nieli made over 60 draconic bombs. Only then did he stop. If it wasn't for him eating a large amount of elixirs to replenish his energy and constantly absorbing the surrounding law energy, with just Niel Li's current cultivation, he wouldn't be able to make so many draconic bombs in such a short amount of time. Even so, Niel Li was already exhausted to the point of collapse. In 2 days' time, Lu Piao, Dowsit, and Bunch managed to buy hundreds of thousands of demon spirits of different ranks. Some time ago, Glory City had just encountered a demon beast horde. After the demon beast horde, the experts of Glory City swept away many of the demon beasts in the surrounding mountains. Therefore, there's an abundance of demon spirits. In addition, Yiziun, Xiao Ninger, and the rest also managed to buy the materials that Niel Li needs. Niel Li found an empty space in the yard and started to set up an array, carving all kinds of inscription patterns on the ground. These inscription patterns are very ancient. Even Plume Flame God Knees was shocked in her heart. She could only understand a rough idea of it. With all kinds of inscription patterns covering the ground, there are 11 areas that are empty. Niel Li looked at Duan Jian, Lu Piao, Dowsit, Nieyu, and the rest of the 10 and pointed them and said, "You guys sit in these empty areas and wait for me to start the demon spirit devouring technique. My Fang Panda will start to devour demon spirits. Every time it devours a demon spirit, my Fang Panda will grow a little stronger. However, at the same time, a large amount of soul force or power of law will be released. However, no matter how it's released, it will be restricted to this inscription pattern array. You guys can use all your strength to absorb the soul force and power of law. Niel Li, using the demon spirit devouring technique, will cause some damage to himself. However, it's still within the range that Niel Li can endure. However, the amount of power that will be released is also very large. It absolutely can't be wasted. It's just enough for the 10 of them to absorb." Niel Li stood in the center of the inscription pattern array, while the other 10 people sat cross-legged in each of the circles. Whether it's Xiao Ning, Yiziyun, or the others, their expressions were a little grave. This inscription pattern of Niel Li seems to be very powerful. If there's a little mistake, will there be any serious consequences? However, since they knew that Glory City is in a crisis, they no longer looked back. Glory City is their home. If the skin doesn't exist, how can the hair attach itself to it? If Glory City is destroyed, where will they go? Even if they use some secret techniques, as long as they can increase their strength, it's normal to bear some risks. Niel Li walked to the center of the inscription pattern array and let out a low growl. He started to operate the inscription pattern array. Rays of dazzling light soared into the sky, soaking everyone in the light. The inscription patterns on the ground quickly moved, forming into a complicated and exquisite pattern. A mysterious and majestic aura surged out from the endless void. At this moment, Plume Flame God Knees was floating in the sky. She stared at Niel Li and his group, quietly sensing it. She was astonished in her heart. She never thought that Niel Li would be able to mobilize such a huge amount of energy. This energy seems to come from the endless void, causing Plume Flame God Knees to benefit from it. She started to frantically absorb the law of fire in the air. Niel Li let out a low growl and merged with the Fang Panda demon spirit. Waves of majestic energy gathered towards the Fang Panda demon spirit. The Fang Panda's body suddenly became very huge, 5 to 6 meters tall. Suddenly, a demon spirit floated up. The Fang Panda let out a roar. It waved its huge paw, grabbed the demon spirit, and devoured it. One after another, demon spirits floated up and were devoured by the Fang Panda. Every time the Fang Panda devoured a demon spirit, the fur on its body would become brighter, and the aura emitted from its body would become stronger. Waves of soul force and law of fire spread out, converging towards Yiziun, Xiao Ning, and the rest. They summoned their demon spirits and circulated their soul realms to frantically devour the energy. Niel Li also circulated his soul realm and began to frantically absorb the soul force and law of fire. Very quickly, his soul realm was filled to the brim with soul force and the pure power of law. Niel Li continued to absorb them. Gradually, His soul realm was unable to contain such a boundless amount of energy. It was filled up bit by bit and squeezed his soul realm. That terrifying pain caused Nieli's face to turn pale. However, Nieli did not stop and continued. It wasn't easy for him to lay this array. He must endure it. Chapter 2:12. Boom, boom, boom. Nieli felt as though his soul realm was about to explode. The inside of his soul realm was in turmoil. However, as time passed, his soul realm slowly expanded under the pressure. After expanding by quite a few times, it finally started to undergo a qualitative change. Every single transformation was extremely shocking. Boom! The aura on Nieli's body suddenly exploded. From 5-star gold rank, he forcefully stepped into 1-star black gold rank. However, this is only the beginning. Nieli did not stop there. He continued to absorb soul force, trying to break through to a higher rank. The Fang Panda's speed of growth is even faster than Nieli's. After all, it was forcefully increasing its strength by devouring demon spirits. It broke through to 2-star black gold rank, 3-star black gold rank, and it still hasn't stopped. This is still the result of Nieli forcefully suppressing it. Nieli was worried that if the Fang Panda's growth speed was too fast, he wouldn't be able to control it. The Fang Panda is a deity-rank demon beast. Its growth rate is very high. Adding on the fact that it's crazily devouring demon spirits, even black gold rank demon spirits, one can imagine the speed of its growth. The rest of them were the same as Nieli. They were completely immersed in the dense soul force and power of law. The gathering effect of this array caused the surrounding soul force and power of law to be several hundred times denser than usual. Furthermore, this energy was emitted from Nieli's body. It's been tempered, making it easier to absorb. They were frantically and greedily devouring. Their cultivation began to have a clear increase. A day quickly passed. Their cultivation had increased by at least 1 star, and it still hasn't stopped. Whether it's Yimo or Yizong, both of them felt the strange aura coming from the city lord's mansion. They leapt into Yi Ziyun's yard and saw the huge array. The majestic aura coming from it caused them to be shocked. What are those kids doing? Yimo slightly frowned. He felt a majestic energy. That kid, Nieli, must have gotten his hands on some mysterious magic array from somewhere. Its aura is so thick. He must be cultivating, said Yizong as he looked at Nieli and the others. He was secretly shocked. This inscription pattern array was truly mystical. Even Yi Imo couldn't understand the various inscription patterns on the array. Sometimes, Yi Imo felt that Nieli was very mysterious, and even he couldn't figure him out. However, when he heard Yizong say that Nieli had a mysterious master, Yi Imo felt relieved. Even with his powerful aura perception, he couldn't tell where Nieli's master was hiding. Nieli's master should be a peerless expert. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Nieli and the rest have been cultivating within the array without stopping. With the nourishment of the soul force and the power of law, they no longer felt hungry. They had completely immersed themselves in a state of cultivation, forgetting themselves. On the 5th day, Nieli once again stepped into 2-star black gold rank from 1-star black gold rank. The Fang Panda's improvement was even more shocking, directly reaching 5-star black gold rank. It's not far from legend rank. Just the black gold rank demon spirits alone, the Fang Panda had already devoured no less than 100. Nieli could vaguely feel the Fang Panda's rebellion. It's a little disobedient to his words. The strength of the demon spirit far exceeds the demon spiritualist's strength. The demon spirit might leave the body. If he were to continue devouring, there might be a bad reaction. However, Nieli didn't want to stop. Just a black gold rank Fang Panda alone isn't enough to face the upcoming crisis. Nieli suddenly thought of the vine in the depths of his soul realm. That vine is connected to the Fang Panda and the Shadow Devil demon spirit. Can the connection be strengthened? Suppress the Fang Panda? Then let the Fang Panda accumulate enough energy to charge in a legend rank? Thinking of this, Nieli immediately took action. He poured the soul force and power of law that he had absorbed from the outside into the vine. The vine was madly absorbing the soul force and power of Law, becoming thicker and thicker. It firmly locked the Fang Panda that was a little rebellious. The Fang Panda was constantly twisting, trying to break free. However, no matter how hard it struggled, it was unable to break free. That's because the vine is simply too powerful. The Fang Panda no longer struggled and continued to devour demon spirits, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Nieli is temporarily able to control the Fang Panda. However, he still has to be very careful in the future. The backlash from demon spirits is also very dangerous. After continuously devouring tens of thousands of demon spirits, although the Fang Panda could only absorb a small portion of the energy, it was still able to increase its strength by more than 10 times, reaching the limit of 5-star black gold rank. However, wanting to step in a legend rank in one go isn't an easy task. Nieli and the rest continue to train. This inscription pattern array can last for more than 2 months. Just when Nieli and the rest were concentrating on their training, the sky above Glory City was suddenly covered with dark clouds. A heavy pressure enveloped the entire Glory City. In the sky, dozens of experts stood in the sky. Their appearances are different from humans. They have gray wings on their backs, and their faces are extremely ugly. The one leading them is a legend rank expert. This is the Glory City that Yihan talked about. It's indeed rich and flourishing, much better than our Blackrock City. Such a good place, but there aren't any experts. Even the heavens are helping me. It seems that my Wugui family will have to take over this place. The leader, Wu Barbarian, laughed. His cold laughter echoed in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures flew up. The one leading them is Yimo. Their aura isn't any weaker than the experts of the Wugui family, especially Yimo, who already has the power of Law flowing in his body. Friends of the Wugui family, if you guys are here to be guests in Glory City, then we will naturally welcome you. If you guys are here to cause trouble in Glory City, then don't blame us for being impolite and not letting you guys leave alive. Yimo's voice was like a bell, shaking the sky. Yimo can feel that among these people, there's only one legend rank expert. He's probably here to test the waters. The main force of the Wugui family should still be behind. Wu Barbarian slightly frowned. According to Yihan, there's only 2 legend rank experts in Glory City. One of them has just stepped in a legend rank not long ago. The other one is too mysterious and rarely appears. Even Yihan has only seen him a few times. It should be this person in front of him. He doesn't know if this old man can use the power of Law. Wu Barbarian is also a legend rank pinnacle expert. He has also touched the threshold of demigod rank. Naturally, he won't be afraid of anyone. If you want to invite us as guests, then you have to see if you're qualified. How about letting me test your cultivation? Wu Barbarian coldly snorted. Dark aura instantly gathered in his hand and turned into a black sword. Slashing towards Yimo, Yimo's body quickly changed. He merged with the Valkyrie Saint Bird demon spirit. A pair of golden feathers condensed on his back and flew towards Wu Barbarian. Boom, boom, boom. The black sword shattered into pieces. Terrifying explosions rang out in the sky. One black and one gold figure frantically fought. Their speed was getting faster and faster, leaving after images behind. A powerful energy ripple slowly swept out, violently shaking the sky as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. This is a battle between 2 legend rank pinnacle experts. In the middle, there's a faint trace of the power of Law resisting. Although Wu Barbarian hasn't comprehended the power of Law and stepped into demigod rank, he has already touched the threshold. As for Yimo, he's only a step away from demigod rank. Boom! A powerful explosion sounded out. Wu Barbarian was pushed back with a trace of blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. Yimo also took a few steps back, but his chest only slightly moved up and down. I never thought that you'd be so much stronger than me, even though we're both legend rank pinnacle experts. Wu Barbarian said with a little unwillingness. He coldly stared at Yimo. Even so, with only 2 legend rank experts, It's impossible for you two to resist my Wugue family. My Wugue family has 3 demigod rank experts and dozens of legend rank experts. Once our army arrives, Glory City will be razed to the ground. I'll give you a chance now. Submit to my Wugue family. The entire Glory City will be handled by my Wugue family, and you can still live. It's not that easy to destroy my Glory City. Since your Wugue family wants to come, then come. Yemo's expression was cold. His aura grew stronger and stronger, like a tidal wave. It pressed towards Wu Barbarian. Since that's the case, then don't blame us for being impolite. Wu Barbarian suddenly let out a sharp whistle. Asterisk whoosh. 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 Asterisk countless figures flew towards Glory City. These black figures covered the sky, like a swarm of locusts. Seeing this scene, Yemo frowned his brows for a moment and exchanged glances with Yizong. Yizong nodded his head and immediately flew towards the 10,000 demonic beast array, preparing to activate it. As for Yi Xiao, he was prepared to summon the snow wind spiritual god at any time. Yemo did not stop and continued to attack Wu Barbarian. A snowstorm formed out of nowhere, causing the sky to turn even darker. You guys dare to challenge my Wugue family? You're simply overestimating yourselves. Seeing those legend rank experts pouncing towards him, Wu Barbarian became even more arrogant. His body suddenly burst out with a powerful force, and he threw a punch towards Yemo. Yemo's eyes suddenly shot out rays of light. The power of law surged up. When he was fighting with Wu Barbarian earlier, he did not use his full strength. However, seeing that Wu Barbarian suddenly had so many reinforcements, he understood that if he doesn't kill Wu Barbarian now, he won't have another chance. Yemo coldly snorted. Within the snowstorm, countless ice arrows suddenly formed, covering the sky and covering Wu Barbarian. Seeing this scene, Wu Barbarian was not afraid. As a member of the Wugue family, he is very confident in the strength of his physical body. As a member of a powerful fighting clan, how could he be afraid of a human? Boom, boom, boom. The ice arrows that filled the sky pierced Wu Barbarian's body and exploded, turning into icicles. Old thing, you think that this little attack can harm me? Wu Barbarian's punch landed on Yemo's body. Chapter 2:13. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Wu Man's fist was only an inch away from Yemo. However, he was unable to take another step forward. Only now did Wu Man see that Yemo's body was enveloped by a transparent shield. At this moment, Yemo smiled faintly. The icicles that filled the sky suddenly condensed on Wu Man's body, instantly sealing him inside. Those who offend my Glory City will be killed. Yemo coldly barked and threw a palm at Wu Man's body. The ice shattered into pieces and Wu Man was sent flying, vomiting blood. Wu Man never thought that Yemo would actually use such a move. He was unable to defend against it and was heavily injured. With this attack, even if Wu Man doesn't die, he would still be heavily injured. Seeing the dozens of legend rank experts of the Wugue family charging towards him, Yemo did not continue to chase. He did not even turn his head back and retreated. Where are you going? The legend rank experts of the Wugue family chased after Yemo injured Wu Man. How could they let Yemo leave safely? However, Yemo's speed was extremely fast, and he quickly retreated into the range of the 10,000 demonic beast array. When the Wugue family launched their attack on Glory City, the residents of Glory City also escaped into the underground tunnels and retreated into the range of the 10,000 demonic beast array. The 10,000 demonic beast array was like a hard tortoise shell, protecting everyone. The dozens of figures stopped outside of the 10,000 demonic beast array and did not enter. This array is a little weird. It's better for us to be careful. Yihan said that this 10,000 demonic beast array can kill a legend rank expert. It's just a broken array. What's there to be afraid of? Let's attack together. The legend rank experts of the Wugue family discussed. Even if the 10,000 demonic beast array can kill a legend rank expert, with so many legend rank experts, what's there to be afraid of? One of the legend rank experts took the lead and charged into the 10,000 demonic beast array. When the rest saw this, they could only follow without any hesitation. These legend rank experts of the Wugui family found out about Glory City's strength from Yihan. Naturally, they looked down on Glory City. Furthermore, Yihan doesn't know the true power of the 10,000 demonic beast array. One by one, the legend rank experts of the Wugui family charged into the array. Yizong, who was in the center of the array, coldly barked and quickly activated the 10,000 demonic beast array. Tens of thousands of black gold rank demon spirits appeared in the sky. The sky instantly turned dark and an intense battle broke out. Although these legend rank experts of the Wugui family have reached legend rank, every single one of them was after entering the 10,000 demonic beast array. If one or two, they would be able to escape. Even if they were, and Li, they would be Li, and Li Shao Li Chun Wu Li Long Man Li. No matter how the Wugui family's experts charged, they couldn't break through the 10,000 demonic beast array. Although they can rely on various methods, the 10,000 demonic beast array can't do anything to them, and they can only dream of escaping. Damn it, what kind of array is this? I already told you to be careful, yet you still charged in. The legend rank experts of the Wugui family felt depressed in their hearts. They were born in the Nether Realm and have never seen any array. Although they heard Yihan mention it before, Yihan only said that it repelled the demon lord of the Dark Guild. They never imagined that this 10,000 demonic beast array would be able to trap so many of them. The Wugui family's army has already charged into Glory City, clashing with Glory City guards. Glory City has sunk into a chaotic battle. Yimo raised his head and looked at the legend rank experts of the Wugui family, who were surrounded by tens of thousands of black gold rank demon spirits. He was astonished in his heart. Even he never thought that the 10,000 demonic beast array would be able to trap so many legend rank experts. The might of this array is beyond his imagination. According to what Yi Zong said, this 10,000 demonic beast array was laid out according to that strange blueprint. It was Nieli who understood that mysterious blueprint. On this point, Nieli's contribution is huge. Even if he becomes the son-in-law of the Snow Wind family, it wouldn't be a problem. Thinking of the weird Nieli, Yi Mo lightly smiled. He didn't stay any longer and immediately charged out. He started to massacre the ordinary experts of the Wugui family. Even if they're black gold rank experts, how can they withstand the attacks of legend rank experts? Very quickly, the Wugui family's army was slaughtered by Yi Mo alone. Under the Snow Wind domain, none of the ordinary experts of the Wugui family were able to survive. Yimo's figure was like an invincible war god, causing the experts of Glory City to burst into cheers, and their morale was greatly boosted. Seeing this scene, the legend rank experts of the Wugui family, who were trapped in the 10,000 demonic beast array, had their eyes turn red. If we don't charge out now, our army will be completely annihilated. How are we going to explain this to the Patriarch when we return? Damn it, this damn array. These legend rank experts of the Wugui family charged left and right, but they were unable to break through the 10,000 demonic beast array. On the contrary, they were beaten to a pulp by the 10,000 demonic beast array. Fortunately, they have the 10,000 demonic beast array laid down by Nieli. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how to deal with so many legend rank experts. Standing in the middle of the 10,000 demonic beast array, Yizong inwardly thought to himself. Nieli once said that even if dozens of legend rank experts were to enter the 10,000 demonic beast array, they wouldn't be able to return. Yizong originally didn't believe it, but after personally witnessing the might of the 10,000 demonic beast array, he couldn't help sighing. If it wasn't for Nieli, who knows what kind of situation Glory City would be in? Yizong's gaze coldly looked at the legend rank experts of the Wugui family that were trapped in the 10,000 demonic beast array. Since these fellows are here, then don't think of leaving. He has to let the Wugui family know the pain, so that they won't dare to have any ideas on Glory City. Under Yizong's control, The black gold rank demon spirits within the 10,000 demonic beast array exploded and pounced towards the legend rank experts of the Wugui family. In a courtyard of the city lord's mansion, Luo Ming, the battle over there is so intense. Are we really not going to make a move? One of the legend rank experts of the Jade Seal family asked. Luo Ming shook his head and said, "Our Jade Seal family cannot reveal ourselves. Once we reveal ourselves, it will bring trouble to Glory City. Once the Wugui family understands that they alone can't take down Glory City, they might ally with other families to attack Glory City." The other two legend rank experts nodded their heads. After coming to Glory City, they all fell in love with this city on the surface. This place is much more suitable for humans to live in than the Nether Realm. Furthermore, there are even more cultivation resources here. The Jade Seal family doesn't necessarily need to occupy Glory City. However, if they were to move to Glory City would probably be happy to accept them. After all, they're all humans. There's enough space for survival here. Therefore, Luo Ming and the rest definitely don't want to see Glory City being occupied by the Wugui family. At this moment, Nieli, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the inscription pattern array, slowly opened his eyes and swept his gaze around. Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ning, and the rest were still immersed in their cultivation. The commotion of the outside world didn't affect them at all. Nieli looked at the distant sky. The dozens of legend rank experts of the Wugui family are trapped in the 10,000 demonic beast array. With the might of the 10,000 demonic beast array, it should be extremely difficult for those legend rank experts of the Wugui family to break out. This batch of experts from the Wugui family can't do anything to Glory City. This time, they'll probably suffer heavy casualties. There probably won't be a need for Nieli and the rest to make a move. They could just hide their strength. However, Nieli still has a strong sense of urgency in his heart. Because if Glory City annihilates this batch of experts, the Wugui family will definitely not let this matter rest. Not long from now, there will be a second batch of experts coming to Glory City. Working overtime until late at night, it's too tiring. Thanks to everyone's support, Demon God Chronicles was able to achieve such results. The snail is very grateful. Chapter 2:14. Only by raising their strength as fast as possible can they have the capital to deal with the next crisis. They're at a crucial moment in their cultivation. If they were to stop now, the effect would be greatly reduced. Nieli continued to cultivate. As he continued to absorb the soul force and the power of law, the Thunder God's meteorite sword emitted a brilliant light as it quietly floated in front of Nieli. It also continued to absorb the energy that dissipated from the surroundings. When the Thunder God's meteorite sword started to absorb the soul force and power of law, it was like a whirlpool constantly sucking in the soul force and power of law. Nieli suddenly felt that the surrounding soul force and power of law wasn't dense enough, so he immediately ordered the Fang Panda to continue devouring demon spirits. The Thunder God's meteorite sword emitted lightning. Within the lightning, there seemed to be something flickering. Nieli's heart moved as he directed his intent towards the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Nieli's intent seemed to be attracted by some kind of energy and entered into a mysterious realm. At this moment, the legend rank experts of the Wugui family were trapped in the 10,000 demonic beast array, unable to get out. The ordinary experts of the Wugui family could only be slaughtered by Yimo. A legend rank expert killing these ordinary experts was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. With a wave of his hand, 5 to 6 black gold rank experts were instantly nailed to the ground by the ice arrows. Those silver and gold rank experts were even worse off. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the legend rank experts in the 10,000 demonic beast array turned red. One of the Wugui family's legend rank experts coldly barked, "Wu Yu, use the Scarlet Blood Forbidden technique." Wu Yu hesitated for a moment. Using the Scarlet Blood Forbidden technique can indeed lead the others out of the 10,000 demonic beast array. However, after using it, his cultivation will definitely suffer a huge loss. If we don't use it now, it'll be too late. The others barked. Just when Wu Yu was hesitating, Yi Zong, who was in the center of the 10,000 demonic beast array, had a flash of chilling light in his eyes. Both of his hands quickly formed seals. The winds and clouds within the 10,000 demonic beast array instantly changed. All of the black gold rank demon spirits gathered together, and a huge mountain pressed down from the sky. A majestic energy pressed down. The legend rank expert at the top tried to use his own strength to block it and threw a punch towards the mountain. Boom! An incomparably powerful force bombarded the body of that legend rank expert, causing his fleshly body to continuously crumble. How could this be? The legend rank expert let out a mournful scream as his body exploded into pieces. Bang! Bang! The bodies of 3 legend rank experts exploded. The 10,000 demonic beast array is so powerful that it can even kill legend rank experts without any suspense. A total of 11 legend rank experts charged into the 10,000 demonic beast array. Before they could even figure out what this array is, 3 legend rank experts were killed by the 10,000 demonic beast array, leaving only 8. Wu Yu's eyes turned red when he saw this. He knew that if he did not use the divine forbidden scarlet blood technique, everyone would die here. He muttered an incantation, and more than 10 places on his body, legs, and hands suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that shrouded his entire body. His entire body suddenly expanded like a blood demon. Roar! Follow me! Wu Yu furiously barked, turned into a streak of light, and charged out of the 10,000 demonic beast array. The remaining 7 legend rank experts followed behind Wu Yu. Bang! Bang! The moment the black gold rank demon spirits in the 10,000 demonic beast array came into contact with a bloody mist on Wu Yu's body, they all exploded and turned into ashes. Wu Yu charged forward, madly charging. Seeing this scene, Yizong slightly frowned his brows. Both of his hands formed a seal again and slowly pushed it out. Within the 10,000 demonic beast array, a huge hand appeared out of nowhere and pushed towards Wu Yu. Seeing this, Wu Yu did not dodge. He waved the sharp sword in his hand and slashed towards the huge hand. Boom! The sharp sword in Wu Yu's hand instantly shattered into pieces, but it also slashed the huge hand, creating a hole in it as he charged out of the 10,000 demonic beast array. The other 7 experts also followed behind Wu Yu and charged out. They never thought that they would let those guys escape. Yizong was depressed in his heart. He's still not proficient enough in controlling the 10,000 demonic beast array, which gave Wu Yu a chance. Furthermore, Wu Yu's secret technique is extremely powerful, reaching demigod rank in an instant. The 10,000 demonic beast array is indeed unable to stop him. However, a moment after he charged out of the 10,000 demonic beast array, Wu Yu violently vomited blood. His body quickly shrunk back to his original size. In order to charge out, he exhausted all of his cultivation and used the Wu Gui family's secret technique, causing his cultivation to be greatly damaged. Furthermore, he suffered serious injuries from the 10,000 demonic beast array. He probably won't be able to recover even after a few years. One of the 7 legend rank experts rushed out and hugged Wu Yu. The leader looked back at Yizong, who was in the middle of the 10,000 demonic beast array. His voice was filled with monstrous rage. Today, our Wu Gui family was plotted against by your glory city. We will definitely get our revenge in the future. This damn array can protect you for a while, but can't protect you forever. The next time I come, I will make all of you die. Accompany my dead brothers. Yizong coldly stared at the Wu Gui family's experts in the sky, snorted and said, "This is a small lesson for you guys. If you guys dare to come again, I will make all of you die here. If you want to swallow my glory city, that will depend on how capable you are." The legend rank experts of the Wu Gui family dragged the injured and covered the remaining people as they quickly retreated. After all, they still have 7 legend rank experts. Even if Yimo, Yizong, and the rest were to rush out, they still wouldn't be able to stop them. The Wu Gui family's army retreated like a receding tide. The first exchange didn't last long, and the Wu Gui family suffered a huge loss. However, some of Glory City's trump cards have been completely exposed. The 10,000 demonic beast array probably won't be of much use anymore. Seeing the Wugui family's experts leaving, Yizong's heart was filled with worry. This time, the Wugui family only sent a few vanguards to probe. They thought that with so many legend rank experts, it would be enough to deal with Glory City. Therefore, they let their guard down. Furthermore, they didn't have enough guard against Glory City's 10,000 demonic beast array. The second wave of attack from the Wugui family probably won't be that simple. Fortunately, the first wave of attack was repelled. The next wave of attack from the Wugui family will be at least a month or two later. At the very least, Glory City can make some preparations. From Yimo, he found out that among the 15 cities of the Nether Realm, only the Dark Guild and the Wugui family know of Glory City's location. These two forces must have treated Glory City as something in their pockets and weren't willing to share it with others. Therefore, the location of Glory City wasn't exposed. If it was exposed, more forces from the 15 cities of the Nether Realm would come over and Glory City would be in danger. First, he had to deal with the Wugui family. As for the future, he can only think about it in the future. Nieli's consciousness fell into a mysterious state of the Thunder God's meteorite sword. He saw dense lightning filling up the endless void. Vaguely, there was something mysterious hidden behind the lightning. Nieli's consciousness wanted to pass through this lightning area. Suddenly, a boom was heard, and a lightning fell on Nieli's consciousness. Feeling that he was hit by the lightning, Nieli felt so much pain that his entire body was about to explode. This is a pain that came from the depths of his soul. When Nieli's consciousness wanted to retreat, he realized that his consciousness was completely surrounded by lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The dense lightning bombarded Nieli's consciousness, as if it wanted to shatter Nieli's soul. Hiss! Nieli painfully inhaled a breath of cold air. He used all his strength to tear, trying to pull his consciousness back. However, that suction force was firmly pulling Nieli's consciousness. The power of the Thunder God's meteorite sword doesn't seem to be from this world. When he was being bombarded by the lightning, Nieli vaguely felt that the lightning had pierced through his consciousness and entered his soul realm. Originally, the lightning was prepared to wreak havoc in his soul realm. However, it seemed to be attracted by the vine. It followed the vine and passed through Nieli's soul realm, eventually disappearing. Although he was enduring the huge pain, Nieli still felt the miraculous change. He tried his best to guide the lightning that entered his soul realm towards the vine. At this moment, within the inscription pattern array, Yi Ziun, Xiaoning, Duan Jian, and the rest all felt a bizarre energy drilling into their soul realms. They could vaguely see crackling lightning. This energy seems to be tearing their soul realms apart. This is the energy emitted by the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Even if it's only a trace, it's enough to affect Yi Ziyun and the rest. They quickly condensed their soul force and summoned their demon spirits to fight against it. The inscription pattern array shone with dazzling light as it rapidly revolved. The inscription patterns on the inscription pattern array changed on their own as strange patterns appeared. Plume Flame Godnese, who was floating in the sky, was shocked when she saw this scene. She had never seen an inscription pattern array that could change on its own, turning into an even more profound array. Furthermore, the aura emitted by the Thunder God's meteorite sword made even her feel fearful. The purity of this energy far exceeds the power of law. Looking at this unique, huge sword, Plume Flame Godnese suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "This sword, isn't it the Thunder God's meteorite sword?" It said that even the Thunder God was unable to fully control this sword. Afterwards, the divine spark of the Thunder God was shattered and disappeared. I never thought that this sword would actually be obtained by Nieli, the mysterious Thunder God's meteorite sword. Even the Thunder God was unable to pry into its profundities. It said that this sword was forged from a meteorite. It's not something from this world. Seeing a brand new, mysterious inscription pattern array enveloping Nieli and the rest, Plume Flame Godnese's heart was filled with doubt. She didn't know if she should pull Nieli and the rest out of this inscription pattern array. What will this inscription pattern array bring to Nieli and the rest? The entire inscription pattern array suddenly burst out with dazzling light, soaring into the sky like a huge divine pillar. Nieli frowned his brows for a moment. He felt that the lightning in his soul realm was like a spider web, covering the entire soul realm and spreading out in all directions. He desperately tried to see where the lightning was spreading to. Nieli suddenly realized that a figure suddenly appeared at the end of his soul realm. That's Yiziyun. Yiziyun was quietly sitting cross-legged, as though she was enveloped by the lightning energy. The sudden appearance of this scene stunned Nieli for a moment. Why would Yiziyun's figure appear at the end of his soul realm? Chapter 2:15. At this moment, Nieli suddenly saw a second figure. It was Xiao Ninger. Ninger was also quietly sitting cross-legged. Her soul realm seemed to be communicating with Nieli's soul realm, followed by Daozit's, Lu Piao's, Duanjian's. A moment later, Nieli felt that his soul realm was closely linked with the other 10 soul realms. Nieli felt that he could use the soul force in their soul realms and also distribute the soul force to others. This mysterious and wonderful state made Nieli very surprised. Nieli had never seen such a treasure in his previous life. This Thunder God's meteorite sword actually has such a miraculous effect. It can communicate with everyone's soul realm. Just when Nieli was feeling the miraculous changes in his soul realm, the others also felt the subtle changes. Yiziyun, Xiao Ninger, and the others all discovered that their soul realms were covered with a network of veins. They all felt that their soul realms were drawn into a huge soul realm, and the soul force that they could use instantly increased by more than 10 times. This made them feel very unbelievable. They carefully stared at their soul realms and saw that the network of veins in their soul realms seemed to be some kind of mysterious inscription pattern. Nieli sensed everyone's soul realms, and the inscription patterns in everyone's soul realms were not the same. It was like a strange array. Nieli understood that this mysterious inscription pattern array had linked the soul realms of the 11 of them together. When the soul resonates, it will produce some very wonderful effects. Even if they are very far apart, as long as they are not separated by dimension, they will be able to sense each other's existence. If the other party is in danger, they will be able to sense it immediately. If they're in the same dimension, and someone's soul realm advanced, then the soul force in the soul realm will communicate and assimilate with each other, causing the other person's soul force to reach a higher level. The 11 of them formed a whole. If the 11 of them weren't too far away from each other, once a battle broke out, any one of them could use more than 10 times their soul realm strength. Of course, the consumption of soul force would also be more than 10 times the original. He didn't expect it to trigger such a miraculous effect of the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Although the 11 of them were a single entity, the core was Nieli. This was because Nieli was the core of this mysterious soul array. Once Nieli died, this soul array would be destroyed, and Nieli would be able to sever his connection with anyone. In addition, Nieli could freely mobilize anyone's power, but when others mobilized their power, they had to go through Nieli, the core. What a shocking, secret technique. Nieli thought to himself in shock. The person who created this secret technique must be an extremely powerful existence. Their understanding of the soul realm must have reached the pinnacle. It's a pity that once this soul array was formed, unless the soul array was completely destroyed, no more people could be added. At this moment, Nieli felt that the power of law in his body was slowly transforming the soul force of the others. The power of law was like a seed germinating in everyone's soul realm. As time passed, the power of law in Nieli's body would slowly affect the soul realm of the others, allowing them to quickly step into the black gold rank. Among the 11 of them, once one of them had an increase in strength, the others would also have an increase in strength. The speed of their cultivation would probably reach an unimaginable level. Yiziyun, Xiao Ninger, and the rest opened their eyes one after another. Nieli, can you feel it? Our soul realms have undergone some changes. Yiziyun asked Nieli. She was extremely puzzled in her heart. Aside from Nieli, the others didn't know what was happening to their soul realms. It's nothing. Nieli smiled. Our soul realms have formed a soul array. Nieli explained the usage of the soul array. The others were dumbfounded. They never imagined that such a miraculous thing would happen. Being able to manipulate the soul force in other people's soul realms? Isn't this a little too miraculous? That's not bad. Dowsett pondered for a moment and said, at least when there's a battle, everyone's strength will be much stronger than before. But the consumption of soul force will also be huge. If there's a battle, it's best to use less soul force, consuming combat skills. Nieli thought about it. Combat skills like the Yin-Yang Blast should be used as little as possible. As for Gravity Field and Lightning Strike, there shouldn't be any problems. Haha, I won't have to worry about my cultivation being pulled apart by you guys in the future. The happiest one was Lu Piao. The first thing this lazy guy noticed was that he didn't need to put in too much effort in the future, and he would be able to cultivate very strong. With your cultivation technique, even if you don't cultivate diligently, your cultivation will still rise very quickly. But if you're too lazy and drag everyone down, then I have no choice but to kick you out of the soul array. Nieli sighed and shook his head. Don't, Nieli. You're too unloyal. Lu Piao suddenly said with a bitter face. That's up to you. Nieli shrugged his shoulders. Lu Piao was like a frosted eggplant. Seeing Lu Piao's appearance, everyone couldn't help laughing. Nieli pondered a while and said, while we were cultivating, the Wu-Gui family attacked Glory City. Luckily, they didn't send a lot of experts. We have to cultivate as fast as possible. It's best if everyone can step into Black Gold rank and attack Legend rank. There are still many demon spirits that they haven't devoured, so they can continue to cultivate. After reaching Black Gold rank, the demon spirit devouring technique won't have much use, unless they can find a lot of Legend rank demon spirits. However, how can Legend rank demon spirits be so easy to find? Therefore, they can only cultivate to Black Gold rank for now, then think of other ways to increase their cultivation. Hearing Nieli's words, everyone couldn't help sighing in their hearts. Before they met Nieli, they never thought that their cultivation speed would be so fast, to the point that they're about to attack Legend rank. One must know, how long has it been? Just what kind of realm will Nieli bring them into? They can't imagine it. In the forest thousands of miles away from Glory City, Yihan quietly stood in the withered forest. He has been staying at the rear and did not participate in the battle. His cultivation is only gold rank, and he's an important inscriptionist. Therefore, he naturally doesn't need to participate in the battle. In his view, with so many experts from the Wu-Gui family heading to Glory City, they will definitely be able to destroy Glory City. He only has one request from the Wu-Gui family, and that is to leave Yi Ziyun to him. Godfather, you guys forced me to do this. Yihan's eyes flashed with a trace of malevolence. I originally only wanted to be the city lord of Glory City. Since you guys have forced me into this situation, then even if I have to destroy Glory City, I will obtain Ziyun. In Yihan's mind, he can already imagine the scene of Glory City's destruction. A trace of madness flashed across his face. His dream of becoming the city lord has been completely shattered. After betraying Glory City, Yihan had the urge to destroy everything. Suddenly, a large group of people retreated from afar. It's the people from the Wu-Gui family. However, what made Yihan feel a little surprised was that the Wu-Gui family's troops were in a mess. Even the few Legend rank experts were supporting each other, looking extremely battered. Yihan immediately went up and asked, "What's going on? Why did you guys come back? How's Glory City?" The heavily injured Wu Yu fiercely stared at Yihan, grabbed onto Yihan's collar, and furiously said, "We lost. Are you lying to us? Didn't you say that there's nothing special about that damn array? At most, it could only trap 1 or 2 Legend rank experts, right? Damn it, we were all trapped in there, almost none of us could come out. That array trapped all of you? How is that possible?" Yihan's eyes widened. He wasn't clear about the true power of the 10,000 demonic beast array. He only knew that there were 10,000 black gold rank demon spirits in the array. 10,000 black gold rank demon spirits. Wouldn't 2 or 3 Legend rank experts be able to kill them all? However, he never imagined that the 10,000 demonic beast array would be so powerful. Will you let him go? If this brat really had ulterior motives, there's no need for him to sell us Glory City's location. Wu Ming pulled Yi Han away. After all, Yi Han is a primary inscription master, so he still has some use. Humph. Wu Yu coldly snorted and shook off Yi Han. Although the 10,000 demonic beast array is powerful, it can't stop a demigod rank expert that has grasped the power of law. Looks like we can only invite a demigod rank ancestor to make a move, Wu Ming said with a cold gaze. It's not like they didn't gain anything from this trip. After witnessing the prosperity and affluence of Glory City, no matter what, they have to occupy this place. Once they occupy this place, their forces will definitely expand by several folds. Yi Han glanced at the direction of Glory City, revealing a trace of hatred in his eyes. He never imagined that the 10,000 demonic beast array would be so powerful to be able to trap so many legend rank experts. He remembered that Yi Zong once said that the 10,000 demonic beast array was laid down by Nieli. So the 10,000 demonic beast array is actually so powerful. Yi Han tightly clenched his fist, the veins on his arm popping out. With Yi Zong's selfless character and the fact that Nieli laid down such a powerful 10,000 demonic beast array, even if Yi Zong had a hand over the city lord position, Yi Zong would probably be willing. No wonder Nieli was so fearless during the banquet. If it wasn't for Nieli, everything would have gone smoothly. Everything that he had was taken away by Nieli. Yi Han hated Nieli to the core. The Wugui family's main force quickly hid in the mountains. City Lord's Mansion, Main Hall. You guys have all reached 5-star gold rank and are only a step away from black gold rank. Nieli is already advanced to black gold rank. When Yi Zong heard this news from Yi Ziyun, he was completely dumbfounded. He never imagined that Nieli and the rest cultivation speed would be so fast. Gold rank, even if it's a super genius with extraordinary talent, would normally have to stay at least 3 years. However, how long has it been since Nieli and the rest? The cultivation speed of Nieli and the rest can simply be described as monstrous. How long has it been, and Nieli has already advanced to black gold rank? The rest are about to advance as well. Thinking about their arduous cultivation path, taking dozens of years to reach black gold rank, and looking at Nieli and the rest, Yi Zong couldn't help bitterly smiling. To think that he was once known as the #1 genius of Glory City. Compared to Nieli and the rest, he's nothing. However, Nieli didn't mind. In his previous life, Nieli also spent dozens of years, and with the help of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book, he was only able to advance to black gold rank. In this life, he's walking the path of cultivation again, and with a powerful cultivation technique, this speed isn't considered anything. Chapter 216. With the retreat of the Wugui family, Glory City temporarily regained its peace. However, no one dared to relax, because they don't know when the Wugui family will arrive. The attack of the Wugui family caused the residents of Glory City to be at a loss for what to do. Only now did they know that in the depths of the Saint Ancestral Mountains, there's a path that leads to a deep underground world. There are many families there, and many of these families even have demigod rank experts. The Wugui family is only one of the forces. In the future, Glory City will encounter even more difficulties. However, after experiencing the baptism of countless demon beast hordes, it's nothing more than having more enemies. A tumor like the Sacred Family has already been removed. The remaining families can still be considered to be working together. A long procession slowly moved through the streets of Glory City. The procession has several hundred people. Within the procession, there are also 50 to 60 Herculean bulls. These Herculean bulls are 5 to 6 meters tall. Every Herculean bull's back is loaded with all sorts of things. These several hundred people are all wearing colorful clothes, looking very festive. The procession slowly moved, attracting the attention and discussions of the surrounding people. Who are they? You don't even know? They're from the Tensei family. They're preparing to send the betrothal gifts to the City Lord's Mansion. Betrothal gifts? Yeah, the Tensei family's Nieli and the City Lord's daughter, Yi Ziyun, are about to get engaged. So that's the case. I know of Nieli. I heard that the 10,000 demonic beast array that protected Glory City was arranged by Nyeli. They're truly a perfect match. Logically speaking, with the Tensei family's background, they don't have the qualifications to have a marriage alliance with the Snow Wind family. However, Nyeli's talent is outstanding, rising like a comet. No one in Glory City feels that there's anything wrong with this marriage. They're even rejoicing. Nyeli is now the #1 genius of Glory City, the hope of the entire Glory City. Have you guys heard? This Tensei family is really rich. 3 days before the betrothal ceremony, the Tensei family had spent countless resources to purchase various treasures and demon spirits as betrothal gifts. Almost all of the auction houses in Glory City have been bought by them. How could the City Lord's mansion lack those things? It's true that they don't lack it, but the fact that the Tensei family can buy so many things is enough to prove their wealth. The procession marched on. The disciples of the various aristocratic families couldn't help but feel envious, jealous, and hateful at the sight of this magnificent procession. Yi Ziyun was the goddess in their hearts. They were full of admiration for Yi Ziyun, but they also understood that they had no chance. In the past, they didn't dare to compete with the sacred family. Now that the sacred family has been destroyed, they finally had a chance, but Nyeli beat them to it. Nyeli is the person who saved Glory City. How could they compete with Nyeli? He could only watch helplessly as the goddess in his heart was snatched away. Don't come and find me for the time being. I don't have a mood to come out for a meal. Seeing the Tensei family's procession marching on, a disciple of an aristocratic family stood up from the table and said in a depressed tone, "Me too, don't come and find me." A few people stood up one after another, and only 2 people were left at the table, drinking cup after cup of wine to drown their sorrows. A goddess was snatched away, but isn't there still Xiao Ning? If it's the winged dragon family, then they aren't that unreachable. Screw you. Haven't you seen how many banquets Xiao Ninger followed behind Nyeli? I heard that before the sacred family was destroyed, Nyeli even beat up Shun Fei for Xiao Ninger. Damn, it's fine if he snatched Yi Ziyun away, but he even wants to snatch Ninger. I'm not done with him. A resentful roar rang out. However, thinking of Nyeli's identity, they could only lower their heads and forget about it. At this moment, winged dragon family Xiao Shui hastily ran into Ninger's room. At this moment, Ninger was still sitting on the bed cultivating. Previously, after her soul realm accepted the power of law, her entire soul realm underwent a transformation and stepped in a black gold rank. She is still consolidating her cultivation. "Ninger, you still have a mood to cultivate?" Xiao Shui said, a little resentful. "What's wrong?" Xiao Ninger opened her eyes. Her pretty eyes were filled with doubt as she asked. During this period of time, they have already become best friends. It's said that the Tensei family has already sent someone to the City Lord's mansion to send the betrothal gifts. Nyeli and Yi Ziyun are going to get engaged. Xiao Shui's voice was a little emotional. She knows that Ninger likes Nyeli. But even if I know, what can I do? Xiao Ninger's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. "Ninger, you can't just admit defeat like this." Xiao Shui anxiously said, "You might not necessarily be inferior to Yi Ziyun. It's just that Yi Ziyun's family is better than yours. You don't have to be discouraged. Take these things." Xiao Shui took out some things and stuffed them into Xiao Ninger's hands. "What is this?" Xiao Ninger asked in doubt. "This is called the passion drug. In my opinion, since Yi Ziyun wants to snatch your man, you should force yourself on Nyeli first. At that time, when the rice is cooked, let's see how Yi Ziyun will snatch him from you." Xiao Shui snorted and said, "I don't know when Glory City will be destroyed. Who cares about worldly views? Being able to be with the person you love, even if it's just for a second, is enough." Hearing Xiao Shui's words, Xiao Ninger cried out in shock. Her cheeks turned red, and she immediately threw those things away. Just what is Xiao Shui thinking? How can I do such a shameful thing? Thinking about the matters between Xiao Shui and Lu Piao, this is indeed Xiao Shui's style of doing things. However, how can I do such a thing? Xiao Shui shrugged her shoulders and said, "I can only help you come up with ideas. What you do will depend on yourself. Since you like Nieli so much, are you going to watch Nieli and Yi Ziyun become a couple in the future while you're alone? Xiao Ninger raised her head and looked at Xiao Shui. Her eyes were already filled with tears. All right, Ninger, don't cry. Seeing Ninger's expression, Xiao Shui's heart softened. She immediately patted Xiao Ninger's back and comforted her. Xiao Ninger sighed in her heart. She looked at the bag of medicine that she threw away on the ground. Her cheeks couldn't help but feel hot. Her heart was like a little rabbit, jumping up and down. City Lord's mansion Dune's Yardazune was sitting cross-legged, but she couldn't concentrate on her cultivation. At this moment, she couldn't help panicking. She never thought that she would be engaged to Nieli. This matter was unanimously approved by her grandfather, father, and the elders of the Snow Wind family. She couldn't change anything. In the past, whenever something big happened in the Snow Wind family, there would always be voices of opposition. But on this matter of marriage, the entire Snow Wind family's opinion was surprisingly unanimous. In the future, how should she face Nieli? As his fiancée? However, she wasn't mentally prepared to accept her new identity. Thinking that she was engaged to Nieli, Yi Ziyun's heart could no longer calm down. She didn't even know how to face Nieli. In the yard, Nieli knows that Nie Hai, Nie In, and Nie Ming have already gone to meet Yi Mo and Yi Zong. This matter doesn't require him and Yi Ziyun to participate. Yi Ziyun has already locked herself in her room for a long time. Nieli can understand the girl's mood. Thinking of the happy times when the two of them were together in his previous life, Nieli couldn't help lightly smiling. Nieli was currently cultivating, working hard to make himself stronger. Only with sufficient strength would he be able to protect everything in the world. Suddenly, Nieli recalled something. He searched for a while and took out the demon beast egg that he found in the treasury of the City Lord's mansion. This mysterious demon beast egg, Nieli still doesn't know what kind of life form it is. However, ever since he injected a trace of his soul force into it, Nieli has formed a connection with it. Plume Flame Godnese, who is currently floating above Nieli, had her gaze fall onto the egg. She immediately revealed a shocked expression and couldn't shift her gaze away. Nieli, what kind of demon beast egg is this? Plume Flame Godnese looked at Nieli and asked. She vaguely felt a very mysterious and powerful aura from it. I don't know either. Nieli shook his head. He searched his mind, but couldn't think of a life form that could match this egg. Plume Flame Godnese frowned slightly. She didn't know where Nieli got such a strange egg from. She faintly felt a little uneasy. If this egg hatches, it might be an extremely terrifying life form. Nieli, what are you going to do? Plume Flame Godnese asked. Hatch it, of course. Nieli smiled. But I advise you not to do such a dangerous thing. Plume Flame Godnese immediately shook her head. Why? Nieli smiled faintly. Plume Flame Godnese seems to be too cautious. Nieli has never seen a life form that can kill people right after hatching. He can hatch it first and see what it is. If it's a very dangerous life form, it won't be too late to kill it then. After all, there seem to be so many legendary powerhouses. It can't be that they can't even kill a newly hatched life form, right? Moreover, Nieli felt that his soul power has formed a subtle connection with this egg. Maybe there is a powerful spiritual beast in this egg. It seems that Nieli is determined to hatch it. Plume Flame Godnese shook her head. Sometimes, human curiosity can't be stopped. Then how are you going to hatch it? Plume Flame Godnese looked at Nieli and asked. Nieli was silent for a moment. He had some ideas. Previously, he injected his soul power into the egg. This time, he will try injecting the nomological power. Thinking of this, Nieli mobilized the nomological power and explored the mysterious egg. When the nomological power entered, the egg suddenly emitted a dazzling light. A huge vortex formed inside, as if it was going to suck all of Nieli's nomological power into it. Let's see how much you can absorb. Nieli mobilized the surrounding nomological power and sent it all into the egg. The vortex inside continuously absorbed the nomological power. Nieli felt that the egg was undergoing a wonderful change. It seemed that a kind of power was about to break out of the shell. The eggshell began to be covered with cracks. Chapter 217. However, although it's filled with cracks, This mysterious egg has yet to hatch. The strange whirlpool within the egg is constantly absorbing the power of law, showing no signs of stopping. Nieli felt that the surrounding power of law has been completely absorbed. However, it still doesn't seem to be enough. It started to absorb the power of law within Nieli's body. Nieli immediately withdrew his power of law. This guy is really greedy, Nieli said depressingly. After absorbing so much power of law, it still hasn't hatched. Your power of law isn't enough to hatch it. Plume Flame Godnese said, shaking her head. An egg that has yet to hatch actually absorbed so much power of law, and it's still not enough. This egg is really not a small matter. Although the egg has yet to hatch, Nieli could vaguely feel the beating heart within the egg. As he injected more and more power of law, the heartbeat of the creature within the egg became stronger and stronger. Furthermore, the connection between the creature and Nieli became tighter and tighter. Looks like he has to slow it down. Trying to hatch this egg all of a sudden isn't an easy task. Although Plume Flame Godnese can provide sufficient power of law, Nieli still decided to hatch it himself. After all, his power of law can establish a connection with it. Just when Nieli was studying the patterns on the egg, Yian flew down and landed on Nieli's shoulder. Ancestral Founder Yian, where did you go? I haven't seen you for so long. Nieli looked at Yian and said, in the time you were gone, Glory City was nearly destroyed. When the Wuguwei family attacked Glory City, I was watching. Those people from the Wuguwei family couldn't do anything to Glory City. During this period of time, I've strolled around the Nether Realm and found out a piece of news. Nieli, do you want to know? Yian purposely kept Nieli in suspense. What news? Nieli asked. Plume Flame Godnese slightly frowned her brows and said, hurry up and say it. No one is as free as you. Little girl, you have to be patient when listening to others. I've lived for over 1,000 years, so I have to be respectful to my seniors. Yian said, glancing at Plume Flame. Plume Flame's body is a little small. He doesn't know what's going on. It's fine if Nieli doesn't respect this old man, but this little girl is also unhappy with him. Nieli, where did you get this little girl from? Hearing Ancestral Founder Yian's words, Nieli's expression turned weird. He looked at Yian, whose expression wasn't too good, and said, Ancestral Founder Yian, I forgot to introduce her to you. This is Goddess Yian. Because her divine spark was shattered and her physical body was destroyed, she had to recondense her divine body. That's why she became so small and only has the cultivation of legend rank. At her peak, she was a spiritual god that surpassed legend. At her pinnacle, she is a spiritual god that has a surpassed legend rank. Cough, cough, cough. Yian awkwardly coughed. He stared at Nieli and said, why didn't you say so earlier? After living for 1,000 years, in the eyes of others who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, she's no different from a baby. He actually called her a little girl, causing Yian to feel awkward. He doesn't know how Nieli did it. He actually managed to get a spiritual god over. Yian actually has some understanding of the spiritual god. It's an existence that only appears in legends and myths. Whether it's real or not, no one knows. However, he does know that Glory City has a broken piece of the Snow Wind spiritual god's divine spark. That's an extremely powerful treasure. Plume Flame Godnese waved her hand and said, speak quickly. She's not interested in discussing who's older or younger. Yian's face turned serious as he seriously said, the Master of the Nether Realm is recruiting disciples. If you can become a disciple of the Master of the Nether Realm, you'll have the chance to become the Master of Nether City and obtain the inheritance of the Master of the Nether Realm. All the demigod rank experts from the various families are participating, including the 3 demigod rank experts from the Wuguwei family. Therefore, within the next half a year, the Wuguwei family shouldn't be making a move on Glory City. After all, compared to Glory City, the temptation of the inheritance of the Master of the Nether Realm is much greater. The inheritance of the Master of the Nether Realm? Nieli slightly frowned his brows. After thinking a while, he said, how can I become the Master of the Nether Realm? I heard that you have to reach the highest layer of the 9-layer Deathlands first. There, you will be able to see the Master of the Nether Realm. Yin said, "It said that all the experts of black gold rank and above are heading towards the 9-layer Deathlands. This includes the Demon Lord of the Dark Guild, Long Sha, and the rest. Even the Demon Lord of the Dark Guild has come out from his seclusion. This shows how important this matter is to them." Nieli thought a while and said, "As long as you reach black gold rank, you can go. We can also give it a try." "Nieli brat, you really want to go?" Yi Yin looked at Nieli. "Isn't this the reason why you told me this news?" Nieli rolled his eyes at Yi Yin. He pondered for a while. No matter what level the master of the Nether Realm is, there's nothing wrong with going to see him. Being seen through by Nieli, Yi Yin could only awkwardly smile and said, "If the master of the Nether Realm wants to recruit disciples, he won't only recruit those with strength. He will definitely recruit those with extraordinary talent. On this point, I'm optimistic about you. As long as you become the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm, who would dare to touch Glory City in the future?" Hearing Yi Yin's words, Nieli nodded his head. This is indeed a way out. Plume Flame Godnese pondered for a moment. Although the master of the Nether Realm is an extremely mysterious spiritual god and no one knows his background, there's one thing that can be confirmed. At the very least, the master of the Nether Realm has made a move against the spiritual god of the Demon Beast clan for the human clan. "Nieli, I'll go with you to the 9-layer Deathlands," said Plume Flame Godnese. With Plume Flame Godnese's help, this journey will be a lot safer. After making this decision, Nieli prepared to choose someone to go with him to the 9-layer Deathlands. The first person he thought of was Duan Jian. With Duan Jian's physical body, even if he encounters danger, he should be able to protect himself. As for the others, Nieli is still hesitating whether to bring them along or not. Nieli called Duan Jian over. "Duan Jian, are you willing to go with me to the 9-layer Deathlands?" Nieli looked at Duan Jian and asked, "Wherever Master goes, Duan Jian will follow. However, Duan Jian has a request," said Duan Jian as he knelt on one knee. "Stand up and speak. What request do you have?" "Before I go to the 9-layer Deathlands, I want to personally take the head of that old bastard, Sikong Yi." Duan Jian's eyes suddenly shot out a frightening cold light. As long as he gets his revenge, even if he dies in battle in the future, he won't have any regrets. Nieli thought about it. Although Sikong Yi was a legendary expert, with Duan Jian's current strength, he should be able to fight against Sikong Yi. It wouldn't take long for them to return to the Abyss Prison Realm. Nieli raised his eyebrows and said, "In that case, I'll accompany you to the Abyss Prison Realm." It would only take a few days to return to the Abyss Prison Realm. According to the etiquette of the aristocratic families, Nieli and Yizun weren't allowed to participate in the engagement. Therefore, it had nothing to do with Nieli. "Thank you, Master." Duan Jian's eyes were filled with gratitude. He had waited for this day for too long. Ever since his parents were forced to commit suicide, he had been thinking about revenge. Abyss Prison Realm. After the Silver Wing family's territory was destroyed by Nieli's group, the Silver Wing family was in a difficult situation for a long time, being suppressed by the other families. Originally, when the other families thought that the Silver Wing family would never recover from the setback, no one expected that Sikong Yi's cultivation would suddenly increase by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, Sikong Yi sent a letter to every patriarch of the other families, calling for an alliance leader meeting to choose a new alliance leader. Although they weren't sure what Sikong Yi was planning, the patriarchs of the various families all came to participate in the meeting. At the center of the town, the martial field was filled with people from the various families. The Silver Wing family's formation was made up of gold and black gold rank experts wearing the same standard silver armor. Sikong Yi and Sikong Honyue were like stars surrounding the moon, surrounded in the middle. Sikong Yi's face was pale, but his eyes were flashing with a chilling light, filled with killing intent. "Father, the injuries on your body," Sikong Yi solemnly said. "I've used the secret technique of our Silver Wing family. Although my cultivation has increased by a level, I don't have long to live. At most, I can only hold on for another year. Honyue, Father will help you obtain the alliance leader position and subdue those few old fogies, forcing them to eat the profound essence pill." At the very least, we can protect our silver wing family for another 100 years. Father can only do so much. The rest is up to you. Father, Sikong Hongyue's eyes were filled with tears. You're not allowed to cry. You're the daughter of Sikong Yi. How can you cry? I, Sikong Yi, have traversed the world and killed countless people. The number of vengeful spirits under my sword is innumerable. After death, even if I enter the 9 nether hell, I will still be someone that can shake ghosts and kill gods. A trace of arrogance flashed through Sikong Yi's eyes. Yes. Sikong Hongyue wiped her tears and replied. The experts of the Divine Flames family, Ashwolf's family, and various other families have arrived. The patriarchs of those families all stood proudly. Among the 13 families, 3 of them have legend rank experts, including the Silver Wing family, Divine Flames family, and Ashwolf's family. The other families, including the Black Dragon family, all have 5-star Black Gold rank experts. The patriarch of the Divine Flames family, Li Xiao, coldly said, Sikong Yi, we all know what you're planning by bringing us here. However, aren't you a little too conceited if you, a mere silver-winged family, want to deal with all of us? Li Xiao, dressed in white, stood there calmly. He was like a towering mountain, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Beside Li Xiao stood a youth. It's Li Hong, who exchanged the 3 flying knives with Nyeli. Li Xiao, Emoya, the 2 of you are the same as me, legend rank experts. All along, the 2 of you have been at odds with me. The living environment of the Abyss Prison Realm is getting worse and worse. I feel that the 13 families should elect a new alliance master and think of a way to bring everyone out of the Abyss Prison Realm. Sikong Yi said in a solemn voice. What a joke. Sikong Yi, could it be that you know the way out? Emoya coldly laughed. Of course. As long as you elect me as the alliance master, I will naturally bring you guys out of the Abyss Prison Realm. Sikong Yi swept his gaze at everyone and said, I have already found the teleportation array to leave the Abyss Prison Realm. Furthermore, I have also found the Stones of Light to activate the teleportation array. Chapter 218. Whether it's Li Xiao or Emoya, both of their faces were in deep thought. Did Sikong Yi really find the way out? The other families were also bewildered. It's not impossible to elect you as the alliance leader. Li Xiao was the first to speak. As long as they can get out, it doesn't matter who they elect as the alliance leader. After all, the Abyss Prison Realm's environment is too harsh. After leaving the Abyss Prison Realm, who would be willing to serve Sikong Yi as the alliance leader? Sikong Yi seemed to have seen through the thoughts of Li Xiao and the rest. He coldly laughed and said, As long as you guys eat it, I'll bring you guys out. A black elixir appeared in Sikong Yi's palm. Seeing this scene, Li Xiao and the rest's faces changed. They naturally know what that black elixir is. What a joke. You want us to eat your Silver Wing family's esoteric essence elixir just because of the teleportation array? Emoya sneered, looked at Sikong Yi and said, You're too naive. Today, either you die or you eat the esoteric essence elixir. You guys have no other choice. Sikong Yi coldly snorted. A powerful aura burst out from his body. A pair of silver wings burst out from his back. The wingspan was 5 to 6 meters long. The aura that burst out from Sikong Yi caused the surrounding people to stagger back. Emoya and Li Xiao looked at each other. Sikong Yi's strength has increased at a much faster rate than before. Although the 2 of them have some grudges, at this moment, they can only join hands. Sikong Yi let out a deep roar and pounced towards Emoya and Li Xiao like a ferocious tiger. Emoya and Li Xiao also leaped up. Asterisk bang, bang, bang. The 3 legend rank experts started fighting. The other patriarchs couldn't help looking at each other. Did Sikong Yi take the wrong medicine? He suddenly became so overbearing. If Sikong Yi really wins, the others won't be able to stop Sikong Yi. They could only watch quietly. Even if they were affected by the battle between the 3 legendary powerhouses, they would still suffer. The chaotic battle lasted for several hours. Li Xiao and Emoya were gradually losing the battle, even though they had joined forces. Sikong Yi's increase in strength was too terrifying. He had already far surpassed Li Xiao and Emoya. The battle between the three legendary powerhouses had affected everyone's nerves. Boom, boom, boom. Li Xiao and Mo Ya's sword chi slashed on Sikong Yi's body, but they were all bounced off by Sikong Yi's violent chi. Li Xiao, Mo Ya, it's useless. Your sword aura can't hurt me. I've already used a secret technique to activate the bloodline inheritance of my Silver Wing family. You guys are not my opponent. A deep roar came from Sikong Yi's throat. His body turned into an afterimage. His palm energy instantly landed on Li Xiao and Mo Ya's bodies, sending them flying. The two of them vomited blood and barely managed to stand. Their internal organs were shifted by Sikong Yi's palm energy. Their faces were pale. They never thought that Sikong Yi's strength would rise to such a level. Seeing Li Xiao and Mo Ya being sent flying, the faces of the other patriarchs changed. Li Xiao, Mo Ya, if the two of you aren't willing to eat the profound essence pill, then don't blame me for being impolite. Sikong Yi was like the Grim Reaper as he walked towards Li Xiao and Mo Ya, step by step. Li Xiao and Mo Ya struggled to stand up. However, they vomited blood and their faces were pale. Sikong Yi's palm caused them to be seriously injured. At this moment, a deep roar was heard. Sikong Yi, you old bastard, you kill my parents. Today, I'll take your head. A figure flew over from a distance. Hearing this voice, Sikong Yi laughed out loud. I, Sikong Yi, have killed countless people in my life. There are too many people who want to kill me. I want to see who wants to take my head today. Sikong Yi turned around. When he saw Duan Jian, his pupils violently contracted. It's you. That's right, it's me, Duan Jian. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Duan Jian's muscles bulged. He waved the black flame, sword in his hand, and slashed at Sikong Yi. Duan Jian's body instantly ignited with black flames, as if he was a demon from hell. Little bastard, I was careless and let you run away. You actually dare to come back. This time, I'll kill you with my own hands. You want to avenge your parents? You're still too inexperienced. Sikong Yi sneered. Originally, if Duan Jian ran away and didn't come back, he could still keep his life. However, he actually dared to come back. That's simply courting death. Sikong Yi flapped his wings and rushed towards Duan Jian. Boom! Two powerful forces collided. A violent force rapidly spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. This force seemed to want to devour everyone. One black and one silver. The two streams of chi transformed into two long dragons in the sky, shining with dazzling light. When the various family heads saw this scene, their expressions changed and they quickly retreated. Who is this young man? Why haven't I seen him before? I didn't expect that this young man's strength could actually be on par with Sikong. This young man is called Duan Jian, and he has dragon wings on his back? Could he be a descendant of my Black Dragon family? The Black Dragon family's patriarch, Duan Longfei, looked at the young man fighting with Sikong Yi in the sky. If the Black Dragon family's bloodline is awakened, it would be much stronger than the Silver Winged family's bloodline. However, the Black Dragon family's bloodline is too hard to awaken. Out of tens of thousands of people in the Black Dragon family, there might not even be one. He vaguely recalled something. This Duan Jian, could he be Duan Yun's son? Duan Longfei still knows about what happened back then. However, the Silver Wing family was too powerful, so the Black Dragon family could only pretend that they didn't know about it. Later on, he heard about the news that Duan Yun was forced to commit suicide. He never thought that Duan Yun's son would already be so old. Furthermore, his strength has already reached such a frightening level. That's a legend rank expert. If the Black Dragon family could have a legend rank expert, then their power would be completely different among the 13 families of the Abyss Prison. While Duan Jian and Sikong Yi were fighting, Nie Li and the rest appeared on the field. Nie Li, Plume Flame Godnese, Luo Ming, and the rest were watching the fight from the outside. Luo Ming and the rest followed Nie Li to the Abyss Prison realm. They were shocked in their hearts. They never thought that there would be such a huge world here. Although the resources here are much poorer compared to Glory City, it's still much better than the Nether Realm. Nie Li, does your friend need help? Plume Flame Godnese asked, looking at Nyeli. Nyeli shook his head and said, Duan Jian's hatred has to be settled by himself. Nyeli, you have to be careful. There's a very powerful aura in this group. Even the current me might not be his opponent. Plume Flame Godnese said, frowning her brows. Nyeli also sensed a powerful aura. This aura is very familiar. It's the old man that he met twice before. Nyeli slightly frowned his brows. Who was this crazy old man? What was he trying to do? However, since he agreed to accompany Duan Jian here, Nyeli will definitely wait for Duan Jian to take his revenge before leaving. At this moment, Duan Jian and Sikong Yi were fighting intensely in the sky. Explosions were constantly happening in the sky, emitting terrifying explosions. Both sides have already exerted their strength to the limit. Duan Jian's eyes were red from killing. Relying on his dragon bloodline, he wasn't afraid of Sikong Yi's attacks. He repeatedly attacked Sikong Yi's vitals, looking like he wants to perish together with him. Although Sikong Yi's cultivation is stronger than Duan Jian's, when his attacks landed on Duan Jian's body, they weren't able to cause much damage to Duan Jian. Furthermore, Duan Jian is fighting without any regard for his life, causing him to be on guard. The more Sikong Yi fought, the more shocked he became. He never thought that Duan Jian's strength would actually increase by so much. How long has it been? Duan Jian's strength has actually increased from gold rank to this level? This kid can't be left alive. If I don't kill him this time and allow him to continue to grow, I'm afraid I won't be his opponent the next time I meet him. Sikong Yi thought to himself. If there's no other way, then I can only use that move. Duan Jian is filled with anger towards Sikong Yi. Both his eyes were scarlet like a wild beast. At this moment, he recalled his childhood. At that time, he was carefree and grew up under the care of his parents. Until one day, these people snatched everything away. From that moment onwards, his life was to live for revenge. After being whipped countless times and tortured day and night, his mind had become as tough as steel. At this moment, he had already stimulated the strength within his body to the limit. His soul realm was surging with the power of law. Because Nyeli was watching the battle from the side, he could utilize twice the power of law. His potential was completely unleashed. The black flame sword in his hand turned into an incomparably huge flaming pillar. Boom, boom, boom. The flaming pillar constantly slashed towards Sikong Yi, as if it wanted to split the sky apart. In the midst of this crazy battle, Duan Jian's soul realm started to crack. However, he was completely unaware of it and was still attacking crazily. Seeing that Duan Jian seemed to be suppressing Sikong Yi, the people from the various families in the surroundings widened their eyes. Sikong Yi was a legend rank expert. Moreover, it was highly possible that he had already reached the pinnacle of legend rank. However, he was actually being forced to retreat by this young man. What exactly is the background of this young man? Sikong Hongyue clenched her fist tightly. Her heart was filled with regret. If she knew that this would happen, she would have killed Duan Jian. She never expected that Duan Jian could actually grow to such an astonishing level in such a short period of time. Nyeli, on the other hand, watched calmly. He slightly furrowed his brows. Duan Jian seemed to be putting his life on the line. He had completely disregarded his own soul realm and had already pushed his strength to the limit. However, in order to become an expert, Duan Jian had to sever the demons in his heart. Otherwise, Duan Jian's future cultivation would stagnate, and he would never be able to step into the heavenly fate realm. In Nyeli's heart, Duan Jian had already become an extremely important right-hand man. He was prepared to nurture Duan Jian into a peerless expert. Chapter 219. Sikong Yi bellowed as the energy in his body surged crazily. His body emitted a dazzling silvery light. Within the silvery light, a huge silver-winged thunderbird appeared out of thin air. Countless lightning bolts bombarded Duan Jian. Boom! A Leju bombarded Duan Jian's body. Duan Jian immediately let out a painful scream. The power of the lightning completely ignored his physical body and directly bombarded his soul realm. Kid, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me. Although I admit that your cultivation talent is indeed strong, it's still too early for you to challenge me. If that's the case, then go to hell." Seekong hid within the huge body of the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird faced the sky and let out a long cry. Boom, boom, boom. A series of Lei Zhu bombarded Duan Jin's body. Duan Jin's physical body felt as though it was about to be torn apart. However, Duan Jin still relied on his strong endurance and gritted his teeth as he stared fiercely at Seekong Yi. Duan Jin's wings flapped a little as he moved closer to Seekong Yi. "This is impossible." Seekong Yi's eyes widened. He didn't expect that Duan Jin could still flap his wings under the bombardment of such dense lightning bolts. Seekong Yi, old fart. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you guys. If it weren't for you guys torturing me day and night, I wouldn't have such a powerful physical body today. Duan Jin clenched his teeth as he withstood the bombardment of the dense lightning bolts. He brandished the black flame sword in his hand and slashed at Seekong Yi. Seekong Yi hurriedly dodged. He angrily incited lightning bolts to attack Duan Jin. The lightning bolts turned into countless sharp blades. However, Duan Jin didn't care about the terrifying lightning. Although the pain seemed to be tearing his soul realm apart, the hatred in his heart allowed him to maintain a trace of clarity. With great difficulty, he finally had the chance to take revenge. How could he give it up? Duan Jin faced the sky and roared. His whole body was covered in black scales. The wingspan of his wings suddenly increased, reaching 6 to 7 meters. His whole body was burning with a terrifying black color. His soul realm also seemed to have undergone a strange change. His whole body erupted with endless power. Under the baptism of the lightning, Duan Jin's soul realm finally started to transform. He broke through the barrier and stepped into legend rank from 5-star black gold rank. In addition to the power of law that he obtained from Nieli, his strength took a step forward. Legendary level. Bang, bang, bang. With Duan Jin at the center, a series of explosions spread out in all directions. Feeling this terrifying energy fluctuation, Seekong Yi's face drastically changed. He never thought that Duan Jin would advance at this moment. Before he advanced, he already couldn't suppress Duan Jin. Now that Duan Jin has completed his advancement, he's even less of an opponent. Feeling Duan Jin's advancement, Nieli lightly smiled. Duan Jin was already stuck at 5-star black gold rank and was about to break through. He never thought that Seekong Yi's lightning bolts would actually help Duan Jin advance. The instant Duan Jin advanced, Nieli felt a higher level of energy entering his soul realm from Duan Jin's. They have already formed the soul array. Duan Jin's advancement will also quickly lead Nieli and the rest to advance. Feeling that the energy bursting out from Duan Jin's body isn't something that he can resist, Seekong Yi immediately dove down, preparing to escape. "Seekong Yi, you old bastard, where are you going?" Duan Jin furiously roared. A huge black dragon figure appeared around him and slapped down with his palm. The violent energy bombarded Seekong Yi's body at an unparalleled speed, smashing Seekong Yi into the ground. Boom! Seekong Yi's body created a huge crater on the ground. Half of the wings on his body were broken, and he was vomiting blood. He was in a sorry state. He executed the silver-winged family's secret technique and pushed his body's potential to the limit. However, he's still not Duan Jin's opponent. After suffering such a terrifying attack from Duan Jin, his cultivation has been completely crippled. Why did I lose to that little bastard, Duan Jin? Seekong Yi's heart was filled with resentment and unwillingness. Duan Jin waved the black flame sword, slashed it towards Seekong Yi, and furiously roared, "Die, father!" Seeing that Seekong Yi was about to die, Seekong Honyue leaped up, raised her sword horizontally, and stood between Seekong Yi and Duan Jin. Boom! Seekong Honyue was pushed back. A trace of blood leaked from the corner of her mouth. However, she still stood in front of Seekong Yi, coldly staring at Duan Jin. Duan Jin's sword paused for a moment. Seeing the stubborn expression in Seekong Honyue's eyes, His memories seemed to have returned to when he was young. He still remembered how he desperately stood in front of his father and mother. However, his frail body couldn't stop the silver-winged family. In the end, under his cries, his parents were forced to commit suicide. Seeing this scene, he couldn't do anything about it. Isn't the current Sikong Hongyue similar to him back then? I can let you go, but that old bastard, Sikong Yi, must die. Scram. Otherwise, I'll kill you as well. Duan Jian took a step forward, thrusting the black flame sword forward. Poof! The black flame sword slashed across Sikong Hongyue's neck. Fresh blood flowed down from Sikong Hongyue's neck. However, Sikong Hongyue still coldly stared at Duan Jian. Duan Jian, I never thought that we, father and daughter, would be defeated by your hands. Kill me if you want. But if you want to kill my father, kill me first. Duan Jian looked into Sikong Hongyue's eyes. His mind was filled with countless memories. His enemy was right before his eyes. He should be able to end it with a single slash. However, at this moment, he actually stopped. He had dreamt of taking down Sikong Yi's head countless times. However, at this moment, he hesitated. Just as Duan Jian paused, a drawn-out sigh was heard. Revenge breeds revenge. Sikong Yi's cultivation has been crippled. Even if you don't kill him, I'm afraid that he won't have a foothold in this abyss prison realm. Furthermore, his life force has been exhausted, and he won't be able to live for more than 3 days. Why don't you let go of the hatred in your heart? Only by letting go of the hatred will you be able to comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. The voice was faintly discernible and couldn't be found. Nelly frowned slightly as he thought of a person. Could these words be said by that crazy old man? Duan Jian looked around, but he couldn't see who the person was. Looking at the miserable Sikong Yi and Sikong Hongyue, the hatred in his heart gradually dissipated. Sikong Yi's cultivation was almost crippled. Even if he didn't make a move, the other aristocratic families wouldn't let Sikong Yi off. Sikong Yi would definitely die. This could be considered as his revenge. Duan Jian kept the black flame sword and indifferently walked towards Nieli. Seeing Duan Jian's actions, Nieli sighed in his heart. If Duan Jian could let go of the hatred in his heart, it would be extremely beneficial for his future cultivation. It was all thanks to that mysterious old man's advice that Duan Jian could completely let go of the burden in his heart. Looking at Duan Jian's back view, Sikong Hongyue was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, she went hysterical and shouted at Duan Jian's figure. Didn't you want to kill us? Why didn't you kill us? Are you pitying us, father and daughter? We don't need your pity. Duan Jian turned around and looked at Sikong Yi, father and daughter. Sikong Yi's eyes were filled with dullness and blankness. He coldly said, I won't kill you because I feel that doing so would dirty my hands. I don't want to become someone like you, but there will naturally be others who will seek justice from you. Hearing Duan Jian's words, Sikong Hongyue paused for a moment. Tears flowed down Sikong Hongyue's cheeks. Could it be that all these years, she and her father were wrong? This kind of doubt towards herself is even more unbearable than being killed. Sikong Yi and Sikong Hongyue sat on the ground in a daze. At this moment, even the members of the silver-winged family couldn't help distancing themselves from them, preparing to scatter at any time. Sikong Yi has lost. If they continue to stay, their ending will definitely be miserable. Duan Jian, I never thought that you would be able to let go of the obsession in your heart. Well done. Nieli lightly smiled as he patted on Duan Jian's shoulder. Yeah, Duan Jian nodded his head. His eyes were filled with tears as he raised his head. Although the sky of the Abyss prison realm is dark, it's incomparably vast. Father, mother, I've done it. From today onwards, I will live a good life. If the two of you know in the afterlife, don't worry about me. A long and drawn-out sigh came from an unknown place. This sound immediately cleared everyone's mind. Could it be that mysterious, crazy old man again? Since that old man was able to guide Duan Jian, he's probably not really crazy. Nieli couldn't understand the other party's intention. He doesn't know if the other party is a friend or foe. There's a high possibility that the other party is the successor of Kong Ming the Great. Therefore, it's best to stay as far away from him as possible. Plume Flame Godnese slightly frowned her brows. From this sigh, she could sense a trace of danger. Nyeli, let's leave this place immediately. Plume Flame Godnese transmitted her voice to Nyeli. Yeah. Nyeli nodded his head. Duan Jian raised his head and looked at Nyeli. His revenge can be considered to have been taken. From today onwards, wherever Nyeli goes, he will follow. Nyeli pondered a while and said, since this matter has been settled, let's leave this place. Suddenly, a youth in luxurious clothes walked towards Nyeli. It's Li Heng from the Divine Flames family. Does young master still remember me? Li Heng slightly cupped his hands. Of course. Nyeli nodded his head. It's all thanks to young master's help this time. If young master doesn't mind, why don't you come to our Divine Flames family for a chat? Li Heng said. He can tell that Duan Jian is Nyeli's follower. To have such a powerful follower like Duan Jian, Nyeli's identity must be very noble. We still have some matters to attend to, so we'll be leaving soon. Nyeli looked around at the surrounding families and said, I'm not from the Abyss Prison Realm. If you guys are interested in leaving the Abyss Prison Realm, I'll send someone over to talk to you guys in a few days. Nyeli said after pondering a while. There's so many families in the Abyss Prison Realm, and their strengths are pretty good. With such a vile environment in the Abyss Prison Realm, they will definitely want to leave the Abyss Prison Realm. If all of these families were to move to Glory City, it can greatly increase Glory City's strength. After all, these families have 2 legend rank experts and many black gold rank experts. As for that mysterious old man, although Nyeli doesn't know his identity, he shouldn't lay his hands on Glory City. Furthermore, he probably already knows about the ancient array. With that mysterious strength, it's impossible to defend against it. Chapter 220. Hearing Nyeli's words, Li Heng's eyes lit up. He cupped his hands and said, since young master has other matters, then forget it. If you can tell us how to leave the Abyss Prison Realm, us 12 families will be eternally grateful. Nyeli nodded his head. He's prepared to let Yi Mo and Yi Zong talk to the Divine Flames family. After all, with so many families, if they really want to move to Glory City, how to arrange it is a big problem. Although Glory City's crisis hasn't been completely resolved, the families of the Abyss Prison Realm will definitely be happy to move. Because the environment of the Abyss Prison Realm is too harsh, it can't be compared to Glory City. This matter will naturally be left to Yi Mo and Yi Zong to deal with. After Nyeli bid farewell to Li Heng, he left with Duan Jian and Plume Flame Godnese. At this moment, halfway up the mountain far away looking at Nyeli and Duan Jian's silhouettes gradually getting further away, an old man wearing tattered clothes was sitting there. His eyes emitted rays of light as he watched Nyeli and the rest leave. At this moment, he didn't have that crazy look from before. Although his clothes were tattered, it couldn't conceal his peerless, sword-like aura. This aura caused the surrounding trees to tremble involuntarily. He seemed to be pondering about something as he muttered, I wonder to what extent can you comprehend that mantra? There was no sadness or joy on his face. A moment later, he closed his eyes and sat down to cultivate. After flying in the Abyss Prison Realm for more than 10 minutes, Nyeli felt as though there was a pair of eyes staring at him from the darkness. He had no choice but to be cautious. After several hours, the feeling gradually disappeared, and Nyeli inwardly sighed in relief. Nyeli can feel that this old man is definitely a powerful figure. In the future, he will hide as far as he can. Nyeli and the rest returned to the ancient array and entered it. Glory City, although the news of Nyeli and Yi Ziyun's engagement made many of the direct descendants of the various families a little depressed, it still more or less brought a joyous atmosphere to Glory City. Right now, Nyeli is the future hope of Glory City. All the families have high hopes for Nyeli. Now that the matter with Duan Jian is settled, they should be heading to the Nether Realm. After careful consideration, Nyeli decided to bring Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, Lu Piao, Daozit, and the rest. As for Xiaoyu, she will stay in Glory City. She's still too young. Because Duan Jian had already advanced to legend rank, the effect of the spiritual array would also allow others to advance at a faster speed. If they can reach legend rank, then even if they encounter some unknown danger, they will be able to deal with it. Nieli, Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, and the rest have already formed the soul array. If they fight together, their strength will greatly increase. In addition to Plume Flame God Ni's help, even if they face a pinnacle legend rank or even a demigod rank expert, they will still have the strength to protect themselves. Furthermore, the soul array will allow them to sense the location and situation of their companions, ensuring their safety. Among the 10 of them, no matter who it is, if they can obtain the favor of the Master of the Netherrealm, then they will be able to help Glory City resolve its current crisis. After receiving Nieli's notice, Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, Daozit, Lu Piao, and the rest quickly gathered in Yi Ziyun's yard. Nieli, I suddenly felt a powerful power of law entering my soul realm. Which one of you has stepped in a legend rank? Daozit asked, puzzled. Yeah, I went to the Abyss Prison Realm with Duan Jian. Duan Jian has already stepped in a legend rank. Nieli said, nodding his head as he explained what happened in the Abyss Prison Realm. So it turns out that Nieli and Duan Jian have already entered the Abyss Prison Realm. Nieli never thought that Duan Jian would actually step in a legend rank. After they formed the soul array, the refined energy from Duan Jian's breakthrough would enter the soul realm of others through the soul array, allowing them to step into the next realm as well. Nieli, why didn't you guys tell us that you went to the Abyss Prison Realm? Lu Piao said in a depressed tone. I've been cultivating here for so long that I'm about to die. Nieli shrugged his shoulders and said, forget about the Abyss Prison Realm. This time, I'm prepared to bring you guys to a more exciting place. Where? Lu Piao's eyes lit up. Everyone also had a curious expression on their faces. Netherrealm, 9-layer Deathlands. Nieli looked at Lu Piao and said with a faint smile. Looking at Nieli's profound expression, Lu Piao felt an indescribable chill coming from her back. Will that place be dangerous? If it's too dangerous, then I won't go. Lu Piao shrunk her head back. Are you still a man or not? Xiao Shui coldly snorted and kicked Lu Piao. Who's not a man? Let's go, what's the big deal about it? Lu Piao snorted. Nieli thought of something and glanced at Yi Ziyun. He saw that Yi Ziyun seemed to have thought of something, and her cheeks turned red as she hurriedly turned her head away. When he looked at Xiao Ninger, he saw that Xiao Ninger's eyes had a trace of sadness as she lowered her head. The atmosphere was a little awkward, and Nieli couldn't help rubbing his nose. From today onwards, Yi Ziyun was his fiancée. Actually, Nieli was very excited in his heart. He really wanted to embrace Yi Ziyun in his arms. However, with so many friends around, he couldn't say anything. Daozit, Lu Piao, and the rest also gave a profound smile to Nieli. Lu Piao meaningfully poked Nieli and whispered in Nieli's ears, Nieli, you're pretty awesome. You've already tricked Goddess Ziyun into your hands. Furthermore, you've even settled the city lord and Lord Yimo. Nieli coughed twice and said, all right, everyone go and prepare yourselves. We'll be leaving tomorrow morning. Furthermore, Ziyun, go and inform Yimo and Lord Yizong. Tell them to make a trip to the Abyss Prison Realm if they have the time and recruit those families from the Abyss Prison Realm to Glory City. The strongest family in the Abyss Prison Realm is only a legend rank fighter. Compared to Yizong and Yimo, the two legend rank demon spiritualists, there's still a huge gap. Therefore, Yizong and Yimo should still be able to suppress those families. Okay, Yi Ziyun nodded her head. Nieli looked into the distance. They're preparing to leave for the 9-layer Deathlands. Before leaving, they have to bid farewell to their families. Daozit, Lu Piao, and the rest couldn't help going into silence for a moment. They were also preparing to bid farewell to their families. Although they don't know what kind of place the 9-layer Deathlands is, it should be extremely dangerous. However, with the passage of time, because of the soul array, they'll soon step into legend rank. If they continue to stay in Glory City, their strength won't be able to increase, and they won't be able to protect Glory City. Therefore, they can only go further and become stronger. Okay, we'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay, see you tomorrow morning. Wei Nan and the rest responded. The 10 of them returned to their own homes. Nieli brought Duan Jian and Plume Flame God Ni's to the Tensei family. Tensei family as of now The Tensei family is not far from the City Lord's mansion. At the center of Glory City, they have a huge house. The clansmen are living here, practicing martial arts, and cultivating without any worries. The wealth that Nyeli left for them is something that they won't be able to spend in a few lifetimes. When Nyeli walked into the house, the younger generations of the Tensei family were practicing martial arts. When they saw Nyeli, they immediately stood up and were very respectful. The current Nyeli has already become a godlike existence in the Tensei family. Although Nyeli doesn't return home often, they would still hear news about Nyeli from time to time. Therefore, they're filled with respect for Nyeli. Big brother Nyeli. When Nyeyu saw Nyeli, she immediately ran up in excitement. She has already become the strongest existence in the Tensei family, aside from Nyeli. Aside from her usual practice, she would also often teach other family members how to cultivate. Xiaoyu. Nyeli smiled and patted Nyeyu's head. Nyeyu pursed her lips and smiled. She really enjoyed the intimacy between her and Nyeli. Tomorrow, big brother Nyeli will be going out for an adventure. Nyeli said, looking at Nyeyu. And can I go with you? Nyeyu blinked her big eyes as she looked at Nyeli. No, you're still too young. Nyeli said, shaking his head. Oh. Hearing Nyeli's words, Nyeyu suddenly revealed a disappointed expression. Xiaoyu is now the strongest person in the Tensei family, aside from me. When big brother Nyeli isn't around, you will have to protect the Tensei family. Nyeli solemnly said to Nyeyu. Hearing Nyeli's words, Nyeyu seriously nodded her head. I will definitely protect our family. Nyeli waved his hand at the Tensei family's younger generation, then left with Nyeyu to look for his father and the patriarch. Seeing Nyeli's figure disappear at the end of the long corridor, they immediately started discussing. What's big brother Nyeli's cultivation now? I don't know. Even sister Xiaoyu is already black gold rank. Maybe big brother Nyeli has already stepped into legend rank. Legend rank. Many people widen their eyes. Legend rank has always been an unimaginable realm for them. They are filled with respect and admiration for Nyeli. They don't know when they will be able to touch that realm. Big brother Nyeli and sister-in-law Yi Ziyun are already engaged. I heard that sister-in-law Ziyun is very beautiful, the most beautiful woman in Glory City. A scolding voice came from the side. A bunch of stinking brats. Why aren't you guys training? If you guys can reach black gold rank like Xiaoyu in your lifetime, I'll feel gratified. The Tensei family's younger generation immediately stood up and seriously started training. Tensei family's meeting hall knowing that Nyeli has returned. Nyahai. Nyeli's father, Nyeming, and bunch all came. Nyeli, you're going out to train? Nyeming asked, looking at Nyeli. Yes, father. Nyeli nodded his head. Nyeming looked at Nyeli and sighed. When a child grows up, he will definitely fly out. We can't control you anymore. Take good care of yourself when you're out. Father, I understand. Looking at the wrinkles at the corner of his father's eyes, Nyeli's nose slightly turned sour. However, he still endured it and lightly smiled. I'll be back soon. Father, you don't have to worry. Furthermore, I will soon step into legend rank. Legend rank? Hearing Nyeli's words, Nyahai and Nya and couldn't help widening their mouths. They had previously guessed Nyeli's strength and felt that Nyeli might break through to legend rank. However, now that they heard Nyeli personally confirming it, they were still shocked in their hearts. The Tensei family is finally going to have a legend rank expert. Chapter 221. After a long time, Nyahai and the others finally calmed down. Nyeli's speed of growth was indeed too shocking. They also understood that Nyeli would be an eagle that would spread its wings and soar to places that they had never set foot in their lives, reaching areas that they could not imagine. Nyeli, with our knowledge, we may not be able to give you any advice. Nyahai was silent for a moment before saying, You are undoubtedly the most outstanding among the younger generation of our Tensei family. We cannot imagine to what extent you will reach in the future. Since you have decided to go out to gain experience, we will not stop you. You have already seen everything in the family's treasury, and there is nothing else that interests you. I think you will not be interested in ordinary things, but this item is passed down by our Tensei family ancestors. Only the heads of the family can possess it." Hearing Niehai's words, Nieli was a little confused. He did not know what Niehai was talking about. Only the heads of the Tensei family generations could possess it? Even Nien looked at Niehai in confusion. He did not know what Niehai was talking about. Only the heads of the Tensei family generations could possess it? Even Nien and the others don't know about the existence of this thing, although I don't know what it's used for. Niehai laughed. He took out a space ring from his bosom and took out a small embroidered box from within. He then opened the box and took out a red cloth bag. Seeing Niehai's actions, Nieli and the others became even more curious. What exactly was it that Niehai had hidden it so well? Niehai slowly opened the red cloth bag and took out an item. After seeing this item, Nieli said in surprise, "It's actually this." Hearing Nieli's words, Niehai looked at Nieli in surprise and asked, "You know what this is?" Nie and Nie Ming looked at the thing in Niehai's hand in confusion. The thing in Niehai's hand was a torn piece of paper. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was as thin as a cicada's wing. When the sunlight shone on it, it seemed a little transparent. It was filled with dense and difficult-to-understand words. Nieli nodded. How could he not know what it was? The reason why Nieli was reborn had a lot to do with this thing. In his previous life, Nieli's cultivation had already reached an unimaginable level. Even a heavenly fate realm expert was like a speck of dust or an ant before him. However, at that time, he still didn't know the origin of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. At that time, the Temporal Demon Spirit Book wasn't complete. It was missing 8 torn pages. Nieli found a torn page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book in Kong Ming the Great's empty sarcophagus. However, he never thought that Niehai would actually have a second torn page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. This torn page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book was passed down by the generations of patriarchs of the Tensei family. Could it be that it has some kind of relationship with the Tensei family? Nieli was a little puzzled. After thinking for a while, he decided to forget about it. He'll find out about it in the future. I also have a torn page here. Nieli took out the remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book and said, "I have a premonition that there's a huge secret hidden within this remnant page. Patriarch, please hand this remnant page to me for safekeeping." Seeing the remnant page in Nieli's hand, Niehai's eyes widened. All along, he knew that this remnant page was an extraordinary item. It was passed down from an ancestor a long time ago. However, he never thought that Nieli would also have a page in his hands. He doesn't know what Nieli is referring to when he said that there's a huge secret hidden within. This secret is probably something that only Nieli can answer. Here, Niehai passed the torn page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book to Nieli. Nieli received the torn page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book and compared it. He discovered that the 2 torn pages were exactly the same. Even the words inside were exactly the same. Nieli frowned his brows. What's going on? Could it be that there's a duplicate page in the Temporal Demon Spirit Book? Since he couldn't figure it out, Nieli no longer thought about it. He stored the 2 torn pages of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. Nieli, since this was passed down from the ancestors, you must take good care of it. Nie Ming instructed. Nie Ming is a cautious person. Although his son is already a legend rank, he's still as humble as before in the family. He does things respectfully and carefully. Naturally, he wouldn't dare to neglect the family's inherited treasure. Father, I understand. Nieli nodded his head and said, I will definitely take good care of it. Nieli chatted with Niehai and the rest for a while. At night, he accompanied his family for a meal. Nieli felt that he owed his parents. Ever since his rebirth, Nieli has been running around to protect Glory City. He spent more time away from his family than together with them. However, this is also a helpless action. Only when Glory City is truly safe can Nieli's heart be at ease. The night gradually darkened. It was a night without any words. In the morning, Nieli bid farewell to his family. After making some preparations, he set off. At the entrance of Glory City, Yi Xiun, Xiao Ning, and the rest have already arrived. Nieli looked at the distant city wall and saw 2 figures quietly standing there. It's Yi Mo and Yi Zong. They only stood far away and did not come up to bid farewell to Nieli and the rest. The golden morning sun shone on their bodies, draping them with a layer of golden battle robes. Looking at these two figures, Nieli's eyes were filled with tears. In his previous life, it was the two of them who fought for Glory City. Under their protection, Glory City was able to survive. However, people will eventually grow old. Only the rise of the younger generation can allow Glory City to be truly worry-free. Luo Ming and the other two also arrived. Young Master Nieli, are we going back to the Netherrealm now? Luo Ming and the rest were already impatient. Before they left, Yi Mo and Yi Zong gave them a lot of good things, especially the wine of Glory City. After drinking it, they were simply stunned. There's actually such good wine in this world. Compared to the wine here, the wine that they drank before is simply horse piss. They were anxious to return and let the patriarch have a taste. Not bad. Nieli nodded his head. Hearing Nieli's words, Luo Ming and the other two couldn't help showing joy on their faces. Nieli looked into the distance. This time, aside from going to the Nether Realm, they also have to go to the 9-layer Deathlands. He doesn't know what they'll encounter in the future, but it's bound to be magnificent. Perhaps they won't be able to see such a brilliant morning sun for a long time, but the hope in their hearts won't be extinguished. Nieli looked at Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning, then looked at Duan Jian, Lu Piao, Daozit, and the rest. His heart was filled with lofty sentiments. He's someone who will become a peerless expert. Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ning, and the rest will also step onto the peak in the future. What can a small 9-layer Deathlands amount to? Yi Ziyun waved her hand in the direction of Yi Mo and Yi Zong. This will be her farthest journey. The group walked out of Glory City and headed towards the entrance of the Nether Realm, gradually disappearing at the end of the forest. On the city wall, Yi Mo and Yi Zong watched from afar. Father, Yin and Nieli have already left, Yi Zong said, looking at Yi Mo, who has been standing there in silence for a long time. Yeah. Yi Mo nodded his head, sighed, and said, they're going to fight for the future of Glory City. After all, we're already old. I hope that they're blessed by the heavens. Although he's worried about Yi Ziyun, Yi Mo knows that by hiding under her wings forever, he won't be able to become an eagle that soars into the sky. Yi Zong was also praying for Yi Ziyun, Nieli, and the rest in his heart. With Nieli and the rest's current strength, protecting themselves shouldn't be a problem. Yi Zong, I'll leave Glory City to you for now. I'll be making a trip to the Abyss Prison Realm, Yi Mo said as a ray of light flashed across his eyes. For Glory City, Nieli and the rest didn't hesitate to risk their lives in the 9-layer Deathlands. Therefore, he can't just sit there and do nothing. Yes, Yi Zong replied. Regarding Yi Mo's words, he unconditionally obeyed. In the distant sky, the red sun slowly rose. The sunlight shone on the snowy mountains far away, reflecting the sparkling and translucent light. It's simply too beautiful. In the depths of the Saint Ancestral Mountains, Nieli and the rest gradually distanced themselves from Glory City. Stepping on the thick snow, they headed towards the entrance of the Nether Realm. In the Saint Ancestral Mountains, there would occasionally be some snow bears and snow-wind great apes appearing. However, these creatures were no longer a threat to Nieli and the rest. Because of Duan Jian's advancement into legend rank, it had a catalyzing effect on the soul realm of others. Along the way, Nieli felt that his soul realm was undergoing a rapid transformation. He has already stepped into 2-star black gold rank from 1-star black gold rank. The speed of his cultivation is indeed frightening. This soul array might have even more shocking effects in the future. Just when everyone was slowly approaching the entrance of the Nether Realm, 2 powerful auras suddenly enveloped them. The strength of these 2 auras even surpassed Emo's. Feeling these 2 auras, Plume Flame Godnese, who was sitting on Nieli's shoulder, had a slight change in her expression. Nieli, they're here. Plume Flame Godnese immediately reminded Nieli. Hearing Plume Flame Godnese's words, Nieli's heart trembled. He immediately understood what Plume Flame Godnese was talking about. Duan Jian and the rest also felt these two unusual auras and immediately put their guards up. In the snow, two figures slowly walked over. One of them was very muscular with a slightly arched body. Both of his arms were astonishingly long, like a long-armed ape. He only wore a pair of cloth pants, and the muscles on his body were covered with all kinds of strange totems. The other one had a skinny figure. His face was painted with colorful things, his nose bridge was sharp, and his eyes were emitting a chilling light. His palms were like eagle claws. Plume Flame bitch, we finally found you. We've been searching for you for so long. The muscular man bared his teeth, giving off a sinister feeling. Us two brothers have been searching all the way from the Heavenly Fate Plateau. Since you're no longer hiding in that tortoise shell of the Black Spring, then we'll trample on you. The skinny man revealed a malicious smile as he sized up Plume Flame Godnese. Chapter 222. Fiske. I didn't expect that your divine body could only be condensed to such a small extent. But this is good too. Such a small body, there will definitely be a different taste when you play with it. The skinny guy said lewdly. The scene of him holding Plume Flame Godnese's petite body in his hands and ravaging it appeared in his mind. Plume Flame Godnese's face was as cold as frost. Although her state of mind was already hard to affect, these two guys still succeeded in infuriating her. Lucian Sha, Lucian Mo, the two of you chased me all the way to the Black Spring in order to seize my fragmented divine spark. You have been guarding the Black Spring for so many years. I didn't expect you to still be alive. But today, even if I have to use my life force, I will kill you. Plume Flame Godnese stared coldly at Lucian Sha and Lucian Mo. As Plume Flame Godnese spoke, she transmitted her voice to Nyeli. Nyeli, although they are only at the peak of the legend rank, their bodies have been cursed and won't be destroyed. One of them is a scarlet shark, while the other is a ghost lizard. I'm not sure what level their cultivation has reached, so you have to be careful. If I can't defeat them, I will use my life force to hold them back. You have to run. Plume Flame Godnese's divine body was still in the process of condensing again. Once she used her life force, it might take a long time before she could condense her divine spark again. Nyeli was a little touched by Plume Flame Godnese's words. After all, he had just gotten to know Plume Flame Godnese. Actually, with Plume Flame Godnese's ability, even if she couldn't defeat these two demonic beasts, she should still be able to escape. Are you guys discussing how to deal with us? Don't make any more pointless struggles. Lucian Sha revealed a cruel smile and slowly approached Nyeli and the others. Unlike Lucian Mo, he wasn't interested in women. He liked to enjoy the pleasure of tearing people apart. Yi Ziyun, Duan Jian, and the others were ready to fight at any time. Nyeli felt that the other party's aura was indeed very strong, so he shouted, "Everyone, listen to my command. Duan Jian, Luo Ming, you go install that skinny monkey. Everyone else, be careful." Although the soul realms of Yi Ziyun, Shao Ninger, and the others had been stimulated, they had yet to step into the legendary realm. If they joined the battle, it would be very dangerous. However, he already had 5 legendary powerhouses on his side. Yes, without the slightest hesitation, Duan Jian suddenly leapt up, brandishing the black flame sword as he pounced towards the skinny man. Luo Ming followed closely behind. Nyeli glanced at Plume Flame Godnese and said, "Goddess, let's kill the fatter one first." "All right," Plume Flame Godnese replied. Hearing Nyeli's words, Lucian Sha raged. Nyeli actually didn't put him in his eyes at all. "With just you guys? I want to see how much ability you guys have." His muscles bulged as he swung his huge fist towards Nyeli. Every time his muscles were pulled, there would be a muffled explosion sound. Plume Flame Godnese waved her right hand, and a huge wall of fire formed in front of Nyeli. If I was at my peak, I might still be afraid of your law of fire. But now, I will completely tear you apart. Lucian Sha roared. His thick arm directly tore apart the wall of fire. 2 violent water dragons formed out of thin air and pounced towards Nyeli. Nyeli's body suddenly became thick and sturdy as he transformed into a Fang Panda. The current Fang Panda was already completely different from before. His entire body was surrounded by the law of darkness and light. His body had also grown several times bigger. When he saw the water dragons pouncing towards him, he opened his mouth and spat out a yin-yang blast. The yin-yang blast flew out, and with a loud bang, the two water dragons were instantly blown into pieces. Seeing this scene, Lu Qianxia was shocked. It was actually the power of light and darkness laws. He actually sensed the power of light and darkness laws from a human child. Why would these two types of law powers appear on a single person? Ever since the spiritual gods' battle, Lu Qianxia and the others had been cultivating all the time, sensing the law powers. They wanted to seize all the law powers of the human race's spiritual god. If they weren't obsessed with cultivation, they wouldn't have let Plume Flame escape so carelessly. But no matter how they cultivated, the law powers were too difficult to grasp. After so many years of cultivation, they only managed to touch the knack of cultivating the law powers. But they didn't expect that Nieli, a human child, could actually control two law powers at the same time. Whether it was the law of light or the law of darkness, they were what they yearned for even in their dreams. The things that they couldn't get were actually obtained by a human child. Moreover, there were two of them. This was simply intolerable. Roar! Lu Qianxia's eyes were scarlet red as he swung his huge fist towards Nieli. After Nieli transformed into a fang panda, although his body was a lot sturdier, he didn't have the slightest bit of clumsiness. After exerting a gravity field on Lu Qianxia, he dodged to the side. Boom! Lu Qianxia's fist missed and bombarded the ground in the distance. Immediately, dust flew up from the explosion and a huge pit appeared. When Lu Qianxia missed and didn't have the time to change his move, Nieli opened his mouth and spat out a yin-yang blast at Lu Qianxia. At this moment, Plume Flame Godnese didn't stop. She condensed a ball of blazing flames and blasted it towards Lu Qianxia, sealing off Lu Qianxia's retreat. Seeing that the yin-yang blast and Plume Flame Godnese flames were about to land on Lu Qianxia's body, Lu Qianxia suddenly flickered and flitted past the yin-yang blast. He leaped up and pounced towards Nieli. This Lu Qianxia didn't seem to have any powerful long-range attack secret techniques, but his physical body movement technique was extremely shocking. His speed was as fast as lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Nieli, Plume Flame Godnese, and Lu Qianxia were engaged in a chaotic battle. Although Nieli's cultivation was slightly weaker, he had accumulated powerful combat experience and keen senses in his previous life. This allowed him to fight with ease under such a huge disparity in cultivation level. Yiziyun, Xiaoning and the rest stood far away. They understood that they couldn't participate in such a battle. Even the two one-star legend rank experts under Luo Ming couldn't interfere, let alone them. They felt anxious for Nieli and the rest. At the same time, they poured their soul force into Nieli's soul realm. Nieli's soul realm had increased by several folds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. After all, Lu Qianxia was in existence at the pinnacle of legend rank. Lu Qianxia's speed and the strength of his physical body surprised Nieli. Several attacks landed on Lu Qianxia's body, but they didn't cause any damage to Lu Qianxia. But even so, Lu Qianxia didn't seem to dare to take Nieli's yin-yang blast head-on. After all, it was condensed from the law of darkness and light. The trajectory of yin-yang blast was easy to capture, making it hard for it to hit Lu Qianxia. Plume Flame bitch, let's see where you can run to. Lu Qianxia's big hand grabbed towards Plume Flame Godnese. Boom, boom. Plume Flame frowned and snorted coldly. She summoned streams of flames to bombard Lu Qianxia's body, causing Lu Qianxia to retreat step by step. Lu Qianxia's body was instantly lacerated. Lu Qianxia roared in anger. His body rapidly transformed into a giant beast with an extremely strange appearance. His entire body was covered with gelatinous black skin. He looked like some kind of aquatic creature, but he had hands and legs. His left palm grabbed towards Plume Flame. There seemed to be invisible energy in his palm. Swish, swish, swish. The invisible silk thread-like energy locked on a Plume Flame Godnese. Those invisible threads instantly formed dense strangulation marks on Plume Flame Godney's body. Plume Flame Godney's face immediately revealed a painful expression. She snorted and tried to struggle, but she couldn't break free. After all, her divine body had just recovered, and her strength had only recovered to around 3-star legend rank. There was still a huge gap between her and Luqian Sha. Humph, you want to escape from my palm? Dream on, Plume Flame. If you obediently surrender, we can leave your divine body behind. Otherwise, I will shatter your divine spark again. Luqian Sha laughed maniacally. Under his control, the invisible threads bound Plume Flame Godney's even tighter. It was as if he wanted to completely crush Plume Flame Godney's. Nieli, you guys leave quickly, Plume Flame Godney's said anxiously. She was already preparing to activate her natal energy. Damn thing, eat my hidden weapons. Nieli's palm moved slightly. 2 draconic bombs shot towards Luqian Sha's head and abdomen. Seeing the 2 round balls shooting towards him, Luqian Sha sneered. He retracted his right palm, and the 2 draconic bombs flew directly into his palm. Huh, these 2 iron balls can't be a child's toy, right? You want to injure me with these? What a joke. Luqian Sha laughed maniacally and ridiculed. The corner of Nieli's mouth curved into a sneer. These draconic bombs weren't ordinary iron balls, but dragons' soul stone sealed with the law of darkness and light. Before Luqian Sha's laughter ended, 2 terrifying explosions were heard. The terrifying power instantly swept out and engulfed Luqian Sha's right hand. Luqian Sha let out a mournful scream. His right palm was torn apart by the power of the draconic bomb. His entire body was shaken by the power of the explosion, and he staggered a few steps back. His huge body collapsed with a loud bang. At the moment of the explosion, Plume Flame Godney's broke free from the shackles. She quickly cast a flame shield on herself to protect herself. Seeing this scene, Plume Flame Godney's was completely stunned. She recalled that Nieli had told her about these draconic bombs before. She didn't take it to heart at that time, but after witnessing it today, she didn't expect these draconic bombs to have such terrifying power. Chapter 2:23. In the distance, Yizun, Xiaoning, and the rest were also slightly stunned. They still didn't understand what had happened. Lu Qianmo, Duan Jian, and Luo Ming, who were in the midst of an intense battle, paused for a moment. Lu Qianmo didn't expect that Luqian Sha would actually fall in the hands of Nieli. He was already feeling anxious in his heart. I'm going to kill you. Luqian Sha roared in rage. This was the heaviest injury that he had suffered in the past thousands of years. He didn't expect that he would actually be plotted against by a brat like Nieli. His heart was filled with rage. However, at this moment, Nieli sneered. His right hand swished as 6 draconic bombs were shot towards Luqian Sha. Seeing Nieli's action, the surrounding people instantly felt their scalps go numb as they quickly retreated. They didn't expect Nieli to be so generous and throw so many at once. When Lu Qianmo saw this scene, he wanted to support Luqian Sha, but he was stopped by Duan Jian and Luo Ming. Your opponent is me. Duan Jian coldly snorted. Before Lu Qianmo could make a move, a terrifying explosion came from behind. The whistling sound seemed to be able to penetrate everyone's eardrums. Just as Luqian Sha got up, those draconic bombs appeared around him. His eyes were filled with fear. What the hell are these things? How can they have such terrifying power? He had just suffered a serious injury, so it was already too late for him to dodge. Boom, boom, boom. Luqian Sha's body was completely engulfed by the yin-yang blast. He was blown away and landed a few hundred meters away. After suffering so many yin-yang blasts, Luqian Sha was afraid that he wouldn't be able to live for long. Big brother. Lu Qianmo let out an enraged roar. Sharp spikes grew out of his body, and he turned into a huge lizard. Asterisk pung. Pung. Asterisk the spikes on his body pierced through Luo Ming and Duan Jin's bodies and sent them flying. Lu Qianmo pounced towards Nieli like a madman. Lu Qianmo thought that with Luqian Sha's strength, he would be able to kill Nieli and Plume Flame. However, He didn't expect Nieli to take out a black metal ball that could actually explode, causing Lucien Shah to fall into a trap. Lucien Mo and Lucien Shah have been inseparable for tens of thousands of years. Their relationship has even surpassed that of ordinary brothers. Sensing that Lucien Shah's aura has been completely extinguished, Lucien Mo went completely insane and pounced towards Nieli, vowing to kill Nieli and take revenge for Lucien Shah. Lucien Mo and Lucien Shah retreated and spat out a yin-yang blast. Boom! Boom! The yin-yang blast continued to explode in the sky, but Lucien Mo dodged it. He roared towards the sky and spat out a venomous liquid towards Nieli. The venomous liquid covered the sky, completely sealing off Nieli's escape route. Nieli's body rapidly shrunk as he kept the Fang Panda demon spirit at an astonishing speed. He quickly turned back into the Shadow Demon, and his body quickly disappeared. PFFF. PFFF. The venomous liquid spilled on the ground, emitting white smoke. However, the ground was empty. Where was Nieli's shadow? What's going on? Lucien Mo frowned his brows. His attack should have completely enveloped Nieli, sealing off all of Nieli's escape routes. However, why did Nieli suddenly disappear? Plume Flame God Knees coldly snorted. In an instant, lightning flame meteors bombarded towards Lucien Mo Duanjian, who was far away, also charged over. He brandished the black flame sword and engaged in battle with Lucien Mo. Li's body moved outside of the venomous liquids area, then slowly reappeared. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and was able to dodge Lucien Mo's attack. If it was someone else with insufficient combat experience, they wouldn't be able to react in time. The strength of these two fellas is really shocking. If it wasn't for him using the Draconic Bomb to ambush Lucien Shah, it wouldn't have been an easy task to kill Lucien Shah. The instant Nieli reappeared, 2 Draconic Bombs were already shot out from Nieli's hands. Duanjian quickly dodged. Nieli barked. Hearing Nieli's words, Duanjian immediately dodged to the side. Boom! Another 2 Draconic Bombs exploded around Lucien Mo's body, and a terrifying might swept out. However, Lucien Mo dodged in time. Although he was affected by the impact, his injuries weren't too serious. He leaped and once again pounced towards Nieli. Let's see how many more of these toys you have. Go to hell. Lucien Mo's right hand suddenly turned into countless spikes and covered Nieli. The mysterious metal balls that Nieli used look like hidden weapons made by inscriptionists. This level of hidden weapons must be extremely difficult to make. Nieli shouldn't have many of them in his hands. At the instant when Lucien Mo leaped, Nieli's heart moved. 15 to 16 metal balls appeared in his hand, and he threw them towards Lucien Mo. Seeing this scene, Lucien Mo's heart trembled. He didn't expect that Nieli would have so many Draconic Bombs. He quickly dodged to the side. However, he saw that at this moment, another 15 to 16 metal balls appeared in Nieli's right hand, and he continued to throw them. Wave after wave, the Draconic Bombs in Nieli's hand seemed to be endless as they crazily poured towards Lucien Mo. What's going on? Why does this kid have so many of these toys? Lucien Mo's face turned green. He quickly dodged and avoided those metal balls. Some of the metal balls fell to the ground but did not explode. Seeing this, Lucien Mo immediately understood that Nieli is playing tricks. It's impossible for Nieli to have so many Draconic Bombs. Many of them must be fake. Lucien Mo waved his palm energy through the air, and with a bang, he shattered one of the Draconic Bombs. Nothing happened. Lucien Mo sneered. As expected, he once again pounced towards Nieli. So. The metal balls in Nieli's hand continued to pour towards Lucien Mo. Although Lucien Mo deliberately dodged, some of the metal balls still landed on Lucien Mo's body. Boom! Just when Lucien Mo's defense was a little lax, a Draconic Bomb suddenly exploded around him. The terrifying energy instantly broke through Lucien Mo's defense and devoured his right forelimb. Lucien Mo immediately let out a mournful scream. He finally hit one. Nieli's brows twitched. Previously, when he was crafting the draconic bombs, Nelly already understood that the dragon's soul stone is limited. He used some steel to craft a similar size metal ball that looked similar to the draconic bombs. Nelly thought that if the opponent was on guard against the draconic bombs, these fake draconic bombs might have a miraculous effect. He never expected that Lucianimo would really fall for it. After Lucianimo fell for it, Nelly took out a few real draconic bombs and threw them at Lucianimo. Lucianimo had just been hit by a draconic bomb. Before he could react, he saw draconic bombs flying towards him. Boom, boom, boom. Lucianimo's mournful scream was drowned out by the explosions. Just like Lucian Shah, he was sent flying. Sensing that Lucianimo's aura was slowly disappearing, Nelly heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally dealt with these two troublesome fellows. Raising his head, he noticed that Plume Flame, Yiziun, and the rest were looking at him in a daze. Nelly scratched his head. Was there something wrong? They clearly didn't know what the draconic bombs in Nelly's hands were. The power was simply too terrifying. It actually killed 2 Pinnacle Legend rank demon beasts. They originally thought that they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage in this battle. Who would have thought that Nelly's side would directly bombard the 2 demon beasts and send them flying? They didn't recover from the shock for a long time. Nelly, what exactly are those metal bombs? Can you give me a pile too? Lu Piao rubbed his hands and said with a smile. He was completely shocked by the power of the draconic bombs. If he had a pile of draconic bombs, even if he encountered a legend rank expert, he would definitely be able to make the other party suffer. A pile. Nelly smiled bitterly. He had exhausted all his dragon's soul stones and only managed to get 50 to 60 of them. Where was he going to get a pile? Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to make so many fake draconic bombs. Even if you can't get a pile, give me a dozen or 20 will do, Lu Piao said with a smile. It's useless even if I give it to you, because the power inside can only be activated by my law of darkness and law of light, Nelly said with a bitter smile. Hearing Nelly's words, Lu Piao immediately revealed a disappointed expression. He spread his hands and said, "All right then." His idea of blasting a legend rank expert to death had completely fallen through. Nelly, where did these 2 demon beasts come from? Yizian looked at Nelly and asked. These 2 demon beasts are here to kill Sister Plume Flame. Nelly glanced at Plume Flame and said, they are enemies of Plume Flame. As for the matter regarding the spiritual god, Nelly couldn't explain it clearly in such a short time. So that's how it is. Everyone suddenly understood. It turned out that these 2 legend rank demon beasts were here to kill Plume Flame. Everyone, I'm sorry for letting everyone encounter such danger, Plume Flame said apologetically. It's all right. Sister Plume Flame is too polite. Since we are all companions, helping each other is something we should do, Dowsit and the others said. Nelly searched for a while and found 3 items, all of which were left behind by the 2 demon beasts. One of them was a green poison pearl, filled with an astonishing amount of poison. Nelly's thoughts moved. This is a good item, so he quickly kept it. The second was a silver moon longsword, a legend rank item. Nelly directly gave it to Dowsit. The third was a black dragon scale. He didn't know what it was used for, so Nelly directly gave it to Duan Jian. After packing these things, Nelly looked at everyone and said, let's hurry into the Nether Realm. Everyone walked towards the entrance of the Nether Realm. Just as Nelly and the others stepped into the Nether Realm, in the northern heavenly ice field far away from the Saint Ancestral Mountains, a slender figure was sealed in the thick ice. This person's appearance was so handsome that he didn't look like an ordinary person. People couldn't help but feel a suffocating feeling when looking at him, as if their heartbeat would stop. He seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened his eyes. I didn't think that Plume Flame, that woman, would be able to escape from the Black Spring. Those 2 idiots didn't keep an eye on Plume Flame. Not only did she escape, but she was also killed. Truly useless. His voice was like the ice from hell. Chapter 2:24. His hands formed a mysterious seal. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, which emitted 2 rays of divine light. The purpose of your trip is to the Nether Realm. You want to seek the protection of the Master of the Nether Realm? With my strength, I'm indeed no match for the master of the nether realm. However, don't think that with the protection of the master of the nether realm, you'll be safe. Strange rays of light appeared in his eyes as the power of countless laws revolved around him. The power of the laws first transformed into streams of light, and then slowly, strange flowers bloomed around him. 1 flower, 2 flowers, 3 flowers, until 6 flowers bloomed, and only 1 flower remained. This 7th flower was swelling, as if it would bloom at any moment. It's been tens of thousands of years. I've been hiding here, waiting for the moment the 7 lotuses bloom. Plume flame, unless you offer your divine spark to me, you'll have to die. The corner of his mouth revealed a sinister smile. Nether realm at the edge of the 9-layered Deathland's countless tents were set up on the boundless wasteland. The experts of hundreds of families from the 15 cities of the Nether realm were all gathered here. Each of these families occupied a piece of territory, their banners fluttering in the wind. Although the Jade Seal family was one of the top 3 families in Blackrock City, they weren't even ranked amongst the 15 cities of the Nether realm. The most powerful families of the Nether realm were all gathered in Nether City, the heart of the Nether realm. Any one of them could easily crush the families of the other 14 cities. Becoming the disciple of the master of the Nether realm, aside from the possibility of stepping into the realm of spiritual gods, one could also become the ruler of Nether City and receive the worship of countless families. This was undoubtedly extremely tempting. Although they knew that the 9-layered Deathlands was filled with danger, everyone still rushed forward without a care for their own safety. A group of people arrived at the Jade Seal family's tent. It was Niel Lee and his group who were covered in dust from the journey. Niel Lee and his group first arrived at the Jade Seal family in Blackrock City. However, they were informed that Luo Xiao and his group had already arrived at the 9-layered Deathlands. Therefore, Niel Li and his group were led here by the experts of the Jade Seal family. Uncle Luo, we meet again. Niel Li lightly smiled as he greeted Luo Xiao. Nephew Niel Li is here too. Luo Xiao smiled. He glanced at the people around Niel Li and raised his eyebrows. Who are these people? Luo Xiao could sense that the auras of Niel Li and the others were very shocking. It was very likely that they had already reached Black Gold rank, or even Legend rank. The tall and sturdy young man with black wings on his back was one thing, but the others were all so young, yet their cultivations were so strong. If they were given more time, to what extent could they grow? Niel Li introduced Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, and the others. As for Plume Flame, she had been hiding in Niel Li's sleeve. Hearing Niel Li say that Yi Ziyun was his fiancée, Luo Xiao couldn't help taking a few more glances at her and gave a slight nod to Yi Ziyun. Yi Ziyun's face turned red. She didn't know whether she should respond or not, so she could only glare at Niel Li. Niel Li chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. Douse it, Lu Piao, and the rest looked around. They haven't been in the Nether realm for long, so they were filled with curiosity about everything here. However, the smell of sulfur here was extremely unpleasant. In comparison, Glory City was simply heaven. With nephew Niel Li's current identity, there's no need for you to risk your life in the 9-layered Deathlands. Luo Xiao said to Niel Li in a low voice. Niel Li is now a senior inscriptionist. If anything were to happen to him in the 9-layered Deathlands, Luo Xiao would simply cry himself to death. Once they enter the 9-layered Deathlands, all the experts from the various families will be competing with each other. At that time, it's inevitable that there will be friction. Every family has many demigod rank experts. They're not people that Niel Li can fight against. Niel Li naturally understood Luo Xiao's concerns. He smiled and said, Don't worry, Uncle Luo. We're only here to join in the fun. We won't take any risks. Niel Li naturally wouldn't come here just to join in the fun. However, in order to dispel Luo Xiao's concerns, he could only say this. Hearing Niel Li's words, Luo Xiao felt a little relieved. Luo Xiao felt a little more at ease. Why aren't you guys entering the 9-layered Deathlands? Niel Li asked. Normally, we can only enter the first layer of the 9-layered Deathlands. We have to go up layer by layer. It's a difficult journey, and it'll take a few months to reach the 6th layer. However, in 3 days, at midnight, the 7th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands will open. Once it opens, we can directly enter the 7th layer. Luo Xiao said. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning were also listening attentively. The 9-layer Deathlands was indeed a mysterious place. So that's how it is. Nieli nodded his head and asked, what does the 7th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands look like? The 9-layer Deathlands was originally an ancient battlefield. Countless experts died, and it experienced the accumulation of death aura for tens of thousands of years before it was formed. However, the 7th layer is different from other places. The Master of the Nether Realm has transformed the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers into his absolute domain. Within this domain, all the rules are set by him. Every time the Master of the Nether Realm chooses a disciple, the situation is slightly different. I don't know what the rules are like this time, but every time you enter a layer, the Master of the Nether Realm's servant will appear and inform you of the rules. Luo Xiao explained. The last time the Master of the Nether Realm chose a disciple was 10 years ago. Normally, the number of disciples that the Master of the Nether Realm accepts varies from a few hundred to a few thousand. However, only one person can become the final successor. Nieli nodded his head. In his heart, Nieli was filled with curiosity towards the Master of the Nether Realm. He didn't know what kind of person the Master of the Nether Realm was. This is the VIP medallion of the Divine Seal Auction House. As long as you have this, ordinary people won't dare to provoke you. When you meet with trouble, Nephew Nieli can show this medallion and most problems will be solved. Luo Xiao thought for a moment, then handed a golden medallion to Nieli. Nieli took the medallion from Luo Xiao's hand and examined it. It was only an ordinary medallion, although there were some special inscription patterns carved on it. The Divine Seal Auction House is one of the top 3 auction houses in the 15 cities of the Nether Realm. Within the Nether City, they have an extraordinary position. Ordinary families wouldn't dare to provoke them. Luo Xiao said. Previously, Luo Xiao relied on the fact that Nieli was a high-rank inscription master and had forged many valuable battle weapons. That was how he was able to establish a connection with the Divine Seal Auction House and obtain a backer. Nieli nodded his head and kept the medallion. These things are naturally the more the better. For the next few days, Nephew should stay here and not go out. Right now, all the families are gathered here, waiting for the opening of the 7th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands. The people outside are very complicated and chaotic. It's best for Nephew to be careful. Luo Xiao reminded Nieli. Thank you for your reminder, Uncle Luo. I will be careful. Nieli nodded his head. After chatting with Luo Xiao for a while, Luo Xiao arranged a place for Nieli and the others to stay, waiting for the opening of the 7th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands. Nieli could feel powerful auras sweeping past everywhere. These were all demigod rank experts. One could imagine how intense the competition for the successor of the Master of the Nether Realm was. Even the demigod rank experts were fighting for this position. Everyone returned to their own tents. Nieli stayed in his own tent and focused on cultivating. He once again took out the mysterious egg and continuously poured the power of law into it. Along the way, he had already lost count of how much power of law he had poured into the egg. However, there were still only a few tiny cracks on the egg. There was no sign of it hatching. For this egg, the more power of law, the better. It didn't reject anything. However, Nieli could feel that the heartbeat inside the egg was getting stronger and stronger. Furthermore, the connection between him and the egg was getting closer. Therefore, Nieli didn't give up on pouring the power of law into it. Nieli was certain that it wouldn't take long before the egg hatched. After pouring the power of law into the mysterious egg, Nieli continued to cultivate. As he cultivated, the 2 remnant pages of the Temporal Demon Spirit book quietly emitted a faint glow that enveloped Nieli's body. As time passed, Nieli's cultivation continued to increase. After such a long period of cultivation, he had already stepped into 3-star black gold rank. From his soul realm, Nieli could feel that after Duan Jian's catalysis, the cultivation of the others had also increased by leaps and bounds. The majority of them had already stepped into 4-star black gold rank. Their cultivation speed had always been faster than Nieli's. After cultivating the heavenly god cultivation technique, Nieli had the slowest increase in his cultivation. Although the increase in his realm was slower, the increase in his strength had exceeded the others. After a moment, Lu Piao hurriedly ran in and said, Nieli, I just received news from a young member of the Jade Seal family. Many of the younger generation of the Jade Seal family have entered the first layer of the 9-layer Deathlands to adventure. They seem to be searching for something called the spiritual origin fruit. It's said that it can greatly increase one's cultivation. Spiritual origin fruit? Hearing Lu Piao's words, Plume Flame landed on Nieli's shoulder and said to Nieli, this spiritual origin fruit is an extremely rare item. It said that it can only grow from the corpses of countless experts. However, the spiritual origin fruit itself is extremely pure, like ice and snow. It's an extremely pure energy. If you can find a few spiritual origin fruits, it will be of great help to your cultivation. Who knows, it might even allow you to directly break through to legend rank. Nieli pondered for a moment. If he could obtain a few spiritual origin fruits before the 7th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands opens, it would greatly increase his cultivation. It would be of great help to them. Go tell Dowsett and the rest that we're going to take a look at the first layer of the 9-layer Deathlands. Nieli said after thinking a while. All right, I'll go inform them now. Hearing Nieli's words, Lu Piao instantly became excited. Chapter 225. After everyone made their preparations, they quietly set off together. Since they only have a cooperative relationship with the Jade Seal family, Nieli didn't want his movements to be restricted. The entrance to the first layer of the 9-layer Deathlands was a long path that led into the depths of the mist. Everything in the distance was shrouded in layers of mist, making it hard for people to see clearly. On this path, there would occasionally be people walking in groups, heading into the depths of the mist. Within the mist, Nieli would occasionally feel waves of deathly aura assaulting him. Looking at the ground, there were corpses everywhere, as well as some damaged battle weapons. Many of the battle weapons had already been corroded to an extremely high degree. A casual touch would cause them to shatter into ashes. Feeling this dreadful, deathly aura, everyone couldn't help feeling a chill. Luckily, there are so many people here. Lu Piao shrunk her head. This place really isn't something that ordinary people would come to. Along the way, there would occasionally be groups of people passing by, so they wouldn't feel particularly nervous. Those that came were all ordinary experts from the various families of the Netherrealm. Most of them were Black Gold rank, with the slightly stronger ones being Legend rank. However, Demigod rank experts would disdain coming to the first layer of the 9-layer Deathlands. After entering the fog, the surrounding environment instantly changed. The experts of the various aristocratic families who were advancing in succession suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Why did they suddenly disappear? Dowsett asked in puzzlement. Yiziyun and the rest couldn't help having doubts in their eyes. Those people were clearly tens of meters away. Why did they suddenly disappear? Nieli furrowed his brows and immediately said, You guys follow closely. Someone has placed a fog of bewilderment here. It's very easy to get separated. The fog of bewilderment will usually last for an entire day before dispersing. The time it takes for it to disperse is roughly 2 hours. If you get separated, gather at the exit when the fog of bewilderment disperses. Just as Nieli finished speaking, he looked around. He had no idea where Lu Piao and Xiao Shui went. Then it was Dowsett, then Duan Jian. The people around them disappeared one by one. Nieli hurriedly grabbed Yi Ziyun's hand. He also wanted to grab Ning Er's hand. However, Ning Er's figure quickly disappeared into the fog, and the surrounding fog rapidly changed. Plume Flame Godnese seemed to have discovered something and flew off somewhere. Ning Er, Nieli shouted, but Ning had already disappeared. Where are Ning Er and the others? Yi Ziyun asked. Traces of nervousness and worry could be seen in his eyes. They're fine, although we got separated from them. Our soul realms have formed a solar ray, so we can sense their existence. Nieli said after sensing for a while. They won't get lost. Being grabbed by Nieli, Yiziyun's face couldn't help turning slightly hot. However, she didn't dare to let go. The fog of bewilderment was relatively dense, and if she wasn't careful, she might get lost. She didn't expect that she would mysteriously become Li's fiancée. She felt a little awkward about her new identity. Li brought Yi Ziyun out of the fog. After traveling through the dense fog for several hours, Li and Yi Ziyun walked out of the fog. Only then did Li and Yi Ziyun walk out of the fog. Although they could sense that the others weren't far from their position, it wasn't easy to find them. After passing through the fog, Li saw many figures flying in the distance. Streaks of red light soared into the sky, and a mysterious aura spread out in all directions. He could feel the majestic and pure energy contained within. Li's heart stirred. Was this a sign that some treasure was about to appear? "Follow me," Li said to Yi Ziyun as he flew forward. Yi Ziyun followed behind Li. The two of them flew into the distance. This was a vast lake. The lake water was turbid, but it was unknown what was hidden in the lake. Streaks of red light shone through the turbid lake water. Just the aura alone was enough to make one feel relaxed and happy. The thing in the lake water had obviously attracted the covetous eyes of countless people. Experts from various aristocratic families had gathered at the lakeside, wanting to fight for the treasure in the lake. However, no one dared to enter the lake. For many of them, this wasn't their first time here. Although the first layer of the 9-layer Deathlands was relatively safe, many places were also filled with danger. However, danger lurked in many places, especially in some lakes and abysses. No one knew what was hidden in them. The treasure in the lake water had attracted everyone's attention. I didn't expect the first layer of the 9-layer Deathlands to hide such a treasure. Such a pure aura. It must be something extraordinary. Hundreds of experts from various aristocratic families had gathered at the lakeside. They were all on guard against each other. Once the treasure was revealed, it would definitely cause a fight. Who's going to fish it up? One of the well-dressed young masters frowned. There was no point in just watching from the lakeside. "Young master, I remember now. There used to be a rumor that there was a treasure hidden in this lake. A few years ago, it released a strange red light, but it disappeared very quickly. Afterwards, a few demigod rank experts came here to investigate, but they couldn't find it. In the end, the matter was left unsettled." A silver-armored servant said respectfully. The well-dressed young master frowned his brows. The treasure at the bottom of the lake might be hidden again at any time. The opportunity was fleeting. The well-dressed young master grabbed a servant with his right hand and threw him into the lake. The servant was a black gold rank expert, but he was actually picked up like a chick. "Go down there and find it for me," the well-dressed young master said coldly. The servant fell into the water with a splash. He didn't dare to go ashore, so he dived into the water and started searching. The servant gradually disappeared into the murky lake water. At this moment, the lake water suddenly began to churn violently. A moment later, a thick stream of blood came out. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces turned pale. There was probably something terrifying hidden in the lake, and that person was probably dead. The well-dressed young master's face turned cold. He lost a subordinate, but didn't get anything. This made him feel a little depressed. The surrounding people distanced themselves from the well-dressed young master, afraid that they would be thrown into the lake. "Who is this person? You guys don't know? He's Tsang Ming of the Soul Feather family, known as the #1 genius of the Nether Realm. So he's Tsang Ming of the Blood Feather family." Everyone had expressions of fear on their faces. Tsang Ming was fully deserving of being the #1 genius of the Nether Realm. At such a young age, he had already reached the pinnacle of legend rank. It was said that he came prepared this time in order to become the successor of the master of the Nether Realm. However, not far from Tsang Ming, several figures stood proudly. Their auras weren't much inferior to Tsang Ming's. Normally, these people wouldn't come here. However, the 7th layer of the Deathlands would only open in 3 days. Many of them had nothing to do, so they decided to enter the Deathlands to take a look. They didn't expect to encounter this red treasure light. A look of disgust flashed across Yi Ziyun's elegant face as she glanced at the cultivators from the various aristocratic families and clans. Tsang Ming, in particular, had complete disregard for human life. Compared to him, the people of Glory City were much kinder. Aside from the sacred family and a few other families, they wouldn't kill each other. Although everyone coveted the treasure at the bottom of the lake, no one dared to go down. Suddenly, a clear voice came from afar, laughing, "Brother Tsang-ming, let's go down together and fish up the treasure. As for who the treasure belongs to, we'll decide later. How about it?" The one who spoke was a delicate and handsome young man who looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. He was dressed in white and looked very handsome. He stood there proudly as his clothes fluttered in the wind. There was a faint smile on his face, making him look very carefree. Who is this person? Mu Yi of the Spirit Cultivation family. He's also a super genius. However, he often secludes himself for years and rarely shows himself. Many people don't know what level his cultivation has reached. Everyone's discussion was heard by Nieli. Whether it's this Mu Yi or that Tsang-ming, they're both disciples of some super families in Nether City. It seems that there are quite a lot of people here to fight for the treasure. Hearing Mu Ye's words, Tsang-ming laughed and said, "Since you've said so, why wouldn't I dare?" Although he doesn't know what kind of creature is hidden at the bottom of the lake, Tsang-ming naturally won't show any weakness with the protection of his family's armor. Plop, plop, plop. Tsang-ming, Mu Yi, and the other 5 experts dove into the lake. However, after the 6 experts went down, no one dared to follow them. The experts from the various families looked at the muddy lake water and felt their scalps go numb. After all, this is the 9-layer Deathlands. There are many places that haven't been explored yet. Who knows what kind of terrifying creature is hidden here? After the 6 experts dove into the lake water suddenly churned. Pillars of water shot up into the sky. Muffled bangs could be heard from the bottom of the lake. An intense battle was probably going on. All of a sudden, a huge demonic beast rushed out of the lake. It let out an angry roar and flew into the sky. On its forehead, a red jewel was deeply embedded in its flesh, emitting a dazzling red light. This demonic beast looked a little like a lizard. Its entire body was covered in black skin. However, its forelegs were strangely small, and its huge tail was tens of meters long. Its entire body was emitting a terrifying corpse aura. Seeing this scene, the people at the lakeside were so scared that their faces changed. They cried out in alarm. "That's a zombie Jiao dragon. Run!" The hundreds of people in the surroundings scattered like birds and beasts. The remaining people prepared to fight at any time. "What's a zombie Jiao dragon?" Yi Ziyun asked doubtfully. Although she was standing far away, she could clearly see the demonic beast's appearance. A zombie Jiao dragon is a type of snake-type demonic beast. It lives among tens of thousands of corpses. It devours the essence of corpses to finally take form. It's an extremely intelligent creature. An adult zombie Jiao dragon usually has the strength of a legend rank. Every 1,000 years, the strength of a zombie Jiao dragon will experience a leap. When it reaches 10,000 years, it will probably be able to rival a spiritual god. Chapter 226. It turned out that the zombie Jiao dragon was so powerful. No wonder everyone was so shocked when it appeared. Moreover, this zombie Jiao dragon was a little different from the other monster beasts. A strange red bead grew from its head, attracting the attention of countless people. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 figures shot out from the bottom of the lake and pounced towards the zombie Jiao dragon. The longer the zombie Jiao dragon lived, the smaller its body became. It was unknown how long this zombie Jiao dragon had lived. Nieli couldn't tell, but judging from its strength, it shouldn't be at the demigod rank. Otherwise, the 6 people would already be dead. The 6 people that charged into the lake were all well-known figures amongst the younger generation of some of the Netherrealm superfamilies. They were extremely confident in their own strength, so they showed no fear when facing the zombie Jiao dragon. Boom, boom, boom. As the 6 people fought the zombie Jiao dragon, the others were also eager to give it a try, ready to surround and attack the zombie Jiao dragon at any moment to snatch the red bead from its head. Looking at the red bead, Nieli's heart trembled. Just what exactly was this bead? Even he wasn't too sure. However, there was one thing that he could be sure of. Judging from the energy fluctuations emitted by this red bead, this thing was definitely not something to be trifled with. Nelly, what is this red bead? Yi Ziyun asked. Her heart was also filled with doubts. I don't know either. Nelly shook his head. A trace of astonishment flashed through Yi Ziyun's eyes. Even Nelly didn't know the origin and use of this bead. In her heart, Nelly was simply omniscient. Seeing Yi Ziyun's expression, Nelly naturally knew what Yi Ziyun was thinking. He spread his hands and smiled bitterly. Of course, he wasn't omniscient. In this world alone, there were too many things he didn't know. At this moment, the zombie Jiao Dragon suddenly roared towards the sky, opening its mouth to spit out balls of water. These balls of water shot out in all directions, constantly exploding, causing the surrounding people to be thrown off their feet. Some of the liquid splattered onto the bodies of these people, causing sizzling white smoke to rise, corroding much of their skin. Some people who were hit by the water balls immediately let out mournful screams. One of the water balls flew towards Nieli and Yi Ziyun. Be careful, Nieli shouted anxiously. He directly threw Yi Ziyun out. His left hand moved and crushed a guardian godstone. Boom! The water ball exploded at the spot where Nieli and Yi Ziyun had been standing, creating a hole in the ground. The water splashed onto the shield and slowly flowed down the shield. If the water ball were to directly hit the shield, the terrifying liquid would probably corrode and penetrate the shield. However, only a small portion of it was blocked by the shield. Nieli and Yi Ziyun both fell into a pit on the side, and the delicate fragrance of a young girl wafted over. Nieli felt as if his hands had touched something soft. He subconsciously pinched it, and a soft and round feeling came from the palm of his hand. The fragrance from Yi Ziyun's hair made people feel relaxed and happy. Yi Ziyun didn't know what was going on. She was dizzy from being hit by Nieli. Nieli's body was on top of hers, and the pressure made her feel a little suffocated. She felt a strange feeling coming from her chest, and her cheeks immediately turned crimson. You get up. Previously, she had thought of repaying him with her body. Only then would she be able to repay Nieli for saving her father. However, she was still very nervous when it came to it. Such intimate contact, and feeling Nieli's broad chest, Yi Ziyun's heart thumped wildly. Seeing Yi Ziyun's shy appearance, Nieli quickly got up and rubbed his head. He laughed mischievously and said, An accident, an accident. Yi Ziyun quickly sat up, and her cheeks were still flushed. She softly responded, An. Seeing Yi Ziyun's shy and moving appearance, Nieli was filled with pity. He extended his hand and pulled Yi Ziyun up, saying, Be careful. This zombie Jiao Dragon's water balls have an extremely strong corrosive effect. Yi Ziyun glanced at the surrounding ground. Indeed, the places where the water balls were spat were corroded, and her heart couldn't help but shiver. Nieli raised his head and saw Song Ming, Mu Yi, and the others. The battle with the zombie Jiao Dragon was getting more and more intense, and the sky was turning dark. Boom! Song Ming's blood palms constantly bombarded the zombie Jiao Dragon's body, causing it to let out mournful screams. While the zombie Jiao Dragon was struggling, its tail ruthlessly struck a young expert nearby, causing him to spit out blood and be sent flying. Song Ming coldly glanced at the young expert, but he didn't care. Although they were working together, they were still competitors. He couldn't be bothered to care about that person's life or death. Hearing the zombie Jiao Dragon screams, Nieli inwardly thought that the zombie Jiao Dragon wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Being besieged by so many legend rank experts, the zombie Jiao Dragon was no match for them despite its powerful physique. Roar! The zombie Jiao Dragon let out a furious roar, and the red jewel on its forehead emitted a dazzling radiance. Its body was constantly changing, and layers of red scales covered it. Two long feelers grew from the corners of its mouth. Bang! 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 The zombie Jiao Dragon's tail struck two young experts, sending them flying. Song Ming and Mu Yi couldn't help taking a few steps back. They never thought that the red jewel would have such an effect. It allowed the zombie Jiao Dragon's strength to rise to another level. It seems that they have a chance. Nieli wasn't prepared to fight. Although the red jewel was indeed an amazing treasure, it was his fortune to obtain it and his fate to lose it. He wasn't prepared to force it. At this moment, Nieli suddenly felt a familiar aura. He looked into the distance and saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Who else could it be but Yihan? Yihan was with a group of people from the Wuguei family, watching the battle from afar. Feeling that Nieli's gaze was a little strange, Yizun followed Nieli's gaze and looked into the distance. When she saw Yihan, she was instantly filled with rage. Because of Yihan, she almost lost her father. She was filled with rage and hatred towards Yihan. Feeling something, Yihan looked over. When he saw Nieli and Yi Ziyun, his eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a trace of chilling light. It's actually Nieli and Yi Ziyun. Enemies really are bound to meet on a narrow road. Because of Nieli, he wasn't able to inherit the city lord's position and could only betray Glory City. Like a stray dog, he came here. Now that he saw Nieli and Yi Ziyun together, his heart was burning with jealousy. Since you're here to die, then don't blame me. Yihan clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. There were a total of over 20 people from the Wuguei family. The one leading them was a well-built youth wearing silver armor. He held a huge sky-silver sword in his hand and emitted a frightening, killing intent from head to toe. Yihan whispered into the youth's ear, "Young Master Wu Yu, those two are from Glory City." Wu Yu took a glance at Nieli and Yi Ziyun and narrowed his eyes. Especially Yi Ziyun. His eyes couldn't help lighting up. The women of the human race have always been the most beautiful among the various races. Although Yi Ziyun is still a little young, she has already grown into a slender and elegant woman. From Glory City? What's the strength of those two? Wu Yu asked as he looked at Yihan. Young Master Wu Yu, according to what I know, those two should have already reached gold rank. Yihan pondered for a moment and said, when he left, Nieli and Yi Ziyun were indeed only gold rank. Bullshit. 2 gold rank dares to enter the 9-layer Deathlands? Wu Yu scolded. Hearing Wu Yu's words, a trace of confusion flashed across Yihan's eyes. Indeed, 2 gold rank dares to enter the 9-layer Deathlands? Could it be that Nieli and Yi Ziyun have already reached black gold rank? But that's impossible. The cultivation speed of Nieli and Yi Ziyun can't possibly reach such a frightening degree. It's also possible that someone else brought them in and they got separated. Yihan said after pondering a while. He refused to believe that Nieli and Yi Ziyun had already left him far behind in terms of cultivation. Wu Yu pondered a while, then waved his hand and led the experts of the Wuguei family, as well as Yihan, towards Nieli and Yi Ziyun. Nieli, they're coming. A trace of seriousness appeared on Yi Ziyun's face as she tightly gripped the Blizzard Spiritual Pearl in her right hand. She was already prepared for battle. The Blizzard Spiritual Pearl is an extremely mysterious and powerful treasure. The current Yi Ziyun is already able to fully utilize the Blizzard Spiritual Pearl and burst out with strength several times her own. Nieli, on the other hand, appeared to be very indifferent as he walked towards the experts of the Wuguei family. He wasn't afraid of Yihan coming to find trouble with him, but he was afraid that Yihan would turn around and run. If that's the case, it would be too difficult for him to find Yihan. Seeing Nieli's actions, Wu Yu's eyes narrowed. He could feel the aura of a black gold rank on Nieli's body. However, a black gold rank actually dared to appear in front of so many people. Just where did Nieli get his confidence from? Yihan, I never thought that you would dare to appear in front of me. Today, I won't let you leave. Nieli coldly looked at Yihan. Betraying Glory City, such a traitor will be personally executed by him. Nieli, aren't you a little too arrogant? Who do you think you are? This is the Nether Realm, not Glory City. Just who is the one that won't let who go? Yihan coldly snorted as he stared at Nieli. Wu Yu crossed his arms and looked down at Nieli. Brat, you've got guts. You actually dared to be so arrogant in front of me, will you? If you join me, I might consider it. But if you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being merciless when the time comes. Nieli's gaze lightly swept across Wu Yu's group and coldly laughed. If you guys hand over Yihan, this matter will be settled. If you guys don't hand over Yihan, then don't blame me for taking action. There was a naked disregard in Nieli's gaze, which made Wu Yu extremely unhappy. Did Nieli have a screw loose in his head? He actually dared to say such big words. Among their group, almost everyone was an expert of black gold rank or above. There were even 2 legend rank experts among them. Nieli only had 2 people on his side, yet he dared to be so arrogant. Chapter 227. Wu Yu coldly snorted. Nieli is really arrogant. With a slight wave of his hand, 3 experts from the Wugui family leaped up and pounced towards Nieli. Nieli furiously roared. His body rapidly transformed into the Fang Panda. Yiziyun also activated the Blizzard Spiritual Pearl in her hand and integrated with the Snow Queen Demon Spirit. After integrating with the Snow Queen Demon Spirit, Yiziyun was like a goddess descending to the mortal world. Countless icicles revolved around her, making her look incomparably noble and holy. After Nieli and Yiziyun integrated with their demon spirits, Wu Yu and the rest were slightly startled. Originally, they felt that Nieli and Yiziyun's strength was only around 1-star black gold rank. However, after integrating with their demon spirits, both Nieli and Yiziyun's aura suddenly increased by several folds. At the very least, they've reached 4-star black gold rank. Human demon spiritualists do have a knack. Wu Yu narrowed his eyes. However, so what if they're 4-star or 5-star black gold rank? They still have 2 legend rank experts on their side. Roar! Nieli furiously waved his huge palm towards one of the black gold rank experts that was pouncing towards him. Within his palm, lightning was faintly flashing, containing unparalleled power. That black gold rank expert's energy exploded from his body as he prepared to dodge Nieli's attack and give Nieli a fatal punch. However, just as he was about to make his move, his body suddenly became extremely heavy. His movements slowed down. At the same time, 2 icicles appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around his feet, instantly freezing them. Boom! Nieli's palm landed on that expert's head, sending him flying. Boom! 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 That black gold rank expert rolled dozens of meters away and heavily slammed into a pit. Nieli glanced at Yiziyun, who was behind him, and couldn't help lightly smiling. Yiziyun is indeed smart. After familiarizing herself with the Fang Panda's characteristics, she immediately found the best way to cooperate with the Fang Panda. She's using the Snow Queen's power to coordinate with him in battle. Another black gold rank expert suddenly appeared behind Nieli and brandished his greatsword. Just as he was about to chop down on Nieli's neck, a loud bang was heard. His greatsword had struck an ice wall, and Nieli, who was in front of him, had already turned around. Nieli, who was in front, instantly turned around and spat an yin-yang blast from his mouth. In just 2 simple exchanges, 2 black gold rank experts were killed. The last one was pierced through the chest by Yiziyun's icicle. Kill that woman first. Wu Yu's face was ashen. Originally, he only wanted to send 3 people to test the strength of Nieli and Yiziyun. He did not expect that Nieli and Yiziyun would be so merciless and directly kill 3 people on his side. His movements were concise and smooth, and his efficiency was astonishing. It was simply unimaginable. Nieli was a person with rich combat experience. After cooperating with Yiziyun for a while, he suddenly had a feeling of telepathy. The power that the 2 of them could create when they cooperated was definitely several times stronger than when they fought alone. The experts behind Wu Yu, all of them rushed towards Nieli and Yiziyun, wanted to kill Nieli and Yiziyun in one fell swoop. Seeing this scene, Nieli immediately summoned his soul weapon Thorn Fist and guarded beside Yiziyun. Nieli integrated with a battle-type demon spirit, while Yiziyun integrated with a snow wind attribute demon spirit. The 2 of them are very compatible, as long as Nieli doesn't let anyone get close to Yiziyun. Yiziyun would be able to unleash several times her combat power. The Blizzard Spiritual Pearl in Yiziyun's hand emitted a dazzling radiance. In the blink of an eye, a violent blizzard formed in the surroundings. Like a storm, it surrounded Nieli and Yiziyun. Although this snowstorm wasn't enough to repel the experts of the Wugui family, it was still not enough. However, The bone-piercing chill caused their movements to slow down. This snowstorm, in addition to Li's gravity field, was enough to weaken the strength of the Wuguwei family's experts by at least 20%. Bang! 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 3 of the Wuguwei family's experts charged into the center of the snowstorm and engaged in a fierce battle with Li. However, Li brandished his thorn fist, blocking them outside. An intense battle broke out. Although he was surrounded by so many people, Li was still very calm. With his rich combat experience, Li could easily determine what kind of moves his opponents would use and where they would attack. Therefore, he could easily deal with their attacks. As for the Wuguwei family's experts that were fighting with Li, they became more and more fearful. Every time they attacked, Li seemed to be able to predict their attacks. He knew where they would attack and completely block their attacks. Every move of Li's was the best way to deal with them. Li only sealed the direction of their attacks and did not make any other movements. As for Yi Ziyun, who was behind Li, because no one was able to get close to her, she immediately released her hand to cast her spell. The ice spikes that filled the sky were like a rainstorm, covering the sky and covering the earth as they smashed down. Originally, this kind of technique consumed a lot of the power of law. However, with the Blizzard Spiritual Pearl, Yi Ziyun's power of law seemed to be endless. As the icicles fell, blood splattered everywhere. Although they had only killed 2 black gold rank, the remaining people had more or less suffered some injuries. Courting death. Do you think that you can stop us like this? Seeing this scene, 2 legend rank experts of the Wuguwei family flew down from the sky and slashed down with their swords filled with endless killing intent. Luo Tian's sword slash. Countless sword shadows fell, and every sword shadow contained a violent power. This was the power of a legend rank. The 2 legend rank experts of the Wuguwei family finally couldn't endure it any longer and made their move. This was the moment they were waiting for. The instant the Luo Tian sword slash was formed, Li made his move. His right hand moved as he took out a legend rank forbidden technique scroll and tore it apart. A golden shield appeared out of nowhere and enveloped Li and Yi Ziyun. Boom, boom, boom. The dense sword slashes landed on the golden shield, causing it to explode continuously, and the sword shadows were directly blown to pieces. This was a powerful scarlet gold shield. It had the best defensive effect among all the shields. Furthermore, the scarlet gold shield had a special effect. It could attack the opponent from the inside without affecting the integrity of the shield. Almost at the same time, when Li displayed the scarlet gold shield, Li opened his mouth and inhaled. His abdomen contracted and his chest rapidly expanded. 2 balls of light, 1 black and 1 white, appeared out of nowhere. Furthermore, they grew bigger and bigger, becoming several times bigger than normal. 4x Yin Blast, 6x Yin Blast, 10x Yin Blast. The size of these 2 balls of Yin Blast was 10 times bigger than an ordinary Yin Blast. Furthermore, they were filled with the terrifying power of law. They practically sucked all the soul force in Li's soul realm dry in an instant. The 2 balls of Yin Blast danced in the air as they shot towards the 2 experts of the Wuguwei family outside the Scarlet Gold Shield. The 2 legend rank experts of the Wuguwei family flew in the air. The Luo Tian sword slash was simply densely packed, causing chaos in the area below. Explosive energy filled the air. The corner of their mouths curled into sneers. This Luo Tian sword slash should be enough to kill Li and Yi Ziyun. However, a golden shield of light appeared out of nowhere and blocked the Luo Tian sword slash. The Luo Tian sword slash was actually unable to break through the golden shield. What's going on? This is the Scarlet Gold Shield. How can this be? This is a shield that only legend rank experts that cultivate the power of metal can display. They never imagined that Li would be able to display this shield and block their attacks. Before they could even react, the black and white balls of light intertwined and danced in the air as they shot towards them. The instant the Yin Blast flew towards them, The two legend rank experts' first reaction was to activate their shields. In an instant, two black shields appeared out of nowhere around them. This shield was a secret technique of the Wugui family, the sacred Luo shield. It was capable of blocking an all-out attack from a legend rank expert. From their point of view, their shield should be enough to block Nia Li's yin-yang blast. Therefore, they brandished their swords and prepared to unleash a second wave of attacks. Sensing the actions of the two experts from the Wugui family, the corner of Nia Li's mouth curled into a smile. Their perception of the level of power was simply too poor. They were simply not on the same level as him. Although the two of them were legend rank experts, in Nia Li's eyes, they were still too inferior in terms of the usage of power. A yin-yang blast that was 10 times stronger wasn't something that could be easily dealt with. The black and white balls of light intertwined with each other. With a loud bang, the yin-yang blast suddenly exploded. The black and white balls of light were only 10 times stronger than an ordinary yin-yang blast. However, when the black and white balls intertwined, the power of the explosion was more than 100 times stronger than the original. Nia Li's yin-yang blast was formed from the power of law. The terrifying explosion instantly engulfed the two legend rank experts from the Wugui family. In that instant of contact, the sacred Luo shield on their bodies instantly shattered into pieces. The violent power instantly engulfed them. When the power of the yin-yang blast hit their bodies, they revealed expressions of disbelief. How could the black and white balls of light explode with such frightening power? Even the sacred Luo shield couldn't block it. They had greatly underestimated the power of the yin-yang blast and paid a painful price for it. Even if they wanted to dodge, it was already too late. They were sent flying by the power of the yin-yang blast. Their bodies were charred black as they landed a few hundred meters away. The shockwave from the yin-yang blast's explosion swept through the surrounding 100 meters, creating a huge crater on the ground. The surrounding experts of the Wugui family were also affected by the shockwave. Each and every one of them vomited blood as they suffered heavy injuries. After being ravaged by the yin-yang blast, the golden scarlet shield finally couldn't take it anymore and shattered into pieces. However, Nia Li and Yi Ziyun, who were within it, weren't affected at all. Even the grass beneath their feet was still intact. Done, pack up. Nia Li clapped his hands and stored the Fang Panda demon spirit. His body slowly returned to his human form. Chapter 228. After the golden scarlet shield disappeared, Yi Ziyun looked around. The surroundings were already a mess. Those from the Wugui family were either dead or injured. Only Wu Yu and Yi Han, who were a little further away, were still standing. Recalling the earlier battle, Yi Ziyun realized that Nia Li seemed to have already calculated everything. The reason why Nia Li didn't use the legend rank forbidden technique scroll right from the start was because he wanted to wait for the two legend rank experts from the Wugui family to make their move. In that instant, when the two legend rank experts from the Wugui family executed the Luo Tian slash, Nia Li had already thought of a way to deal with it. Furthermore, he predicted that the two legend rank experts would underestimate the power of his yin-yang blast and kill them in one move. In terms of true strength, Nia Li might not even be comparable to a legend rank expert. However, Nia Li's estimation and grasp of strength has already reached an extremely precise degree. Furthermore, he had many hidden cards up his sleeves. Even if the yin-yang blast didn't kill them in one move, Nia Li could still use the draconic bomb or some other method to kill them both. Wu Yu and Yi Han were dumbfounded. Before they could even react to what just happened, the 20 experts that were charging towards Nia Li were all killed. Those that were still alive were lying on the ground, groaning. Nia Li coldly glanced at Wu Yu and Yi Han, then walked towards them. Seeing Nia Li walking over, Wu Yu and Yi Han instantly tensed up. Wu Yu held onto his great sword, ready to fight at any moment. However, his palms were covered in cold sweat and his hands were slightly trembling. He's obviously a pinnacle black gold rank expert, while his opponent is only a black gold rank. However, why did Nia Li give him such a frightening pressure? Yi Han took a few steps back. He looked at Nia Li with a trace of fear in his eyes. He's obviously pledged his allegiance to the Wugue family. With the Wugue family strength, they should be able to crush Glory City and Nyeli. Why did they fail again and again? Who was Nyeli? Why did he have such terrifying strength at such a young age? Glancing at Yi Ziyun, who was looking at him with hatred, Yi Han knew. Once he fell into the hands of Niel Li and Yi Ziyun, Niel Li and Yi Ziyun would never let him go. Yi Ziyun, do you know what I've done? It's all for you. Yi Han thought to himself. He wasn't willing to die here just like that. Suddenly, he saw that not far from him, there was an endless abyss. Yi Han suddenly ran towards the abyss like a madman. Seeing this, Nieli frowned slightly and immediately chased after Yi Han. Although jumping into the abyss meant certain death, Nieli wasn't willing to let Yi Han go. He had to capture Yi Han and let Yi Zong punish him. When Wu Yu saw Nieli chase after Yi Han, he glanced at Yi Ziyun and immediately ran in another direction. Yi Ziyun gritted her teeth as she looked in the direction Yi Han had fled. She activated the power of the wind and snow and sent it sweeping towards Wu Yu. If you want to kill me with your own hands, I won't give you the chance. Even if I die, I won't die at your hands. Even if I, Yi Han, become a malicious spirit, I will take back everything I've lost from you. Yi Han seemed to have gone mad. 3 poisonous wasps suddenly appeared in his hands. They seemed to obey Yi Han's commands as they flew towards Nyeli. Venomous stinger peak. Nyeli's face slightly changed. The venomous stinger bees were terrifying demonic beasts. The venomous stinger bees were extremely poisonous. Even a black gold rank expert would easily lose their life if they were stung by them. Furthermore, they were extremely durable and hard to kill. Nyeli had no idea where that brat, Yi Han, had gotten these things from. Nyeli's palm energy surged as the power of law shot towards the 3 venomous stinger bees. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 venomous stinger bees immediately exploded and died. Nyeli knew the weakness of the venomous stinger bees, so he used the power of law as thin needles and shot them into the bodies of the venomous stinger bees. They entered the bodies of the venomous stingers and exploded from within, directly killing the 3 venomous stingers. Nyeli's movements were extremely fast, but Yi Han still managed to widen the distance between him and the venomous stinger bees. Since even the venomous stinger bees were ineffective, Yi Han struggled to jump into the abyss. Seeing that Yi Han was about to jump into the abyss and couldn't be stopped, Nyeli quickly merged with the Fang Panda and spat out a yin-yang blast. The yin-yang blast flew towards Yi Han and exploded. The power of the explosion swept towards Yi Han's body. Yi Han was hit by the power of the yin-yang blast and vomited blood as he flew into the abyss. Nyeli flew over and landed at the edge of the abyss. He never thought that Yi Han would rather jump into the abyss than be caught by him. However, after taking a yin-yang blast from him, even if Yi Han didn't die, he would still be heavily injured. If he were to fall into the abyss, he would definitely die, right? Who knows what kind of demonic beasts are hidden in this abyss? Yi Han would probably not even have a corpse left. After a brief moment of silence, Nyeli looked into the distance and saw Yi Ziyun chasing after Wu Yu. However, Wu Yu was, after all, a 5-star black gold rank expert. She wouldn't be able to catch him in a short amount of time. Nyeli immediately flew towards Wu Yu and Yi Ziyun. He couldn't let Wu Yu escape. Otherwise, it might bring trouble to Glory City. Yi Ziyun lightly snorted. The blizzard energy in her hand condensed into an ice sword and shot towards Wu Yu's back. This ice sword contained the power of the blizzard spiritual pearl. If it were to hit Wu Yu, it would directly pierce through his body. Just as the ice sword was about to strike Wu Yu's back, the ice sword suddenly exploded, shattering into pieces and turning into icicles that covered the ground. A young man in white slowly floated down and landed beside Wu Yu. Young Master Tianling, why are you here? Wu Yu gasped for breath at the sight of this youth. His heart was still in a state of shock. He could feel the power contained in that ice sword. If he were to be hit by it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, Tianling saved him. Tianling looked at Yi Ziyun and calmly said, "Lady of the human race, I wonder how Wu Yu offended you? Why would you use such a method to kill him? The enmity between us doesn't need you to interfere. Nieli walked out from the side and replied on behalf of Yi Ziyun. Nieli could feel that this Tianling's strength wasn't ordinary. Nieli couldn't see through him at all, so he didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Hearing Nieli's words, Yi Ziyun didn't know the identity of this youth, so she naturally didn't dare to speak rashly. However, she had absolute trust in Nieli and sensibly stood beside Nieli. Tianling's gaze fell on Nieli and Yi Ziyun as he said in an unquestionable tone, "The Wugue family is a subsidiary family of my Northern Nether family. Now that you want to kill the young master of the Wugue family, you will naturally have to ask for my Northern Nether family's permission." Nieli went silent for a moment. It would be extremely difficult for him and Yi Ziyun to kill Tianling. Tianling's strength was unfathomable. If they continue to stay here, there might be even more experts coming from Tianling's side. Since the Wugue family is a subsidiary family of the Northern Nether family, then we'll settle this matter first. I will naturally settle this with the Wugue family in the future. Nieli glanced at Yi Ziyun and said, "Let's go." Nieli and Yi Ziyun turned around and prepared to leave. Seeing Nieli and Yi Ziyun leave, Tianling furrowed his brows for a moment and prepared to stop Nieli and Yi Ziyun. Wu Yu hastily stopped him and said, "Young Master Tianling, although those two only seem to be black gold rank, they killed 2 legend rank experts of our Wugue family. It's not good to provoke them." Wu Yu was already afraid of Nieli. Hearing Wu Yu's words, Tianling retracted his footsteps and took a deep look at Nieli and Yi Ziyun's backs. He asked, "How did you guys offend those two?" Wu Yu's eyes flickered for a moment and said, "One of my underlings has a grudge with them. I thought that I could help my underling, but I never thought that those two would be so powerful." Without the consent of the elders of his family, he wouldn't dare to divulge any information about Glory City. Once the Northern Nether family knows of the existence of Glory City, then Glory City will definitely fall into their hands. At that time, when a Northern Nether family eats the meat, they can only drink the soup. Tianling glanced at Wu Yu, but didn't say anything. This kind of enmity is too common in the Nether realm. It's normal for Wu Yu to be unwilling to talk about it. Tianling was a little curious about Nieli and Yi Ziyun. Since the two of them have such powerful strength at such a young age, they should be quite famous in the Nether realm. Why hasn't he heard of them before? Wu Yu watched as Nieli and Yi Ziyun's figures gradually disappeared into the distance. His eyes flashed with a trace of resentment. This time, he suffered such a huge loss, especially when the master of the Nether realm is choosing his disciple. It's inevitable that he'll be scolded when he returns to the family. One day, I'll ruthlessly trample you under my feet. And that bitch, just watch how I'll trample her. Nieli brought Yi Ziyun far away. After confirming that Tianling and the others were no longer in sight, Nieli let out a breath of relief. Nieli had a feeling that Tianling's strength is absolutely unimaginable. If they were to fight, it would definitely be a fierce battle. At that time, it'd be normal for some unpredictable situations to occur. It'd be best if they didn't clash with Tianling. Yi Ziyun looked at Nieli and asked, "Nieli, how's Yihan?" "He was hit by my Inyong blast. He probably won't be able to live," said Nieli. Yi Ziyun's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. After all, Yihan is her father's godson. Although he deserved it, the kind-hearted Yi Ziyun couldn't help feeling pity for Yihan. Until now, she still couldn't understand why Yihan would betray Glory City and plot against her father. Her father treated him like his own son. "Nieli, don't tell my father about this," Yi Ziyun said after a moment of silence. Nieli glanced at Yi Ziyun and slightly nodded his head. He understood Yi Ziyun's thoughts. She probably doesn't want Yizong to be sad. Although Yihan is only an adopted son, he was still brought up by Yizong. Yihan's death isn't to be regretted. Don't be sad for such a person, Nieli said as he patted Yi Ziyun's shoulder. Looking into the distance, the battle on the other side of the lake was still ongoing. The battle has already reached the center of the lake. Those people still couldn't do anything to the zombie Jiao Dragon. Chapter 229. The zombie Jiao Dragon itself wasn't that strong, but the pearl was the key. As time passed, the zombie Jiao Dragon's body grew larger and larger. Its entire body glowed with a scarlet luster. It's already reached its limit and wants to dive back into the lake. Stop it. Don't let it escape. Song Ming coldly barked. Mu Yi and the rest frantically attacked the zombie Jiao Dragon, while the rest stood on the surface of the lake to intercept it. Their feet were on the surface of the lake, ready to fight at any time. The zombie Jiao Dragon was enraged and roared towards the sky. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of zombie Jiao Dragons emerged from the water and pounced towards the surrounding experts. These zombie Jiao Dragons were all black gold rank and above. Some experts were caught off guard and were dragged into the lake by the zombie Jiao Dragons, letting out mournful screams. There were also some zombie Jiao Dragons that were killed by these experts. I didn't expect it to have a nest of offspring. Song Ming coldly sneered. A purple Lei Zhu appeared in his palm. The Lei Zhu crazily released a terrifying power that swept across the surface of the lake. When the zombie Jiao Dragons came into contact with the Lei Zhu, sparks flew in all directions as they were wiped out. Just as Song Ming and the others were killing the ordinary zombie Jiao Dragons, the zombie Jiao Dragon in the sky turned even redder. Walls of water appeared out of thin air, trapping all the cultivators in an instant. The instant the wall of water was summoned, the zombie Jiao Dragon plunged into the lake. Seeing this, Song Ming furrowed his brows. He condensed a lightning bolt in his palm and shot it at the zombie Jiao Dragon. However, the lightning bolt was unable to penetrate the wall of water and was blocked by it. I didn't expect this beast to have such strength. Song Ming raised his brows, and a mysterious lightning spear appeared in his hand. He suddenly shot it out from his hand, and the lightning spear spun and danced in the air, bringing with it streaks of lightning as it shot towards the zombie Jiao Dragon with an unparalleled and powerful aura. Boom! The lightning spear pierced through the wall of water and shot towards the zombie Jiao Dragon. Nieli saw the lightning spear from afar. This lightning spear was at least a heavenly fate-grade weapon. Although Song Ming wasn't able to unleash the true power of the lightning spear, he was still able to unleash it. However, it was still very shocking. With my current strength, if I were to encounter Song Ming, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to deal with him. Nieli thought to himself, it was better not to fight for the Red Pearl. Nieli left with Yi Ziyun, preparing to continue searching for the others. Boom! The lightning spear pierced through the zombie Jiao Dragon's body, causing it to let out a mournful scream as fresh blood splattered onto the surface of the lake. Song Ming's attack had definitely seriously injured the zombie Jiao Dragon. Ignoring the injuries on its body, the zombie WYRM dove headfirst into the lake. At this moment, Mu Yi was already standing on the surface of the lake. He just stood there quietly. The zombie Jiao Dragon was heavily injured, and with his strength, he could easily intercept it. But he didn't move. The zombie Jiao Dragon let out an indignant cry and dove into the water. Song Ming held onto the lightning spear and landed on the surface of the water. The zombie Jiao Dragon dove into the depths of the lake. The bottom of the lake was extremely deep, and there were some unknown dangers hidden within. If he was alone, Song Ming wouldn't dare to enter. Why didn't you stop it? Song Ming coldly glanced at Mu Yi. A brilliant smile appeared on Mu Ye's handsome face as he said, "This zombie Jiao Dragon is going berserk, and its strength is too strong. I didn't dare to attack, so I hesitated for a moment before it ran away." Song Ming frowned for a moment. It would be strange if he would listen to Mu Ye's nonsense, but Mu Yi wasn't willing to attack. He was also helpless because Mu Yi was a very difficult person to deal with. If they were to fight, Song Ming might not be able to do anything to Mu Yi. Humph! Song Ming coldly snorted. He sensed the direction of the zombie Jiao Dragon's escape and flew across the surface of the lake. Seeing Song Ming's back, Mu Ye's expression gradually turned cold. Actually, he could have stopped the zombie Jiao Dragon just now, but he did not do so. This was because when Song Ming brandished his lightning spear, he felt that he was no match for Song Ming. So what if he managed to stop the zombie Jiao Dragon? If they were to fight over it, the red pearl would most likely fall into Song Ming's hands. To Mu Yi, he would rather lose the red pearl than let Song Ming obtain it. This time, Song Ming would be one of his strongest competitors in the Master of the Nether Realm's disciple recruitment. Nieli saw the final scene of Mu Yi releasing the zombie Jiao Dragon and faintly smiled. These people were indeed not of the same mind. Nieli could roughly guess what Mu Yi was thinking. It's best that the zombie Jiao Dragon escaped. Nieli faintly smiled. If the red pearl fell into someone else's hands, it would definitely be a headache. The competition between the various families of the Nether Realm was indeed intense. Nieli suddenly felt a fluctuation in his soul realm. He faintly smiled and said, "I can sense Ninger. Ninger is right beside me." Seeing Nieli's brilliant smile, Yi Ziyun pouted. Although she felt a little strange in her heart, she wasn't a narrow-minded person. After all, Ning, and Nieli were acquainted before her. Nieli leapt up a slope. On a small path far away, a beautiful girl was quietly walking. If it wasn't Ning, who else could it be? However, beside Ning, there was another young master. This person had delicate features, was handsome, free, and easy. His face was like a crown of jade, and he had a calm demeanor. This person looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. His eyebrows were long enough to reach his temples. His eyes were slender and gentle, and he had a straight nose. His skin was as white as jade and seemed to be able to drip water. His eyes were as beautiful as the heavens and earth, without any impurities. His thin lips were slightly hooked into a smile that wasn't a smile. This kind of elegant temperament would definitely cause the hearts of countless girls to palpitate. Even women would be jealous of his looks. The young master smiled and said something. From time to time, Ning would also purse her lips and smile. The two of them walking on the small road looked like a perfect couple. Seeing this, Nieli inexplicably felt a little depressed in his heart. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. What's wrong with me? Recalling the various experiences he had with Ninger was indeed a very likable girl. If it weren't for so many experiences in his previous life, Nieli would probably fall in love with Ninger. Nieli, are you jealous? Yi Ziyun looked at Nieli playfully and asked. No way. Nieli smiled and shook his head. He understood that Yi Ziyun was teasing him. Ninger, over here. Nieli waved to Xiao Ninger. After seeing Nieli, Xiao Ninger's eyes suddenly lit up, revealing a joyful look. She quickly ran towards Nieli and Yi Ziyun. Nieli, Yi Ziyun, I've finally found you, Xiao Ninger said. She thought back to the scene in the fog of confusion and saw Nieli anxiously looking for her. She felt a little happy in her heart. At least in Nieli's heart, she was still very important, even if she was slightly inferior to Yi Ziyun. The handsome youth also walked over. Nieli and Nieli's eyes met. Faintly, Nieli felt that the other party's strength was unfathomable. He didn't know if the other party was a friend or foe. If the other party was an enemy, he would definitely be extremely difficult to deal with. He might even be stronger than Song Ming and Mu Yi. This nether realm was indeed filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Ninger, this is? Nieli looked at Ning, and inquired. He's called Xiaoyu. It's all thanks to him that I wasn't entangled by those people earlier. Xiao Ninger introduced. Many thanks to Brother Xiao for helping Ning out of trouble. Nieli slightly cupped his hands. Brother Nieli is too polite. Xiaoyu smiled. When he smiled, it made people feel like they were bathing in the spring wind. You know my name? Nieli's brows twitched. On the way here, little sister Ning has mentioned you more than once. How could I not know? Xiaoyu laughed. Xiaoyu's voice was as soft as jade. When he spoke, his bearing was free and easy, making it hard for others to feel disgusted. No wonder Ning didn't have her guard up against him. However, Nieli still kept his guard up. After all, this was a stranger he met on the road. Moreover, his strength was unfathomable. Who knew what the other party's motive was? In his previous life, Nieli had met too many people. Hearing Xiao use words, Ning's cheeks were slightly hot. She couldn't help but sneak a glance at Yi Ziyun. After all, Yi Ziyun was now Nieli's fiancée. Yi Ziyun already knew that Xiao Ninger liked Nieli. Along the way, she and Xiao Ning went from good friends to strangers. Then because of Nieli, they had all kinds of connections. This relationship was now irresolvable and messy. Although her emotions were a little complicated, with Yi Ziyun's character, she wouldn't look into it. She could only let everything take its course. Xiaoyu looked at Nieli and the others. She seemed to be deep in thought. She smiled faintly and said, "Along the way, I got along well with little sister Ning. It just so happens that I'm a little bored on my own. Why don't I join you guys?" This fellow actually wanted to cling on. Leaving such an unknown person by his side made Nieli feel a little uneasy. Since this Xiaoyu had come to the 9-layer Deathlands, it couldn't be as simple as making friends, right? Moreover, such a powerful person was actually only at the first level of the 9-layer Deathlands. No matter how he looked at it, Nieli felt that the other party was up to no good. "Nieli, Xiaoyu is a very good person," Xiao Ning said as she looked at Nieli. Hearing Xiao Ning's words, Nieli didn't know why, but he became even more suspicious of Xiaoyu. For such a handsome person, his personality, demeanor, etc. were all impeccable. He was too perfect, so perfect that he didn't seem like an ordinary person. Xiaoyu's voice was gentle, and he was very gentle and considerate towards others. This made Nieli a little unhappy. "Ning, we still have important things to do. We can't bring an outsider." Nieli thought for a moment, then shook his head and refused. "It seems that Brother Nieli has some prejudice against me," Xiaoyu said with a faint smile. He could see that Nieli didn't like him. "Prejudice? Of course. How long has it been? You're already thinking of sneaking into our group?" Nieli still smiled politely and said, "Brother Xiaoyu, you've misunderstood. We've only just met. Furthermore, you've helped Ning. Why would I have any prejudice against you?" Chapter 230. Hearing the conversation between Nieli and Xiaoyu, Yi Ziyun seemed to have understood something. They had just gotten to know Xiaoyu, and Yi Ziyun was wary of Xiaoyu. To suddenly travel with a stranger in a place like the 9-layer Deathlands was extremely inappropriate. "Since you don't have any prejudice against me, why is Brother Nieli chasing me away? If Brother Nieli wants to do something, I won't disturb you," Xiaoyu said with a faint smile. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Nieli. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Nieli's heart trembled. Xiaoyu's strength gave off an unfathomable feeling. Nieli was worried that if he forced Xiaoyu to leave, Xiaoyu might fall out with him. It looked like this guy was going to be so thick-skinned that he wouldn't leave. Since Brother Xiaoyu wants to stay, that's fine. However, if we encounter a situation later on, Brother Xiao, you will have to take care of yourself," Nieli said after a moment of silence. It looked like he had to think of another way to chase Xiaoyu away. Moreover, he had to find Plume Flame God Knees and the others as soon as possible. With just the 3 of them, they might not be able to deal with Xiaoyu. "Don't worry, Brother Nieli. There's no one in the Nether Realm who can touch me," Xiaoyu said proudly. Nieli glanced at Xiaoyu. Was Xiaoyu confident or arrogant? He actually said that there was no one in the Nether Realm who could touch him. Xiaoyu's identity was shrouded in mystery. Nieli could only bury his suspicions in his heart for now. Xiao Ning looked at Nieli, then back at Xiaoyu. Although she felt that Xiaoyu was a good person, Nieli definitely had his own judgment. Xiao Ning trusted Nieli unconditionally from the bottom of her heart. However, the impression that Xiaoyu gave her was that he wasn't a bad person. Xiao Ning also fell into a dilemma. Nieli's group of 4 walked along the lakeside, searching for traces of others. Is that a spirit origin fruit? Nieli's gaze fell onto a place in the forest beside the lake. There, he saw a fruit quietly growing, blooming with a faint white luster. A fruit quietly grew there, blooming with a faint white luster. Nieli walked towards the spirit origin fruit and glanced at Xiaoyu, asking, "Brother Xiao, are you interested in this spirit origin fruit?" Hearing Nieli's words, Xiaoyu shook his head. "My physique is special. The spirit origin fruit has no effect on me. You guys take it." Something as precious as the spirit origin fruit, yet Xiaoyu didn't have the slightest intention of fighting for it. Just what was he after? Nieli was silent for a moment. He squatted down next to the spirit origin fruit and slowly stepped on it, then placed it into his spatial ring. This spirit origin fruit required a period of time to be refined. Moreover, one spirit origin fruit wasn't enough. It was better to put away first. Perhaps he would be able to find more spirit origin fruits in other places. Brother Nyeli, in this world, people die for wealth and birds die for food. Fighting and snatching. In the end, the dead die and the injured get injured. What's the point? Xiaoyu smiled faintly. In his opinion, Nyeli was nothing more than a greedy person. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Nyeli glanced at Xiaoyu. He didn't expect Xiaoyu to have such an insight. He smiled. Living in this world, people have 7 emotions and 6 desires, endless worries. According to what you said, isn't it better to die? But a person dying is like a lamp going out, there's nothing left. It's better to fight and snatch, it's more lively. Hearing Nie Li's words, Xiaoyu laughed involuntarily. But thinking about it carefully, it seemed to have a philosophical meaning. If one didn't fight for anything, then what was the point of living? Not expecting Nie Li to have his own views, Xiaoyu smiled. Nie Li could be considered an interesting person. I'm a little curious about you. You're so young. How can you be so proficient in inscription to such a degree? Senior inscription master, you're really amazing. Seeing Xiao Ning, and Yi Ziyun chatting in the distance, Xiaoyu crossed her arms and smiled. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Nie Li was shocked. Nie Li was shocked in his heart. How did Xiaoyu know that he was a senior inscription master? The more Nie Li thought about it, the more shocked he was. What is this Xiaoyu's background? To think that he had investigated his background so thoroughly. He must have done it on purpose to get close to Ning. Nie Li clenched his fist and walked to Xiaoyu's side. He said in a low voice, I don't know where you came from, and I don't know how you investigated my background. If you harm anyone around me, I'll make you regret it. Feeling Nie Li getting closer, Xiaoyu took a step back and opened up some distance. Brother Nie Li must be joking. I'm just a little curious about you. I have no intention of harming any of you. That's good. Nie Li went silent for a moment. He didn't know if Xiaoyu's words were true, but Nie Li found it hard to let down his guard against Xiaoyu. You still haven't answered my question. Xiaoyu smiled faintly. Inscription patterns are just a kind of rule. Once you're familiar with the rule, you'll know the meaning. Nie Li thought for a moment and replied. He won't tell others about his rebirth. Rule? After Xiaoyu heard it, her bright eyes narrowed and said, Brother Nie Li has already comprehended the meaning of the power of law. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Nie Li was shocked. This person even knows the meaning of the power of law. Just what kind of background does he have? Nie Li saw that Xiaoyu's eyes were a light sapphire blue color. It's unbelievably beautiful. For a moment, Nie Li was stunned for a moment. He immediately woke up. I can't tell you about that. If you tell me about your background, I might be able to tell you. Nie Li said. Xiaoyu smiled faintly and said, Actually, there's no need for Brother Nie Li to tell me. I also know that Brother Nie Li not only comprehended the meaning of the power of law, but you also comprehended the power of light and darkness. For these 2 laws to appear in the same person's body, it really opened my eyes. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Nie Li couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Just what is going on? Xiaoyu even knows about this. In front of Xiaoyu, Nie Li felt like he was stripped naked. He didn't have a single secret. But since there were no secrets, Nie Li let it go. If Xiaoyu really had evil intentions, she would have already made a move. Nie Li said, I don't know who you are, and how did you find out about me? Since you already know everything, why are you asking me? I just want to know if you're willing to tell me the truth. The corner of Xiaoyu's mouth curled up slightly as she spoke. Nie Li looked at Xiaoyu in a daze. Xiaoyu asked for so long just to know if he was willing to tell the truth. Willing to do what? So what if he wasn't willing? It was completely meaningless. Nie Li couldn't understand Xiaoyu's thinking at all. Other than that, I'm also a little interested in little sister Ning, so I came. Xiaoyu smiled faintly. Nie Li's eyes turned cold. If you have any bad intentions towards Ning, then don't blame me for being rude. Bad intentions? Brother Nie Li is too serious. Why would I have any bad intentions towards little sister Ning? Little sister Ning is so pure and kind. I don't want to hurt her. A fair and graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. There's no reason that Brother Nie Li doesn't want to be with little sister Ning, so you shouldn't allow others to pursue her. Xiao Yu smiled meaningfully at Nieli. Then he turned around and walked towards Xiao Ning, and the others. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Nieli suddenly froze. If Xiao Yu was sincere, then in what position would he be standing in to stop him? But why did he feel so unhappy when he heard Xiao Yu's words? It was as if someone wanted to forcibly take something away from his hands. Thinking back to everything that had happened before, from the time he helped Ning heal to the various things that happened with her, perhaps even if Nieli didn't want to admit it, Ning had already become an indispensable part of his life. Xiao Yu was a person who seemed to be able to see through everything. He was definitely doing it on purpose. But what should Nieli do next? After his rebirth, Nieli wanted to protect everything around him and not let his family and friends be hurt. Although he had a certain amount of initiative, he was still pushed forward step by step. Sometimes, Nieli was also filled with helplessness. Silently guarding was also a kind of companionship. Perhaps Ning also thought so. Looking at Xiao Yu's back, Nieli always felt that Xiao Yu was a very mysterious person with no good intentions. Anyway, if Xiao Yu wanted to touch Ning he would have to go through him first. Nieli snorted coldly. After his rebirth, so many of his secrets were actually grasped by another person. Nieli felt that he was facing a great threat. If he couldn't even suppress Xiao Yu, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. Xiao Ning and Yi Ziyun quietly stood at the side of the lake. The sparkling lake water made the two of them look like fairies in a painting, so beautiful that it couldn't be replicated. At this moment, the surface of the lake in the distance rumbled and exploded. They saw Tsang Ming and the zombie Jiao Dragon fighting, causing the lake water to surge. Be careful. Nieli quickly rushed forward. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning quickly retreated to avoid being affected by the shock waves of the battle. Fighting here is disturbing our mood, Xiao Yu lightly said. A slender jade hairpin suddenly appeared in her right hand. With a swoosh, the slender jade hairpin shot towards the zombie Jiao Dragon and Tsang Ming in the sky. It was like a graceful stream of light. With a ding sound, the slender jade hairpin knocked against the lightning spear in Tsang Ming's hand. Tsang Ming was about to brandish his lightning spear to kill the zombie Jiao Dragon, but he felt a majestic and mighty force knocking against his lightning spear. In an instant, the lightning spear flew out of his hand and into the distance. His entire hand was trembling and his right palm was covered with blood. He took a deep look at Nieli and the others, his eyes filled with deep fear. What kind of terrifying expert had he encountered today? Since that expert had only knocked away his lightning spear, it must have been a warning. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. He quickly flew over, grabbed his lightning spear, and ran away. Looking at Xiao Yu, Nieli's eyes also revealed shock. It seemed that he had greatly underestimated Xiao Yu's strength. Chapter 231. This zombie Jiao Dragon was clearly living well in the lake, but someone just had to come and kill it. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Since that's the case, I'll take that red pearl and save your life. As Xiao Yu spoke, she leaped forward. Water dragons appeared out of thin air like ropes and tightly bound the zombie Jiao Dragon. Xiao Yu stopped beside the zombie Jiao Dragon. She stretched out her right hand and removed the red pearl from the zombie Jiao Dragon's forehead. The zombie Jiao Dragon, which was originally blood red in color, quickly changed back to its original appearance. Xiao Yu moved her right hand, and the water dragons quickly disappeared. The zombie Jiao Dragon was finally no longer bound. It looked at Xiao Yu with fear and no longer dared to take back the pearl from Xiao Yu's hand. With a plop, it dived into the water. Xiao Yu leaped over and landed on the shore. She looked at Ning and said, Ning, you've integrated with a heavenly lightning sparrow demon spirit. Although this pearl isn't particularly suitable for your attribute, it should still be of great help to your cultivation. I'll give it to you. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xiao Ning immediately shook her head and said, I'm sorry, I can't accept such a precious item. She vaguely understood that Xiao Yu has some intentions toward her. She immediately rejected it. She doesn't want Nieli to misunderstand that there's something going on between her and Xiao Yu. Since Ning isn't willing to accept it, why don't you give it to me? Nieli smiled as he walked in front of Ning and took the pearl from Xiao Yu's hand. Xiao Yu was slightly stunned. He obviously hasn't reacted yet. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? I didn't even say that I'm going to give him the pearl. Then I'll give it to you. Xiao Yu shrugged. Although this pearl is a rare item, Xiao Yu obviously doesn't care much about it. Nieli accepted it and winked at Ning Er. This pearl should be of great help to Ning Er's cultivation. Ning Er accepting it is equivalent to accepting a favor from the other party. However, Nieli doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Since there's a lot of debt, there's nothing to worry about. Many thanks. Nieli waved his hand. In Nieli's mind, he would only think about it after he accepted the item. However, when it was time to take action, he still had to take action. Yi Ziyun couldn't help smiling. She's already used to Nieli's thick skin. The iced jade bangle that Yihan gave her was also accepted by Nieli. Afterwards, he secretly gave it to her, although she was unwilling to wear it. Seeing the look in Nieli's eyes, Xiao Ning blushed. He lowered his head in silence. Let's go, Nieli said. He was prepared to search for even more spiritual origin fruits. In any case, there was still plenty of time before the master of the Nether Realm's disciple selection. Brother Nieli came here to become the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm. With Brother Nieli's ability, even if he doesn't become the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm, his future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. Xiao Yu smiled. Although I don't care if I become the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm, I have to plan for my friends and find them a master. You need to find a backer. It's good to enjoy the shade under a big tree. Without a backer, countless geniuses have fallen, Nieli said indifferently. Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Yu laughed involuntarily. So the reason why Nieli brought his friends to participate in the Master of the Nether Realm's disciple selection was to find a backer? Brother Nieli, how about we make a deal? Xiao Yu transmitted her voice to Nieli. Give Ninger to me and I'll be your backer. How about it? Hearing Xiao Yu's words, a cold light flashed in Nieli's eyes as he said, Ninger isn't some object that can be given around. If Ninger likes you, what qualifications do I have to stop her? If Ninger doesn't like you and you shamelessly pester Ninger, then don't blame me for being impolite. Xiao Yu's brows slightly twitched as he laughed. I was only joking. Nieli looked at Xiao Yu's expression. He didn't know if Xiao Yu was joking or being serious. In short, he didn't know why, but Nieli was extremely unhappy with Xiao Yu. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength wasn't enough, Nieli would have already taken action. Xiao Yu's right hand moved, and the hairpin flew back into his hand. Earlier, Xiao Yu relied on this hairpin to send the lightning spear into Song Ming's hand flying. This hairpin was extremely exquisite. It looked crystal clear and didn't have a trace of energy fluctuation on it. However, from the carvings on the hairpin, Nieli could feel that the person who made this hairpin was no small matter. This little hairpin contained a boundless concept. Nieli couldn't help but mutter to himself. A grown man actually uses something like a jade hairpin as a weapon. Nieli glanced at Xiao Yu's finger that was holding the jade hairpin. That slender, white, and jade-like finger was like a young girl's. Nieli stared at Xiao Yu for a long time and couldn't help but snort in disdain. Xiao Yu was so beautiful that he didn't look like a man. As if sensing Nieli's disdain, Xiao Yu coughed lightly and said, This jade hairpin is something my mother left for me. Nieli shrugged his shoulders and said, Is there a need for you to explain to me? I didn't say anything. You. Xiao Yu was furious in his heart. Nieli's expression had already explained everything. However, after a moment, his heart calmed down. He could let Nieli think whatever he wanted. The group wandered around. Nieli searched for spiritual origin fruits while searching for others. At this moment, in the depths of the 9-layer Deathland's first layer, Lu Piao, Daozit, Duan Jian, and the rest were walking. Along the way, they met up and gathered spiritual origin fruits while searching for traces of Nieli, Yi Ziyun, and Xiao Ning. We finally found a spiritual origin fruit. Lu Piao's body was covered with scars from a fight. She snorted and said, How dare you steal our spiritual origin fruit? You're courting death. Not far from them, dozens of people were lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. This group of people felt depressed in their hearts. That spirit origin fruit was clearly seen by them first. Lu Piao wanted to pick it, but they stopped him and gave him a beating. Then, Lu Piao got angry, and when Duan Jian rushed over, he directly let Duan Jian rush over and beat them up. Was that guy with wings a monster? Why couldn't they break through his defense no matter how they attacked? Moreover, his strength was so shocking that he almost broke their bones. As long as someone was standing, they would be beaten until no one dared to stand up again. Umph, you actually dare to hit me. Don't you know that I have someone to protect me? Lu Piao snorted. Looking at her bruised face, she was depressed. Lu Piao looked at Duan Jian's body that was completely fine after receiving countless attacks, then looked at himself. He couldn't help sighing. Comparing oneself to others is truly infuriating. It seems like he has to strengthen his physical body in the future. Otherwise, he will always be beaten up miserably. After taking the spiritual origin fruit, the group continued to move forward. Only when Lu Piao and the others had gone far away did the people on the ground dare to get up, all of them groaning. What is the background of this group of people? Are they the young masters of some aristocratic family? We just want that spiritual origin fruit. Is it worth it? A man with a bruised face said gloomily. He was the one who was beaten up the most. Duan Jian beat him up so hard that tears almost fell down. This group of people were in an incomparably miserable state. They would probably need a few months to recover after they returned. Lu Piao and the others followed the tracks of Nie Li and the others. Since they didn't know the direction, they just kept walking and gradually entered the depths of the first layer of the Deathlands. Although the first layer of the Deathlands was relatively safe, there were still some unknown dangers hidden within. Occasionally, some terrifying skeletons would crawl up from the ground. These were the experts who had died in the Deathlands. Their corpses, under the influence of the deathly aura, had turned into some kind of terrifying monster. Duan Jian took the lead, killing all kinds of skeletons along the way. The others also merged with their demon spirits and joined the battle. At this moment, Nie Li and the others gradually entered the depths of the first layer of the Deathlands. At this moment, Nie Li suddenly felt a powerful aura passing by. These auras were all of the demigod rank, and there were at least 10 of them. They were heading towards the depths of the first layer of the Deathlands. What's going on? Why are there so many demigod rank experts appearing here? Nie Li asked as he glanced at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu slightly frowned. It was indeed a little strange for so many demigod rank experts to appear here. It was very likely that they were here for something. I don't know either. Xiaoyu shook her head. I thought you knew everything. So there's something you don't know as well. Nie Li laughed. Xiaoyu was momentarily speechless. Let's go take a look. You guys follow behind me. I can guarantee your safety, Xiaoyu said as she flew forward. Nie Li thought for a moment, then glanced at Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger. He whispered, let's follow and take a look. However, don't believe his nonsense. If the situation doesn't look good, we'll retreat. Hearing Nie Li's words, Yi Ziyun couldn't help but cover her mouth and let out a light laugh. Xiao Ning also revealed a slight smile. Nie Li was always this cunning. Very few people could make Nie Li suffer a loss. Nie Li, Yi Ziyun, and Xiao Ning followed from afar. Xiaoyu had no choice but to slow down and walk side by side with Nie Li and the others. Deep in the first layer of the Deathlands, a terrifying roar reverberated throughout the first layer of the 9-layer Deathlands. The 9-layer Deathlands started to tremble. Rumble. A huge tomb rose from the ground, accompanied by the collapse of countless skeletons. The tomb slowly rose into the air. Countless skeletons were piled up on top of the tomb. The entire wall was filled with all sorts of fine patterns, giving off a sinister and terrifying aura. In the sky above the ancient tomb, a huge silhouette quietly floated. It was a huge skeleton covered in sharp bone spikes. Occasionally, the spikes would turn into wings, and, at other times, they would turn into armor. The power of countless laws revolved around it. There were a total of 50 to 60 demigod rank powerhouses standing in the air far away, their faces filled with ecstasy and excitement. It's actually the shattered divine spark of the god of undead. The god of undead was a spiritual god that had grasped the law of death. However, for hundreds of millions of years, no one knew where the god of undead had gone. There were rumors that the god of undead had fought with the master of the nether realm and was killed by the master of the nether realm. However, this was only a rumor. Among the numerous laws, the law of death was second only to the law of time and space, the law of nether, and a few other pinnacle existences. Most people would never believe that the god of undead could be killed. Who would have thought that they would be able to see the shattered divine spark of the god of undead here? Chapter 232. Demigod rank experts would generally have a very high level of comprehension towards the power of laws. However, they lacked an opportunity to step into the realm of spiritual gods. With the suppression of laws, there might not even be a single demigod rank expert that could make a breakthrough. However, if they could obtain a fragment of a divine spark, the situation would be completely different. They might even be able to fuse with a divine spark and become an immortal spiritual god. The eyes of the huge skeleton blazed with scarlet flames, giving off a strange, suffocating pressure. The sharp bone spikes that were constantly changing into different shapes made people feel a chill in their hearts. The huge skeleton didn't make any movements as it quietly hovered there. An extremely eerie and terrifying aura was emitted from the huge tomb below. There was a fragment of the death god's divine spark on this skeleton. Could it be that what was buried in this tomb was the eyes of the demigod rank experts were blazing with madness? The death god was an ancient spiritual god. Who knew what kind of treasures the death god had left behind? Nieli and the rest landed a few hundred meters away. When they raised their heads and looked at the huge tomb, their eyes were filled with deep shock. Xiao Yu's gaze flickered as a chilling light flashed across his eyes. I never thought that there would be such an ancient tomb hidden in the first layer of the 9-layer Deathlands. Brother Xiao Yu, what do you plan to do? Nieli looked at Xiao Yu and asked, Brother Nieli, are you interested in exploring the ancient tomb with me? Xiao Yu smiled. Exploring the ancient tomb is nothing, but Ziyun and Ninger can't go. I'm worried that there will be danger if Ziyun and Ninger are left outside. Nieli said after a brief silence. Nieli, you want to enter the ancient tomb? Yi Ziyun asked with her brows knitted. Nieli, it's best if you don't go in. Xiao Ninger was also filled with worry. Xiao Yu looked at Yi Ziyun, then looked at Xiao Ninger and sighed. Brother Nieli, you should be satisfied that so many people are concerned about you. Nieli couldn't help faintly smiling at Xiao Yu's pitiful words. Ninger said, treat people with sincerity. You can obtain the sincerity of others. Nieli selflessly helped a lot of people. That's why we admire him so much. At Ning-er's words, Xiao Yu looked at Nieli in astonishment. He smiled and said, treat people with sincerity. Will I be able to obtain the sincerity of others? Xiao Yu pondered. Xiao Yu moved her right hand and took out a golden scroll from her interspatial ring. She handed it over to Ning-er and said, this is for you. If someone tries to harass you, as long as you take this out and the other party sees it, you'll be fine. He will definitely leave. Nieli looked at the golden scroll in Xiao Yu's hand and said, really? You aren't lying to me, are you? Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Yu's face darkened. She asked, do I look like someone who would lie? Yes. Nieli nodded his head and said with a serious expression. Xiao Yu was simply on the verge of going mad when she heard Nieli. After a short while, she calmed herself down and said, you can go give it a try if you don't believe me. There's no need for that. Nieli shrugged. Actually, he still believed Xiao Yu's words. Although he doesn't know Xiao Yu's identity, Nieli can be sure that this brat's identity is definitely not simple. Since he said that the golden scroll is useful, then it should be useful. Xiao Yu lightly snorted. If Nieli still wants to bicker with him about this, he will really get angry with Nieli. Thinking of something, Xiao Yu couldn't help muttering inwardly, I've sinned. I've sinned. Why was it that after meeting Nieli, his state of mind was thrown into disorder? Ziyun, Ninger, you two stay here first. I'll go in with that sissy to take a look. We'll be back soon, Nieli said to Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger. Seemingly hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Yu's eyes widened and said in resentment, Nieli, what did you call me? Of course I called you Xiao Yu. What else can I call you? Nieli looked at Xiao Yu in astonishment. You dare to do it. but you don't dare to admit it. Xiao Yu turned her head away. She snorted and said, looking at Nieli, then looking at Xiao Yu, Ning couldn't help lightly smiling. Ever since they got to know each other, Nieli and Xiao Yu seemed to have different feelings. She felt that Xiao Yu shouldn't be a bad person. Who knows, they might be able to become friends. Nieli, will you encounter any danger if you go in? Yi Ziyun worriedly said. It's fine, with Xiao Yu around, I won't encounter any danger. You guys have seen that fellow's strength earlier. As for me, ordinary mechanisms won't be able to trap me. Even if Xiao Yu dies inside, I won't die. Nieli confidently said. Who do you think will die inside? Xiao Yu stared at Nieli. Nieli looked at Xiao Yu and sincerely warned, I'm just making an analogy. As a cultivator, it's best not to be as impetuous as you. It's very easy for your cultivation to go berserk and your body to explode. Die for my body exploding. Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Yu's lungs were about to explode from anger. He constantly warned himself to calm down, and only then did he slowly calm down. I'm not going to listen to your nonsense. I'll wait for you up ahead. Xiao Yu leaped towards the ancient tomb. That brat has finally gone far away. You two must be careful and hide nearby. Don't wander around. If you encounter anyone from the Netherrealm's families, just do as Xiao Yu said and take out that golden scroll. That brat's background is definitely not small. His name should be quite useful. Nieli warned Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning in a low voice. Then be careful when you go in. Yi Ziyun was still worried and warned. Amen, don't worry. Nieli confidently smiled. Xiao Yu's strength was indeed very strong. With Xiao Yu by their side, they could be much more at ease. Although they didn't know Xiao Yu's identity, Xiao Yu shouldn't have any ill intentions towards them. Nieli instructed Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning before leaping to Xiao Yu's side and saying, let's go. Xiao Yu didn't say anything and leaped towards the ancient tomb in the sky. Hey, I haven't learned how to fly yet. Nieli yelled at Xiao Yu's back. Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Yu froze for a moment and looked at Nieli with a strange expression. His right hand moved and took out a piece of white silk, throwing it to Nieli. Hold on to the other end of the white silk. I'll pull you up. Seeing the white silk, Nieli looked at Xiao Yu strangely and said, We're all men. Is it that hard to hold hands? You actually took out a piece of white silk? It's not like you're going to hang yourself. Xiao Yu glanced at Nieli lightly. I'm a neat freak. I'm afraid of dirtying my hands. Well, I'm the same as you. Nieli curled his lips. Xiao Yu was really strange. He looked at the white silk and saw that it was about 1 meter long. Nieli could only hold on to one end of the white silk. Xiao Yu took the other end of the white silk and carried Nieli in the direction of the ancient tomb. On this white silk, there seemed to be a silver flower embroidered on it. Nieli couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. This Xiao Yu was really a sissy. He even embroidered a flower. On second thought, this silver flower might be the clan emblem of Xiao Yu's family. Nieli secretly memorized this clan emblem. When he returned, he would ask Luo Xiao if he knew the origin of this pattern. Xiao Yu pulled Nieli and landed on top of the ancient tomb. They were still a few hundred meters away from the entrance. Above the entrance of the ancient tomb, there was a huge skeleton floating in the air, giving off a terrifying pressure. At this moment, the demigod rank experts all rushed over. Law energy condensed into all kinds of techniques and blasted towards the huge skeleton. An incomparably huge battle axe suddenly appeared in the skeleton's hand and slashed outwards. A huge shockwave condensed from the law of death slashed towards the demigod rank experts. Boom, boom, boom. The power of laws continued to explode in the sky. The space between heaven and earth was filled with devastating energy. Several dissipating law energy blasted towards Nieli and Xiao Yu. Nieli was just about to deal with it when he saw Xiao Yu's right hand slightly trembling. A palm energy blasted out, and several law energy exploded in the sky, dissipating without a trace. Seeing Xiao Yu's actions, Nieli was inwardly speechless. This brat Xiao Yu's ability was too terrifying. Nieli didn't know what kind of energy he used, but he actually shattered the law energy used by the demigod rank experts with a single palm strike. He could basically confirm that Xiao Yu's strength had at least reached the demigod rank. As for whether or not he had reached the spiritual god rank, Nieli couldn't sense it. With Nieli's current strength, he was still unable to estimate the depth of Xiao Yu's strength. The huge skeleton unceasingly slashed out terrifying shockwaves, causing the demigod rank experts to be unable to approach it. They were also unable to approach the entrance of the ancient tomb. With that skeleton standing guard, I'm afraid we won't be able to enter. Let's go back, Nieli said from the side. He naturally wasn't afraid. He just wanted to probe Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu glared at Nieli and said, "We're already here and haven't even entered the ancient tomb. You want to go back? Then what do you think we should do? Unless you go up and kill that skeleton." Nieli knew that the axe-wielding skeleton was extremely powerful. Even 50 to 60 demigod rank experts wouldn't be able to kill it in a short period of time. Nieli wanted to see if Xiao Yu's strength was that abnormally strong. Xiao Yu's identity was too suspicious. Don't you have a brain? That skeleton is so powerful that even 50 to 60 demigod rank experts couldn't do anything to it. How am I supposed to deal with it? Xiao Yu glared at Nieli. Then what do you think we should do? Since we can't enter, why are we wasting time here? Asked Nieli. Actually, Nieli had a way to enter. He only needed to summon the shadow devil demon spirit. However, Nieli didn't intend to do that. He wanted to see what method Xiao Yu would use to enter. Looking at Nieli, Xiao Yu went silent for a moment, then said, "We can only use this method." Chapter 233. Xiao Yu took out a piece of translucent cloth from her interspatial ring and said, "Let's use this." This piece of translucent cloth is roughly 2 meters square. It's covered with all kinds of strange, translucent inscription patterns. This is bewildering inscription patterns. Nieli's gaze fell onto these inscription patterns. His brows twitched as he said. Xiao Yu looked at Nieli in surprise. She never thought that Nieli would be able to see through the origin of these inscription patterns. Nieli's attainments in inscription patterns are really shocking. We'll cover our bodies with this cloth and activate the inscription patterns on it. That way, we'll be able to hide our traces, Xiao Yu said. And Nieli nodded his head. Xiao Yu's method is indeed able to bring him into the tomb without being intercepted by the skeleton. The effects of the bewildering inscription patterns are very strong. Nieli's shadow devil demon spirit is an extremely rare demon spirit. It has the ability to hide its traces. Even without this piece of cloth, Nieli can still enter the tomb. However, Nieli isn't sure if Xiao Yu is a friend or foe. Therefore, Nieli won't reveal the ability of the shadow devil demon spirit. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go in, Xiao Yu said. Her right hand moved, covering the two of them with the translucent cloth and activating the bewildering inscription patterns on it. The figures of the two people quickly disappeared. The demigod rank experts are still fighting with the skeleton. The strength of the skeleton is simply too strong, to the point that they can't even get close to the tomb. However, while they're fighting, Nieli and Xiao Yu are gradually getting closer to the entrance of the tomb. Nieli hid behind Xiao Yu. The two of them slowly moved forward. A faint fragrance wafted over. Nieli took a sniff, and his face revealed a strange expression. A man actually has such a fragrance on his body. He's really effeminate. Nieli put his hands on Xiao Yu's waist and walked forward. "Where did you put your hand?" Xiao Yu said with some anger. "This cloth is so small that it can't cover it at all. I can only get a little closer. What's wrong with just holding hands?" "What a man," Nieli said, depressed. "Xiao Yu is simply too troublesome. Get your filthy hands off me," Xiao Yu said in a low voice, suppressing her anger. Bang! Nieli curled his lips in disdain. Xiao Yu really thought highly of herself. So what if she touched him? She felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Nieli felt depressed, but he still withdrew his hand. The two of them gradually approached the entrance of the ancient tomb. At the entrance of the ancient tomb is a giant stone door. The stone door is tightly shut, and there are all sorts of mysterious inscription patterns carved on it. There are also 2 grooves that seem to be for keys. Without keys, how are we going to open this stone door? Nieli asked with his brows furrowed. I naturally have a way to do that, Xiao Yu said. He started to study the inscription patterns on the stone door, thinking about how to break the inscription patterns on it. If Nieli were to think about it carefully, he should be able to break the inscription patterns. However, since Xiao Yu is so confident, then let Xiao Yu do it. Nieli was bored to death. He raised his head and looked at the battle in the sky. The battle between demigod rank experts had caused the sky to darken, the sun and moon to lose their radiance. The violent law energy clashed in the sky, and the terrifying explosions sounded as though they were about to tear the sky apart. Nieli seemed to have sensed something. He quietly sensed the black and white law energy in his body. He has no idea when he will be able to use the power of demigod rank. The current Nieli, although he has comprehended the black and white law energy and cultivated to 3-star black gold rank, his true strength is still far from reaching that level. The amount of law energy that he can use is still very limited. Nieli furrowed his brows and asked Xiao Yu, "It's not done yet." "Of course. Do you think it's that simple?" The stone door of the ancient tomb was covered in extremely obscure inscription patterns. There were more than 300 of them. "I want to break them one by one. Do you think it'll be done in a short period of time?" Xiao Yu said, speechless. Nieli shrugged and said, "Then continue." Xiao Yu bent over to study the inscription patterns on the stone door. But was raised high. Nieli unintentionally took a glance. Xiao Yu's but is very round. It's like a small millstone. That perfectly round curve would make people dumbfounded. Nieli slapped his head. "What am I thinking? Xiao Yu is a man. Who asked Xiao Yu to have a face that even women would be jealous of? That body, that skin, even men can be tempted." A moment later, Xiao Yu's brows were still furrowed. "She seems to be in deep thought." Nieli urged, "Hey, hurry up. If you continue to stay here, you'll be discovered by the skeleton." "What are you rushing me for? My thoughts are all messed up by you. I've already solved over 50 inscription patterns." Xiao Yu furrowed her brows and said unhappily, "You've only solved over 50 inscription patterns?" Nieli's mouth was wide open. "There are over 300 inscription patterns here. How long are you going to solve them?" Xiao Yu furrowed her brows and said, "Aren't you annoying? Why don't you do it?" Go to the side," Nieli said, using his hand to push Xiao Yu away. Under the 2-meter square cloth, the space is too small. Nieli pushed Xiao Yu's chest and unconsciously pinched it. And it's very flat. There's no feeling at all. This guy is indeed a man. "What are you doing?" Xiao Yu suddenly jumped up. Her face turned red all the way to her neck. She almost lifted the cloth. "Hey, be careful. What if you get discovered? So what if I push you a little? Are you a man or not?" Nieli said angrily. "You." Xiao Yu was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She snorted and went around to Nieli's back. "Hey, your butt is poking me. Can you move away?" Nieli felt Xiao Yu's butt poking him. That soft and supple feeling. Thinking that the other person is a man, Nieli got goosebumps all over his body. "You're the one who's complaining first. It's obviously you who squeezed in first." Xiao Yu angrily stared at Nieli. "How? Is this small? Don't tell me I have to be more than 3 meters away from you?" Nieli angrily stared back. 2 grown men squeezing under such a small cloth. What's going on? Xiao Yu was depressed. How did he come up with such a rotten idea? He actually squeezed with Nieli here. Xiao Yu wanted to argue with Nieli, but when he saw that Nieli was already engrossed in examining the inscription patterns, he angrily turned his head away and thought to himself, "I'd like to see how long you can take to unravel these inscription patterns." Although Xiao Yu knew that Nieli's attainments in inscription patterns were very high, he was at most on par with him. "You actually think that I'm slow. Take a closer look and you'll know how complicated the inscription patterns on this stone door are." Just when Xiao Yu was deep in thought, Nieli looked at Xiao Yu and said, "The inscription patterns have been solved. However, we don't have the key, so we still can't enter." "What? You've solved it?" Xiao Yu looked at Nieli in shock. He saw that where Nieli's right hand was pointing, there were mysterious patterns that extended in all directions of the stone door. There's no need to solve the inscription patterns on this stone door one by one. If you really want to solve them one by one, you'll realize that after going in a circle, you'll be back to where you started. Break through the fog and look at the essence. Actually, among the 300+ inscription patterns, only these 5 lines are the true essence. The rest are used to confuse people. As long as you solve these 5 lines, it's enough. Nelly said calmly. Xiaoyu looked at the slowly unraveling inscription patterns in shock. He thought that these inscription patterns had to be solved one by one. He never thought that it would be so simple. So I was just confused by the complexity of the inscription patterns. Nieli shook his head and sighed. Something that can be solved in a few breaths of time. I still can't solve it. Xiaoyu was depressed. He was choked by Nieli again. However, Nieli's attainments in inscription patterns have indeed exceeded his imagination. Although Nieli's mouth is a bit cheap, he still has the ability. Bringing Nieli over was indeed the right choice. Move aside, I'll open the door. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Nieli said doubtfully, Are you sure you'll open it? Solving these inscription patterns is useless. We have to find a key first. You probably don't know about this. This kind of notch is the key to the Netherrealm. Almost every demigod rank expert has one. Xiaoyu said. He took out 2 stone-like things from his interspatial ring and placed them into the notch on the door. The streams of light on the inscription pattern converged on the 2 stones, and the stone door rumbled open. Seeing this scene, Nieli was dumbfounded. The key to the passage. All right, you win. Xiaoyu smiled in satisfaction. After being choked by Nieli, he finally turned the tables and said, Let's go in. The stone door opened a little, just enough for one person to enter. Xiaoyu turned sideways and went in. Nieli also followed. At this moment, the demigod rank experts in the sky were in an uproar when they saw the stone door open. Many of them had tried to break through the skeleton's defense countless times and enter the ancient tomb. However, they were all intercepted by the skeleton. They couldn't do anything to the skeleton in a short period of time. They didn't expect that someone would enter the ancient tomb before them and get the fruits of their labor. When the skeleton discovered that someone opened the ancient tomb's stone door, it immediately roared in anger and dove down. Although it doesn't have any intelligence, protecting the ancient tomb is its instinct. Good chance. Let's kill our way into the ancient tomb. Let's kill this skeleton first. There's a broken divine spark of the god of death on this skeleton. The demigod rank experts rushed down one after another. Some wanted to enter the tomb, while others wanted to kill the skeleton first. The scene instantly became chaotic. However, at this moment, Nieli and Xiaoyu had already entered the tomb and were walking towards the depths of the tomb. Who knows what's hidden in the dark and serene tomb? The Demon God manga is currently being serialized. Everyone pay attention to it. It has been serialized for 3 months. Currently, it's ranked 7th on Tencent's monthly votes chart, 7th on the Demonic Chi monthly votes chart, 1st on non-contracted works, 1st on Anime Home, and can be searched on NetEase Comics, wholeheartedly creating a new benchmark for Chinese comics. Chapter 234. They walked down the stairs step by step. The steps were covered with mud and moss. The deep darkness gave people a cramped and oppressive feeling. Waves of cold air blew from the inside of the passage. Xiaoyu walked in front, step by step, slowly and calmly. Nieli could see that Xiaoyu was very careful. With every step he took, he would check the surroundings. He also avoided all the traps in the surroundings. The inscription pattern from earlier had a lot of bewitching traps. Indeed, only those with extraordinary attainments will be able to see through the inscription pattern with a single glance. For Xiaoyu to be able to do that was already pretty good. With Xiaoyu's ability, ordinary traps wouldn't be able to do anything to him. After walking for about half an hour, they didn't know where they were. The gloomy death aura became more and more dense. The steps under their feet were scattered with skulls. When they accidentally stepped on them, they immediately made a cracking sound, and those skulls shattered to the ground. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound rang out as one ugly creature after another climbed up the stairs. Asterisk whoosh, 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 whoosh. These creatures emitted a rotten smell. They looked ferocious, and their limbs were like spiders, sticking to the rock wall. These are corpse ghosts. Be careful of the poison on their bodies. Nieli reminded. When Xiaoyu saw these creatures, he frowned slightly and revealed a look of disgust. He slightly opened his right hand, and a light shield appeared out of thin air around him. There were faint lightning flashes and thunder roars on the light shield. The corpse ghouls pounced on the light shield, and with a few explosions, the corpse ghouls exploded, turning into green paste. These corpse ghosts couldn't break through Xiao Yu's light shield defense. Seeing Xiao Yu's actions, Nieli smiled bitterly. This guy really has mysophobia. In order to deal with these corpse ghosts and prevent them from approaching him, he actually used a Thunder Guardian stone. Xiao Yu didn't say a word and walked forward on the stairs. After walking down the stairs, there was a flat ground in front of them. At this moment, a sharp whistling sound came from behind. It was the aura of several demigod rank experts. After feeling this aura, Xiao Yu hurriedly said, "Let's go quickly." Those demigod rank experts had also followed them in. Xiao Yu flew forward with Nieli following closely behind. Not long after the two of them started moving, they triggered many traps. Countless arrows were shot in their direction. Ding, ding, ding. The mechanical arrows bounced off and fell to the ground. These mechanical arrows, none of them could break through Xiao Yu's light shield. However, the duration of the light shield was very limited. Xiao Yu wanted to make use of this time to run a little further. As they were running, the space at the end of the passageway suddenly distorted. "Not good," Nieli exclaimed as he sensed the space-time distortion. He quickly reached out to grab Xiao Yu. However, he was still a little too slow. Xiao Yu dove in head first. Nieli hesitated for a moment. Although Xiao Yu was a little annoying, he wasn't too bad. Nieli couldn't just watch someone die. He grabbed Xiao Yu's clothes and flew in. The two of them felt like they had fallen into an endless abyss. What happened? Xiao Yu tried his best to open his eyes. However, the space-time distortion made it impossible for him to do so. Nieli's right hand grabbed Xiao Yu's clothes tightly to prevent Xiao Yu from flying to another place. However, the space-time distortion was too powerful. Nieli's right hand gradually lost its strength. A ripping sound rang out. Nieli tore a piece of Xiao Yu's clothes. Seeing that his right hand was about to leave, Nieli opened his eyes reluctantly. His left hand grabbed Xiao Yu. He grabbed Xiao Yu's collar and hooked his right hand around Xiao Yu's waist. Xiao Yu felt his body falling frantically. He wanted to find a way to stop, but it was completely useless. It seemed like someone had grabbed his clothes. He remembered. It should be Nieli. Suddenly, there was a ripping sound. A large piece of his clothes was torn at his waist. Immediately after, he felt that his collar was tightly grabbed, and his waist was also hooked. A heavy body was firmly pressing against his body, and he immediately began to struggle. Nieli frowned. What the hell is Xiao Yu doing? I wanted to save him. He simply doesn't know what's good for him. Sensing that Xiao Yu was about to break free, Nieli shouted coldly, "Don't move. Are you courting death?" Hearing Nieli's angry shout, Xiao Yu stopped. Nieli felt the space-time distortion and tearing around him. He frowned. Where are they going to fall? This area was filled with the power of the law of death. Nieli's body quickly expanded and turned into a fang panda. Yin-yang blast. Nieli opened his mouth wide. A black and a white light ball quickly condensed in his mouth. They were 10 times the yin-yang blast. The black and white light balls flew towards the deep darkness. They flew to a very far place. Then there was a loud bang. At the end of the endless void, a dazzling white light lit up. The tearing force in the surroundings instantly disappeared. Nieli and Xiao Yu fell into the water and were pushed forward by the current. Nieli returned to his original size. He gasped for breath as he examined his surroundings. They seemed to have entered the depths of the ancient tomb. The surrounding stone walls were filled with all kinds of mysterious murals. The murals depicted a group of experts fighting in the sky. The battle was intense, and the casualties were heavy. This was an extremely desperate battle. In the vast sky, there was a deep void tunnel that led to the end of the space-time. At the end of the space-time, there was a group of experts overlooking this place. Behind the group of experts at the end of the space-time, there was a mysterious scene. Huge floating islands floated in the sky. The mountains and rivers were beautiful, and the scenery was pleasant. There were also ruins of palaces that floated in the sky, looking magnificent. At the sight of this, Nieli was shocked. What was depicted was the place that Nieli had been to in his previous life, the Draconic Ruins realm. It turned out that there were spiritual gods in this world that already knew of the existence of that realm. The Draconic Ruins realm was a realm higher than the Divine Continent's world. In the field of cultivation, Soul Force could reach legend rank. However, only by comprehending the heavenly energy could one break through legend rank and step into the heavenly fate realm. However, the strongest existence in the Divine Continent's world was only a spiritual god. In terms of cultivation, spiritual gods were actually inferior to heavenly fate realm experts. However, spiritual gods could use the power of heavenly fate realm and possess eternal life in the Divine Continent. The world that the Divine Continent was in should be a realm that was forcefully created by a powerful expert. As for the spiritual gods, they were only the spirits of the laws. In other words, the spiritual gods no longer had their own physical bodies. Therefore, they could exist for eternity. Even if their divine sparks were shattered, they wouldn't die unless their laws were seized. From this mural, Nellie could tell that the experts of the Draconic Ruins realm had long noticed the Divine Continent and were paying attention to the war between the spiritual gods. However, they didn't send any experts over. Nellie had no idea why. Could it be that they couldn't come over? Perhaps he would have to break through legend rank and reach the heavenly fate realm before he could find the answer to this question. Drifting along the surface of the water, Nellie and Xiao Yu finally saw a place to land. The two of them jumped up and landed on the ground in front of them. Nellie turned around and saw that Xiao Yu had already changed into a new set of clothes. Looking at the ground beside him, he saw some tattered clothes that had been torn by Nellie. Glancing at Nellie, Xiao Yu's face turned ashen. He understood that Nellie had saved him. Nellie's yin-yang blast had also shocked him. However, when he thought about how his clothes had been torn into pieces, he felt extremely depressed in his heart. Seeing Xiao Yu's expression, Nellie shrugged his shoulders. Xiao Yu really didn't know what was good for him. If it wasn't for his yin-yang blast, who knew where they would be right now? Let's go, Xiao Yu said in a bad mood as he continued to explore the depths of the tomb. His good intentions weren't reciprocated. Nellie followed behind Xiao Yu as they walked deeper into the tomb. The two figures disappeared into the darkness. At this moment, in the first layer of the 9-layer Deathlands, outside the ancient tomb museum in Xiaoning stood there, waiting. Although they were a little worried about Nellie, they tried their best to calm down. Nellie should know what was going on. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed them into the ancient tomb. The two of them were silent and awkward. Two childhood friends, but now, their relationship had become so complicated. Ninger, I'm sorry. Yi Ziyun thought for a moment before looking at Xiaoning. Hearing Yi Ziyun's words, Xiaoning felt a slight pain in her heart. She looked at Yi Ziyun and said, Yi Ziyun, are you pitying me? That's not what I meant. Yi Ziyun hurriedly waved her hand and said, After all, you were the one who met Nellie first. But I... Looking at Yi Ziyun's apologetic expression, Xiaoning shook her head and said, Nellie liking you is his choice. Me liking Nellie is also my choice. I can't blame anyone. Although you're engaged to Nellie, you're not married yet. It's just like how I'm engaged to Shun Fei, but we can call off our engagement. Yi Ziyun, I will still fight with you. Yi Ziyun remained silent. In this matter, no one was right or wrong. While they were talking, a group of people suddenly surrounded them. The people leading the group were actually the Baiming family's Tianling and the Wuguwei family's Wu Yu. Behind them were over 30 people. Seeing this scene, Yi Ziyun and Xiaoning expression slightly changed. Aha, this beautiful lady, I never thought that we'd meet again. I wonder who this is. She's not bad looking either. TSK, where's that brat? Why isn't he with you? Wu Yu's gaze swept around as he chuckled. His eyes revealed a trace of frivolity. Yi Ziyun took a step forward, shielding Xiaoning behind her. She coldly stared at Wu Yu and said, What do you want? Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Chapter 235. Impolite? Haha, young Master Tianling, what did I just hear? These two ladies are actually saying that they won't be polite to us. Wu Yu laughed loudly. His smile gradually turned sinister, and his eyes shot out a cold light. Tianling coldly snorted and said, If the two ladies are willing to come with us, then we definitely won't make things difficult for you. However, if you don't want to do this the easy way, then don't blame us for using force." A powerful aura surged out from Tianling's body towards Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning. Yi Ziyun, we still have that thing that Xiao Yu gave us. If that thing doesn't work, then I'll hold him back. You leave first. Xiao Ning whispered to Yi Ziyun. A trace of sadness flashed through her eyes. If Yi Ziyun died, then Yeli would definitely be very sad. Thus, she had to ensure that Yi Ziyun would leave safely. If she were to die, would Yeli be as sad as she was? Ning, if the two of us are going to leave, then we'll leave together. If the two of us are still alive, then I hope that we can still be good sisters like when we were young. A trace of tears appeared in Yi Ziyun's eyes. At this time, Ning-er's first reaction was to ask her to leave first. Xiao Ning looked at Yi Ziyun. Memories flooded her mind. They used to be like sisters. However, because of some worldly reasons, they gradually drifted apart. Hearing Yi Ziyun's words, Xiao Ning felt a slight pain in her heart. She remained silent, but she already agreed with Yi Ziyun's words. Have the two of you finished discussing? We don't have that much patience. Wu Yu coldly shouted. He was afraid that Nieli would appear again. A group of people slowly approached Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning. Although they could feel Tianling's terrifying aura slowly pressing down on them, making them feel an unparalleled pressure, the two girls were still very calm. They're both proud daughters of Glory City, so they've seen all kinds of situations since they were young. Xiao Ning stared at Wu Yu, Tianling, and the others who were slowly approaching her with sinister smiles on their faces. She took out the golden scroll that Xiao Yu had given them and held it in front of her. Do you know what this is? Xiao Ning coldly shouted. Her palms were sweating. If the item that Xiao Yu gave them was useless, then they would be in trouble. Ha! Do you think you could defeat us all? Do you think you can deal with so many of us? Wu Yu laughed maniacally. These two human girls were too stupid. Just as Wu Yu was laughing maniacally, Tianling slapped Wu Yu's head. Wu Yu's laughter abruptly stopped. Bastard, did you see what that is? Tianling cursed in a deep voice. Hearing Tianling's words, Wu Yu was stunned. He carefully looked at the item in Xiao Ning's hand, and his face immediately changed. His eyes were filled with fear. Gulp! He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In his heart, he was cursing Yi Han to death. If it wasn't for Yi Han, how could he have caused such trouble? Two noble ladies, if you had taken out the token earlier, we wouldn't have dared to offend you like this. I represent my family and offer you our sincerest apologies. If the two ladies are still not satisfied, I, Tianling, am willing to offer you my head. I hope the two ladies can forgive me. Tianling lowered his head. He no longer had the arrogance from before. Instead, he had a respectful and humble expression on his face. Wu Yu also shrunk his head. Thinking of that terrifying legend, he felt a chill run down his spine. 10 years ago, a super family in Nether City offended someone with a golden scroll, and their entire family was annihilated. No one survived. It was said that among the experts who annihilated the super family, there were several servants of the master of the Nether Realm. 3 years ago, a young man with a golden scroll swaggered through the streets and swindled others. He and his entire family were annihilated. No one survived. At this point, all the diagrams on the golden scroll had been engraved in the hearts of every family. No one wanted their family to be annihilated. After that, the golden scroll never appeared again. Who would have thought that it would once again appear in the hands of Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning? Although Tianling and the rest were usually arrogant and despotic, they also understood that there were some people in the Nether Realm that they couldn't afford to offend, especially those who were related to the master of the Nether Realm. Tianling and Wu Yu both lowered their heads. The others were also trembling in fear, not daring to speak. When they thought of the meaning behind this golden scroll, they all understood that if they were not careful, they could bring a fatal disaster to their families. Xiao Ning, and Yi Ziyun were both stunned. They never thought that the golden scroll in their hands would be so useful that it would scare Tianling, Wu Yu, and the rest. Xiao Ning, and Yi Ziyun looked at each other. With their intelligence, How could they not know that Xiao Yu definitely had an astonishing background and origin? This background and origin wasn't something that Tian Ling and the rest could afford to offend. Hurry up and scram. Don't let us see you again. Xiao Ning coldly stared at them. Tian Ling and Wu Yu looked at each other. They never thought that Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning wouldn't pursue the matter. How could they dare to stay any longer? Very quickly, Tian Ling, Wu Yu, and the rest disappeared into the distant forest. Young Master Tian Ling, I feel that there's something fishy about this matter. Did those two women use fake items to trick us? Wu Yu said with a frown. Tian Ling glared at Wu Yu and coldly said, Don't tell me you want to go back. Using a fake golden scroll to trick people will lead to the extermination of your family. Who would dare? Even if it was fake, they had to admit it. Fortunately, they didn't offend those two women. Otherwise, it would have brought disaster to their families. Who knew the identities of those two women? Seeing Tian Ling and Wu Yu disappear into the forest, Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning finally let out a long sigh of relief. They looked at each other and revealed a relieved smile. If they didn't have Xiao Yu's golden scroll, the situation just now would have been too dangerous. After going through such a frightening experience together, their grudges against each other were no longer as deep. The two couldn't help but look in the direction of the ancient tomb. They wondered how Nieli and Xiao Yu were doing. Inside the ancient tomb, when Nieli and Xiao Yu reached the shore, their bodies were still wet and their clothes were soaked. Nieli quickly took off his clothes and changed into a new set. Aren't you going to change your clothes? Nieli looked at Xiao Yu with a puzzled expression. While Nieli was changing his clothes, Xiao Yu had already turned his back to Nieli and said, I don't need to change my clothes for now. White smoke rose from his body and his clothes quickly dried. Xiao Yu was really strange. He was so misophobic, but he didn't want to change his dirty clothes. Could it be that he didn't have any clothes in his interspatial ring? However, Nieli couldn't be bothered to care about this. Xiao Yu recalled how Nieli had been able to decipher the inscription patterns on the ancient tomb's door in such a short time. His attainments in the field of inscription patterns had probably reached an astonishing level. I heard that the Master of the Nether Realm is currently recruiting disciples. The ones he's recruiting are all talented juniors. If their talents are especially outstanding, they can even be sent to a place called Hagami Myunmyun to cultivate. I wonder if Brother Nieli is interested? Xiao Yu said with a faint smile. Hagami Myunmyun? Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Nieli's eyes flashed with a divine light. That was a powerful force in the Draconic Ruins realm. Sure enough, someone in this world knew how to go to the Draconic Ruins realm and had established a connection with the forces there. Even in the Draconic Ruins realm, the Hagami Myunmyun was an extremely powerful sect. Nieli sank into deep memories. Speaking of which, he had some connections with the Hagami Myunmyun's patriarch. He wondered what the current situation of the Hagami Myunmyun was. In the world where the Divine Continent was located, legend rank and demigod rank were considered powerful existences. In that realm, experts were further divided into 5 realms: Heavenly Fate, Heavenly Star, Heavenly Axis, Tao of the Dragon, and Martial Ancestor. Within each realm, there were many smaller realms. The so-called spiritual gods of this world could only be 1 fate, 2 fate, or 3 fate in the Heavenly Fate realm in that world. Seeing that Nieli's expression wasn't quite right, Xiao Yu's brows twitched as she asked, Does Brother Nieli know about the Hagami Myunmyun? Knowing that the Master of the Nether Realm could enter the Hagami Myunmyun, Nieli was rather shocked. I don't know. What kind of place is the Hagami Myunmyun? Looking at Nieli, Xiao Yu let out a sigh of relief. If Nieli really knew about the existence of the Hagami Myunmyun, it would have been very strange. After all, it was a huge sect in another vast world. No matter what kind of place the Hagami Myunmyun is, you only need to know that it's an extraordinary place. Even spiritual gods are considered ordinary existences in that huge sect. Xiao Yu sighed. Oh, now I'll have to go take a look. Nieli pretended to be very interested. If he could become the disciple of the Master of the Nether Realm, he'd be able to enter the Hagami Myunmyun of the Draconic Ruins realm. That would be really fast. Actually, The world we're in is called the tiny world by the people there. It's completely incomparable to the Hagami Myunmyun's world. The Hagami Myunmyun's world has countless sects and powerful experts. The cultivation resources there are far from what our tiny world can compare to. Xiaoyu said with a hint of pride. Nie Li's heart trembled. It seemed that Xiaoyu had already been to the Draconic Ruins realm. Indeed, compared to the huge Draconic Ruins realm, the Divine Continent was really too small. Nie Li didn't know what kind of existence the Master of the Nether Realm was in the Hagami Myunmyun. He also didn't know what kind of relationship Xiaoyu had with the Master of the Nether Realm. Why? Are you interested in becoming the disciple of the Master of the Nether Realm? Xiaoyu asked with a smile as she looked at Nie Li. Nie Li thought for a moment and indifferently said, I'll see how it goes. I'll have to consider it. Hearing Nie Li's words, Xiaoyu angrily said to Nie Li, Do you know how many people want to become the disciple of the Master of the Nether Realm? What does that have to do with me? Nie Li glanced at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 236. Xiaoyu was speechless towards Nie Li. However, it's true that whether or not Nie Li wants to become the disciple of the Master of the Nether Realm is up to Nie Li himself. Nie Li glanced at Xiaoyu and lightly smiled. He was only teasing Xiaoyu. His motive for coming to the Nether Realm is to let himself or one of his companions become the disciple of the Master of the Nether Realm. If he becomes the disciple of the Master of the Nether Realm, he can at least ensure the safety of Glory City. At that time, Glory City will be under the protection of the Master of the Nether Realm. Nie Li will be able to cultivate in peace. Even if he goes to the Draconic Ruins realm, he won't have any problems. In fact, in the Draconic Ruins realm, the Hagami Myunmyun isn't the strongest existence. If he were to meet his old friends from his previous life, he doesn't know what would happen. Are they still around? The current Hagami Myunmyun should still be complete. However, due to internal conflicts, it split into several large factions. Some of the factions were swallowed up by other sects, while the remaining factions declined and were unable to rise again. However, that's a matter of 100 years later. Suddenly, the stone walls on both sides of Nie Li and Xiaoyu suddenly turned into huge stone hands that grabbed at Nie Li and Xiaoyu. Not good. Xiaoyu was shocked. Her hands quickly formed a seal, and two white lights suddenly appeared around her body. Boom! The stone hands bombarded the white lights and were unable to advance any further. However, the stone hands continued to squeeze, trying to break Xiaoyu's light shield. Xiaoyu gradually couldn't hold on any longer and anxiously said, I can't hold on any longer. Let's go. Xiaoyu leaped forward with Nie Li quickly following behind her. Boom! 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 Nie Li heard the sounds of intense fighting coming from the depths of the ancient tomb. It's very possible that those demigod rank experts are fighting with something in the ancient tomb. Nie Li and Xiaoyu were constantly dealing with those terrifying stone hands, running all the way. An eerie voice came from inside the ancient tomb. Gagaga, I didn't expect all of you to really come in. Did you think that my treasure was hidden in this ancient tomb? This ancient tomb is this old man's true body. Once I devour you, I'll be able to slowly recover my godhood. Ming Fei, you want to suppress me? That was impossible. My law of death is a higher law than your law of nether. Hearing the voice coming from the ancient tomb, Nie Li couldn't help scoffing. This voice should be the death gods. Since the Master of the Nether Realm had gone to the Draconic Ruins realm, then he should have been able to find the death god. Perhaps the Master of the Nether Realm had already begun to cultivate to a higher level, while the death god was still arguing over whose power of law was higher. What was truly high level was the power of heavenly Tao. The power of laws was nothing more than a purer form of soul force. As for existences like the death god, they were merely the spirits of the laws of the tiny world. Countless stone hands grabbed at Nie Li and Xiaoyu, trying to tear Nie Li and Xiaoyu to shreds. Xiaoyu furrowed her brows and coldly snorted. The death god is actually still alive. Boom, boom, boom. Xiaoyu's palm energy continued to devour the stone hands, shattering them one by one. However, just when Xiaoyu was shattering many of the stone hands, one of them exploded. A fist landed on Xiaoyu's body, causing Xiaoyu to take dozens of steps back. His face turned pale. The stone hand contained some sort of law of death energy that was currently invading his body. He had greatly underestimated this power. So this ancient tomb was actually the true body of the death god. Since that's the case, why should he be polite? Nieli quickly merged with the Fang Panda demon spirit. He opened his mouth, and two balls of light, one black and one white, appeared. He opened his mouth and spat out two balls of light, one black and one white, flying toward the end of the ancient tomb. Boom! A terrifying explosion came from the end of the ancient tomb as rubble flew everywhere. Xiaoyu's heart couldn't help trembling at the sight of that terrifying explosion. The power of Nieli's Yin Blast was too frightening. It didn't seem like a move that a black gold rank could release. That power was probably at the pinnacle of legend rank. What happened next caused Xiaoyu to be thoroughly shocked. After Nieli executed the Yin Blast, it still wasn't enough. He began to frantically execute the technique. Black and white balls of light flew in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. A series of terrifying explosions rang out from all directions. Under the bombardment of the Yin Blast, the stone walls quickly collapsed as if they were dry weeds and rotten wood. 10 times Yin Blast. Nieli didn't give up. He condensed a super Yin Blast. The law energy within his soul realm was instantly sucked dry. This super Yin Blast landed on the stone wall in front of him. With a huge explosion, the thick stone wall completely collapsed. Nieli and Xiaoyu entered the gap in the stone wall. A vast space appeared in Nieli's sight. Demigod rank experts from various races were tightly bound by thin ropes that looked like blood vessels. Energy was being sucked out from the bodies of these demigod rank experts and flowed into the distance along the ropes. These demigod rank experts were all listless. It was extremely difficult for them to even open their eyes, not to mention breaking free from these ropes. In the center of that vast space, there was a huge black heart that was beating nonstop. Ha ha, more people are here to die. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Ropes after ropes flew towards Nieli and Xiaoyu. A terrifying, deathly aura locked onto Nieli and Xiaoyu. Sensing this terrifying, deathly aura, Xiaoyu's expression changed drastically. She anxiously said, "Careful, this contains the law of death." The law of death, nether law, darkness law, and light law were all higher-level laws. The power of the law of death was extremely dangerous. Xiaoyu, save those demigod rank experts first. I'll hold it back, Nieli said in a deep voice. This ancient tomb was the main body of the death god. It would be extremely difficult to break out of it. Saving those demigod rank experts first would allow them to have more helpers. Hearing Nieli's words, Xiaoyu didn't hesitate. She unsheathed the long sword in her hand and slashed at the ropes that were binding the demigod rank experts. Ha! With just you guys, you want to sever the ropes that I've formed using the power of law. Just as the voice faded, the long sword in Xiaoyu's hand slashed down. Puff! 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 The ropes were severed and the demigod rank experts were freed. This is impossible. How did you sever it? The death god's voice was filled with endless astonishment. The sword in Xiaoyu's hand wasn't an ordinary weapon. It should be something from the Draconic Ruins realm. A sword that contained the power of the heavens. In this world, wouldn't it be unstoppable? Waves of deathly aura swept toward Xiaoyu. Nieli tried to stop Xiaoyu. However, Nieli stood between the deathly aura and Xiaoyu. Sensing the law of death sweeping towards him, Nieli let out a deep roar. His hands rapidly gathered the power of the law of darkness and light to resist the invasion of the deathly aura. The power of the two laws formed a perfect defense. It enveloped Nieli. Boom, boom. The power of the law of darkness and the law of light constantly clashed with the power of the law of death, causing explosions to ring out. What's going on? The death god's voice slightly trembled as he continued. He actually comprehended the power of the law of darkness and the law of light at the same time. How could two completely different powers of law appear on the same person? From the death god's point of view, this was something that was simply impossible. This had completely exceeded his understanding. However, you have yet to reach the demigod rank. It's still too early for you to fight against me. The death god coldly snorted. He gathered an even more powerful soul force and attacked Nyeli. I want to see how you can control two powers of law at the same time. Nyeli frantically circulated the power of the law of light and the law of darkness, barely resisting the death god's power of law. After all, the power that the death god could mobilize was more than 10 times that of his. Waves of deathly aura invaded Nyeli's body, seemingly wanting to completely corrode Nyeli's body. The deathly aura even entered Nyeli's soul realm. Nyeli frowned as he felt a terrifying pain constantly tearing at his nerves. This kind of pain was simply unimaginable to ordinary people. However, at this moment, he was still able to maintain his consciousness. Forcefully enduring the invasion of the power of the law of death, Nyeli continuously circulated the power of the law of darkness and the law of light, forcefully suppressing the power of the law of death that was pouring into his body. Not good. The power of the law of death was too great. Nyeli suddenly felt that the vine in his body was continuously growing and was actually rapidly absorbing the power of the law of death. Sensing this change, Nyeli's heart moved, and he continuously absorbed the power of the law of death into his soul realm. Then, he urged the vine to continuously absorb. The crazily surging power of the law of death was constantly being absorbed into the vine, like a bottomless whirlpool. What's going on? The voice in the void was filled with shock. His power of the law of death was actually being absorbed. This was simply unprecedented. The two great laws of darkness and light actually appeared on the same person. This was already an unbelievable thing. Moreover, this person actually absorbed the power of the law of death. This was simply a matter that made the death god feel terrified. The spiritual god's control over one of their own power of law was unique. The power of laws of the same kind was completely under their control. But now, Nyeli actually forcefully tore away the power of the law of death. After absorbing the power of the law of death, Nyeli's comprehension of the power of law seemed to have advanced to another level. A trace of understanding flashed across his mind. Suddenly, an intense pain spread throughout his body. Nyeli screamed in pain. His back felt like it was being torn apart. With a puff sound, a white wing grew out from Nyeli's right shoulder blade. Immediately after, another puff sound was heard. A black wing grew out from Nyeli's left shoulder blade. Two wings, one black and one white. One was as pure as white snow, while the other was as black as ink. However, both were similarly pure without a trace of impurity. This pair of wings had a span of 3 to 4 meters, and the power of the law of light and the law of darkness constantly revolved around his body. Bam! 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 With Nyeli as the center, a powerful force swept out in all directions. Unexpectedly, before cultivating the power of the heavenly Tao, he actually comprehended the profound meaning of the power of law. The surging power of the two types of law in his body had even reached an extremely shocking level, and it constantly overflowed. Nyeli suddenly opened his eyes, and a divine light suddenly bloomed in his eyes. Chapter 237. Under the stimulation of the law of death, Nyeli's law of light and law of darkness became even purer. The instant the wings on Nyeli's back unfurled, a buzzing sound rang out, and a boundless energy spread out with Nyeli at the center. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out in the surroundings. Xiaoyu looked at Nyeli in shock when she sensed the change in this powerful energy. The law of darkness and law of light on Nyeli's body had reached an unimaginable level of purity. While Nyeli was resisting the law of death, the demigod rank powerhouses had already been rescued by Xiaoyu. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. The demigod rank powerhouses expressed their gratitude to Xiaoyu. You guys should thank him instead. Xiaoyu pouted in Nyeli's direction. The demigod rank powerhouses all looked in Nyeli's direction, only to see Nyeli quietly standing in the void. The two law energies were frantically surging around his body. Their eyes were filled with shock when they sensed the two pure law energies in the void. The law of light and law of darkness had actually appeared on the same person. Just which family did this young master belong to? At this moment, Nearly sensed that aside from the law of light and law of darkness, there was another law, energy, gradually forming in his body. That was the law of death of the god of death. You dare to behave so atrociously in front of me, the god of death? You're courting death. The god of death bellowed as millions of black crows swooped down on Nyeli. Nyeli suddenly understood something. The god of death was merely a law spirit. Since his body had absorbed and fused with a portion of the law of death, it was entirely possible for him to comprehend the law of death. The god of death's divine spark had shattered and was temporarily unable to recover. This was the god of death's weakest period. If Nyeli could seize the law of death, then the death god would undoubtedly die. The god of death felt fear, so he couldn't wait to kill Nyeli. The power of the law of death slowly condensed in Nyeli's palm, and the aura of the law of death constantly circled around him. Nyeli was already constantly deconstructing the power of the laws. Streams of the law of death rapidly gathered towards Nyeli. Nyeli continued to deconstruct the law of death. The law of death was on the same level as the laws of darkness and light, so it was not difficult to comprehend. Bang! Bang! The crows flew in front of Nyeli. They exploded and died one after another. As if sensing that his law of death was being threatened, the god of death became extremely angry. You want to touch my law source? How dare you be so arrogant in my territory? I will completely annihilate you. The death god madly urged the power of law, and a pair of incomparably huge scarlet hands appeared in the void. A pair of incomparably huge scarlet hands slapped towards Nyeli from both sides. The expressions of the demigod realm experts changed drastically when they sensed the two gigantic palms approaching. That powerful pressure felt as though it wanted to crush all of them into smithereens. Although the god of death's divine spark had shattered and he no longer had his peak strength, he was still a peak existence among spiritual gods. Furthermore, with this ancient tomb as his foundation, it was equivalent to possessing a divine body. Although the god of death only had the strength of a demigod rank expert, he could suppress the laws of other experts in this ancient tomb. That was why so many demigod rank experts were not a match for the god of death. The god of death's law of death could suppress other experts, but it couldn't suppress Nyeli. The law of death in Nyeli's body had already formed a complete system of its own. The two huge hands bombarded towards Nyeli with an unparalleled momentum. The boundless energy caused even Xiao Yu to feel a terrifying pressure. Xiao Yu's expression changed, and she anxiously said, "Nyeli, be careful. Hurry up and leave." However, when Xiao Yu shouted, Nyeli stood there motionlessly, as if he didn't hear anything. Could it be that there was a problem with Nyeli's consciousness? When Xiao Yu wanted to save Nyeli, it was already too late. Bang! The two huge hands ruthlessly clapped together, slapping Nyeli into the center of the palms. Bang! A majestic energy swept out in all directions. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu's figure trembled slightly. A trace of deep sadness and regret appeared on her face. Although she hadn't known Nyeli for a long time, and Nyeli was a bit of a talker on the whole, Nyeli was a person worth befriending. Nyeli had such outstanding talent. It would be a pity if he died here. Moreover, there were still two ladies waiting for him outside. A wave of anger welled up in his heart. He unsheathed the sharp sword in his hand and swung it towards the huge black heart in the middle of the void. Apart from feeling pity, the demigod rank experts also felt a deep sense of fear. If Nyeli was killed, they wouldn't be able to escape this ancient tomb. The space here had already been sealed. Under the powerful suppression of the god of death's law, they had no chance of escaping. Ha! You want to snatch the law of death in my domain? The god of death let out a savage laugh. I admit that your talent is indeed shocking. However, since you dare to threaten me, you must die. At this moment, in the center of the two huge palms, Nyeli was wrapped in a pair of wings, one black and one white. Waves of law of darkness and law of light constantly revolved around his body. The two huge palms on both sides had actually caved in, but Nieli hadn't suffered any injuries. Earlier, when a gigantic palm had landed on his body, Nieli had instantly sucked the law of death in the surroundings dry. Since the gigantic palm was formed from the law of death, it was only natural that he had sucked a hole in it. Because Nieli's body was also filled with the law of death, the god of death mistakenly believed that Nieli had been completely crushed by the law of death. As Nieli continued to comprehend, he gradually grasped the core of the law of death. Suddenly, bone spikes grew out of his arms like armor, protecting his arms. Nieli continuously sensed the law of death. The law of death was no longer a threat to Nieli. However, if he wanted to completely seize the law of death from the god of death, it wouldn't be a simple matter. The god of death's savage laughter echoed in the vast void. Seeing Xiao Yu slashing at the black heart in the center of the void, the god of death laughed in disdain. The strongest among you has already been killed by me. Just a few of you. What kind of waves do you think you can create? Fight it out with him. The demigod rank experts exchanged glances. One by one, they condensed the law of death and charged towards the black heart in the center of the void like meteors. A desperate struggle from a cornered beast. The god of death coldly snorted. Countless bone prisons instantly formed in the void. Asterisk bang, 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 bang. Asterisk the demigod rank experts frantically attacked the bone prisons. However, in the blink of an eye, the countless bones tightly sealed their bodies, rendering them unable to move. Their eyes were also unable to see what was happening outside. As the bone sealed Xiao Yu coldly snorted and slashed with the sharp sword in her hand. Bang, bang, bang. The bones were chopped into pieces by Xiao Yu. The god of death revealed an expression of astonishment. These bones were something that even demigod rank experts were unable to destroy. However, they were so easily chopped into pieces by Xiao Yu. This sword is the frost sword? When Xiao Yu slashed out with her sword, the sky instantly condensed into a white mist of frost. When the flying bones came into contact with the mist of frost, they immediately froze and were quickly chopped into pieces by the frost sword. The frost sword belongs to the master of the nether realm. What relationship do you have with him? The master of the nether realm would never hand over something like the frost sword to an outsider. According to what I know, the master of the nether realm doesn't have a son, only one. The god of death suddenly let out a sharp laughter. Haha, it's that old fart Ming who caused me to become like this. I never thought that you would actually deliver yourself to my doorstep. Haha, I can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it without even looking for it. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh. Numerous red ropes shot toward Xiao Yu. Old fart, it won't be that easy to catch me. Xiao Yu coldly snorted as the frost sword in his hand suddenly transformed into a sphere of ice, protecting him within it. If it was that old fart Ming, I might be a little afraid. However, do you think that you can block me with just a frost sword? The god of death coldly smiled. The tens of thousands of scarlet ropes turned as hard as steel. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk it kept bombarding the sphere of frost, causing cracks to appear on the sphere of frost. A trace of worry flashed across Xiao Yu's brows. Although he also had the strength of a demigod rank, this was the god of death's domain. The law of death completely suppressed him, making him unable to mobilize even a trace of the law. Just as he was about to think of a way to deal with it, a rope pierced through the ball of frost around him and wrapped around his neck. Waves of energy continuously flowed along the rope towards the end of the void. Xiao Yu suddenly felt as though all the energy in his body had been sucked dry, and he was unable to struggle free. His hands and feet were quickly tied up. TSK, you've finally fallen into my hands. Watch how I play you death. The god of death let out a savage smile as a rope slowly floated in front of Xiao Yu. There was a cracking sound. The rope ruthlessly whipped Xiao Yu's body. A hole immediately appeared in Xiao Yu's clothes, leaving a red mark on her fair skin. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth, but he still couldn't help but let out a groan. His eyes were filled with determination and unyielding as he coldly stared at the void. "Oof, you're courting death." The rope ruthlessly whipped Xiao Yu's body again. From the torn parts of his clothes, one could faintly see the fair skin underneath. Blood flowed everywhere. Chapter 238. The ropes kept lashing at Xiao Yu's body, causing Xiao Yu's body to be covered with cuts and bruises. "If you kneel down and beg for mercy and call Dark a son of a bitch, I can consider letting you feel a little better. Otherwise, I will make you my pet, and I will ravage you every day and night to relieve the hatred in my heart." The death god laughed maniacally and complacently. "You are the son of a bitch." Xiao Yu spat coldly and cursed. The death god's voice paused for a moment, and after a while he said in a gloomy voice, "Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, then don't blame me." Humph humph. Poo-pu-pu. 5 or 6 ropes suddenly became as hard as steel. Poo-pu-pu. They directly pierced through Xiao Yu's body, causing blood to splatter all over Xiao Yu's body. One of the ropes even broke Xiao Yu's ribs, causing Xiao Yu to let out a mournful cry. "Ha ha ha, scream, scream. It's best if that old man Ming can also hear you." The death god laughed heartily. Blood slowly flowed down from the corner of Xiao Yu's mouth. He coldly stared at the void and angrily snorted, "Son of a bitch, if you have the guts, then kill me." "Ha ha ha, kill you? Killing you is such a meaningless thing. I just want to slowly torture you. Seeing your painful appearance, I will remember the torture I have suffered all these years. Today, I can finally take revenge. This kind of feeling is simply delightful. Wait until I absorb those demigods and restore my body. Then I will take you to find that old man Ming to settle the debt." The death god gloomily said, "I will make it so that you will never be able to rise again." Just when the death god was arrogant and complacent, the pair of giant hands in the void started to collapse. "What's going on?" The death god's voice trembled because he sensed a huge aura soaring into the sky. Nieli was still alive. As the pair of giant hands continued to collapse, a figure slowly emerged. This figure had a pair of wings, one black and one white, that were slowly flapping. The power of the laws of light and darkness were shaped like raging flames in the void as they appeared on Nieli's arms. Surprisingly, there was a pair of grayish-white bone bracers that were burning with black death chi. There was a terrifying, murderous intent in Nieli's eyes as he stared calmly at the huge black heart in the void. "This is impossible. You've actually comprehended the law of death as well." The death god cried out in shock. He felt that he was slowly losing control over the law of death. There was actually someone who was slowly stealing away his law of death. Comprehending the law of death isn't that difficult. "You can die now," Nieli said calmly. There was an unquestionable tone in his voice as he slowly walked toward the black heart in the middle of the void. "I am the true death god. Don't even think about stealing my law of death." The death god roared angrily as countless bone spikes shot toward Nieli. However, when the bone spikes were only a few meters away from Nieli, they stopped and exploded into dust. Nieli continued to walk forward calmly. In fact, when your god core collapsed, you were no longer the death god. You weren't much different from other demigods. The only difference was that your comprehension of the law of death was deeper than others. Therefore, the law of death between heaven and earth continued to gather toward you. However, if there is another person who has a deeper comprehension of the law of death than you, the law of death will naturally make a choice. It will gather toward that person. "What do you mean?" The death god couldn't remain calm. "My comprehension of the law of death has already far surpassed yours. Therefore, your god core has already been stripped." Nieli said coldly. "That's impossible. I am a death god. I have been controlling the law of death for tens of thousands of years. How could your comprehension of the law of death surpass mine?" The death god roared angrily as the bone spikes rained down on Luo Yunyang like a storm. However, they would always explode a few meters away from Nieli, unable to reach Nieli. Nieli continued to walk forward step by step as he said calmly, "You are like a cricket trapped in a bottle. You can only see what's inside the bottle, but there is someone watching you from the outside. Upon hearing Nye Li's words, the death god's voice trembled slightly as he asked, "You are from that realm?" Nye Li never thought that the death god would know something about that realm. After pondering for a brief moment, Nye Li nodded his head and said, "You can say that." Hearing Nye Li's words, the death god nearly fell into despair. Back then, when he was defeated by the Nethermaster had also said something similar. In that realm, there were countless powerful experts who had witnessed everything that happened in the tiny world. In the eyes of those experts, the so-called spiritual gods were merely ants. Spiritual gods like them were merely the spirits of the law of this world. In that realm, they were the lowest existences. I can't accept this. The law of death that I have cultivated for tens of thousands of years is actually inferior to your comprehension. I want you dead. The death god crazily controlled the bone spikes. However, no matter what he did, it was all futile. Just when he was about to kill Xiao Yu, the ropes around Xiao Yu's body suddenly snapped. Xiao Yu landed and put on another set of clothes. He gave a deep glance in Nye Li's direction. This time, Nye Li had saved him. He never thought that Nye Li would be able to force the death god to such an extent. Although Nye Li's cultivation was only at black gold rank, his comprehension of certain things had already far surpassed him. Just what level would Nye Li reach? Xiao Yu also found it hard to imagine. She had once heard from her father that the tiny world was created by an almighty expert. Although the peerless experts outside could see everything in the tiny world, they couldn't enter. Only the people of the tiny world could freely enter and exit. Furthermore, every single law in the tiny world had a cultivation technique hidden within it. And now, Nye Li had comprehended 3 of them. As long as he took another step forward and condensed his divine spark, he would become a true spiritual god. His future cultivation would be unimaginable. Nye Li walked towards the black heart in the center of the space. Every step he took, ripples would spread out from the space beneath his feet. He had also comprehended the law of death. When Nye Li's comprehension surpassed the death gods, the law of death between heaven and earth would listen to Nye Li's command, and not the death god. Therefore, the death god was no longer a threat to Nye Li. At this moment, Nye Li was immersed in a bizarre state. Within his body, the Fang Panda demon spirit had fused with the law of darkness and light. It had not absorbed the law of death. However, the Shadow Devil demon spirit had fused with the law of darkness and the law of death. The 2 types of law energies were fused together, causing the Shadow Devil demon spirit to grow stronger. This is impossible. Why is this happening? I can't accept this. The death god hysterically roared. However, he couldn't change the fact that his law energy had been seized. It's useless even if you're unwilling. Nye Li slowly walked to the side of the black heart and placed his right hand on it. The black heart rapidly disintegrated and disappeared. The death god furiously roared and cursed. However, the foundation of his existence in this world was gradually disappearing. Aside from the black heart, the entire ancient tomb was slowly dissolving. Nye Li sighed. If it wasn't for this incident where he and Xiao Yu were trapped in the ancient tomb, Nye Li wouldn't have bothered to kill the death god. Seeing the death god slowly disappearing, Nye Li's heart was moved. In the tiny world, these spiritual gods, including the death god and plume flame, were only chess pieces. The truly powerful one was the creator of the tiny world. If they couldn't leave the tiny world, then they would forever be that person's chess piece. Since the master of the Nether Realm knew the way to the Draconic Ruins realm, then Nye Li could go through the master of the Nether Realm and head to the Draconic Ruins realm. Xiao Yu consumed an elixir to recover a little and flew to Nye Li's side. Nye Li glanced at Xiao Yu and asked, "How are you?" "I'm fine." Xiao Yu shook her head and continued, "Thank you for saving me this time." Nye Li lightly smiled and said, "Not only did I save you, but I also saved myself." Hearing Nye Li's words, Xiao Yu glanced at Nye Li. At this moment, her view of Nye Li had greatly changed. Nye Li had saved her, but he didn't have any intention of asking for repayment. "I say, why didn't you take off your old clothes before putting on your new clothes? Just what kind of hobby is that?" Nye Li looked at Xiao Yu with a weird expression. He felt that Xiao Yu's behavior was abnormal. However, in his previous life, he had met many people with weird hobbies. Xiao Yu wasn't the only one. At the sight of Li's expression, the good impression that Xiao Yu had of Li, which he'd painstakingly built up, was instantly dispelled. Xiao Yu snorted and said, "Why do you care? I'm happy to." "All right." Li spread out his hands. Although he was a little puzzled, he didn't think too much about it. At this moment, the demigod rank experts broke free from their restraints and rushed in front of Li. Recalling what happened just now, they still felt a lingering fear in their hearts. They didn't know what exactly happened, but they were certain that Li had definitely saved them. Just now, the death god condensed the law of death into a giant hand, yet it didn't injure Li. This caused them to feel a deep fear and reverence towards Li's strength. "Many thanks for saving us, young master. My Dragonroar family will remember this. If young master has any errands, we will definitely do our best. My fire spirit race as well. Many thanks for saving us. If young master has any requests, we are willing to serve young master." These demigod rank experts were all shrewd people. Aside from Li's kindness of saving them, they were also intimidated by Li's terrifying strength. No one could imagine what level Li would reach in the future. Befriending such an expert would definitely be extremely beneficial to them. Chapter 239. They thought that Li's strength far surpassed theirs, but in reality, Li's strength was still inferior to theirs. The reason why they couldn't display their true strength in this ancient tomb was due to their laws being suppressed. As for Li, he was completely unaffected by the law of death. Glancing at Li, Xiao Yu whispered, "These are all demigod rank expert from the Nether City's super families." Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Li's eyes lit up and he laughed. "Everyone is too polite. How can I not save you when I see you in danger? I wonder if there's anything that young master needs our help with?" "There's nothing that I need help with." Li lightly smiled as if he suddenly recalled something and said, "I just remembered something. Previously, I encountered something in Blackrock City. The Wuguei family and the Dark Guild in Blackrock City had some conflicts with my men. I don't have the energy to resolve this problem. Such a small matter. Why would young master need to take action?" The Fire Spirit Clan's demigod rank expert hastily said, "That's right. Leave such a small matter to us." The other demigod rank experts also echoed. They originally thought that Li would make a big request, but it turned out to be such a small matter. "Okay, then I'll have to trouble everyone. Many thanks, many thanks." Li straightforwardly laughed. "Young master is too polite. That's right. Young master has saved our lives. We were just worrying about how to repay young master." The demigod rank experts said one after another. Seeing Li's pretentious appearance, Xiao Yu felt that it was a little funny. She reckoned that the Wuguei family and the Dark Guild were going to suffer this time. With so many super families, wouldn't the Wuguei family and the Dark Guild be overturned? At this moment, the enormous ancient tomb was rapidly collapsing. Outside the ancient tomb, a few demigod rank experts had finally gotten rid of the enormous skeleton. One of them had spent a great deal of effort to snatch half of the divine spark and was currently in the midst of his excitement. The piece of Godhead in his hand broke into pieces and then turned into crystal dust that drifted away with the wind. "This is infuriating. I've been tricked." That demigod rank expert cursed angrily as he raised his head. The ancient tomb also dissipated with the wind. All of this was like an illusion. Damn it, is this an illusion? Like drawing water with a sieve. In the end, these demigod rank experts could only leave angrily. "Young master, if you have time, you can come to our Dragonroar family for a visit. And our Fire Spirit Clan." Those demigod rank experts that were saved by Li cupped their hands towards Li and left. "Since young master still has matters to attend to, we'll bid our farewells here." Xiao Yu went silent for a moment, then glanced at Li and said, "Brother Li, we'll also bid our farewells here." "Oh, then Brother Xiao Yu, have a safe journey," Li hastily said. Seeing Li's appearance, Xiao Yu was a little angry. She and Li had experienced life and death together, but Li seemed to be eager to send her away. Of course, Nieli was eager to send Xiaoyu away. Nieli's heart was always on guard against Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's strength was very strong, and his origins were unknown. Keeping him by his side would always be a disaster. Although he had saved him, who knew what kind of person Xiaoyu was? In his previous life, Nieli had seen many cases of people biting the hand that fed them. Brother Nieli should be participating in the Master of the Nether Realm's disciple selection, right? Xiaoyu lightly smiled. That's right. Nieli nodded. I believe that we will have the opportunity to meet again. Take the golden scroll that I gave you, and you should be able to enter the final competition smoothly. I'll wait for your good news. Xiaoyu chuckled and said, I won't be going to Xining in Yixian. I'll be waiting for you guys over there. Xiaoyu leaped and flew away. Watching Xiaoyu's figure disappear into the horizon, Nieli lightly smiled. This brat was beaten up by the death god and looked pretty miserable. Even the injuries on his face hadn't healed yet. He probably didn't have the face to see anyone, so he hurriedly bid farewell. Nieli flapped his wings. The wings on his back were filled with boundless power. He put away the wings on his back and the bracers on his arms. As long as he was willing, the wings and arm guards could grow out at any time. He took out the mysterious egg. In this battle, the mysterious egg seemed to have absorbed quite a bit of the law of death. The cracks on it became more obvious, like a spider web, covering the entire eggshell. He could vaguely feel that there was a vortex inside that was absorbing the surrounding law of death. This mysterious egg could break out of the shell at any time, but the closer it was to hatching, the greater the demand for law of death. Nieli didn't even dare to transfer the law of death into it, because he was worried that this mysterious egg would suck all the law of death in his body. Xiaoning, and Yi Ziyun were waiting quietly. When they saw the ancient tomb in front of them disappear without a trace, they were extremely worried. What if Nieli encountered danger? At this moment, they saw a figure slowly walking towards them. If it wasn't Nieli, who could it be? Nieli, you're back? Yi Ziyun and Xiaoning greeted him in surprise. Yeah, Nieli nodded. Where's Xiaoyu? Yi Ziyun looked behind Nieli. That fellow was probably a little embarrassed to see you guys, so he left first. Nieli chuckled. Hearing Nieli's words, Yi Ziyun and Xiaoning were a little puzzled. Why would Xiaoyu be embarrassed to see them? Nieli, just now, we suddenly felt a powerful energy suddenly pouring into our soul realms. Did you make a breakthrough? Yi Ziyun suddenly thought of something and asked Nieli. Nieli smiled. I've comprehended another type of law energy. Nieli sensed his own cultivation. Along the way, his cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. In addition to the law of death that he had just comprehended, even if he were to face a genuine legend rank expert, Nieli was confident that he wouldn't lose. However, legend rank was only the beginning of cultivation. Nieli clearly knew that in the Draconic Ruins realm, any random expert could crush legend rank experts and demigod rank experts. Once one cultivated the heavenly energy, they would step into a very mysterious realm. Above legend rank was called the Heavenly Fate realm. Once one stepped into the Heavenly Fate realm, they would have more than one life. 1 fate, 2 fate, 3 fate. Every time they advanced a realm, a fate soul would be formed in their soul realms. A life soul would be formed in the soul realm. If he died, there would be one less life soul, but he would not truly die. Only at that time, that was the true beginning of cultivation. Now that he knew the way to the Draconic Ruins realm, he had to quickly reach the Heavenly Fate realm. Nieli constantly circulated the 3 laws of death within his body. Even when he was walking, his cultivation was still constantly rising. Nieli, Yi Ziyun, and Xiaoning continued to search for traces of Daozit, Lu Piao, and the rest. They continued to search in the first layer of the 9-layer Deathlands. At this moment, outside the 9-layer Deathlands, suddenly, over 20 demigod rank experts appeared in the sky above the area where the Wuguwei family's experts were stationed. Boundless and mighty auras pressed down, causing the entire Wuguwei family's territory to be thrown into chaos. This power wasn't something that the ordinary experts of the Wuguwei family could resist. The three demigod rank experts of the Wugui family immediately flew up. When the patriarch of the Wugui family, Wu Han, saw the 20-plus demigod rank experts in the sky, his eyelids twitched and his face turned pale. Many of them were demigod experts from the super families of Nether City. The Wugui family couldn't afford to offend those super families. Wu Han felt depressed in his heart. Just who was it that actually brought so much trouble to the Wugui family? Facing these super families, how could Wu Han still dare to be arrogant? He respectfully and humbly said, "I'm the patriarch of the Wugui family, Wu Han. I wonder what business do you have with us? If I have offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize to all of you. If anyone in my family has done something to offend you, I will apologize to all of you. If anyone in my family has done something to offend you, I will definitely find them and punish them severely. We are a vassal family of Nether City's Biming family. Please show mercy." Hearing Wu Han's words, the demigod rank experts didn't seem to buy it and coldly stared at him. "Do you think that you can bring out the Biming family? We'll be fine. Even if the patriarch of the Biming family is here, he won't be able to stop us from slaughtering the Wugui family." Even if it's the Biming family, do you think they can fight against so many families? Wu Han's heart trembled. Were these demigod rank experts prepared to slaughter the Wugui family? "Everyone, please calm down. There's one thing I don't understand. I don't know how our Wugui family has offended all of you. If we have done anything inappropriate, we will immediately change it," Wu Han said in a low voice. As the patriarch of the Wugui family, he usually had a high status. However, facing so many demigod rank experts, he had no choice but to lower his head. One of the demigod rank experts in the sky coldly snorted, "Think carefully. Who did your Wugui family offend recently?" Wu Han carefully pondered. He couldn't understand who the Wugui family had offended recently. Even if they did, it shouldn't be enough to provoke so many experts from so many families at the same time. How could they have offended such a powerful person? Wu Han suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the reason for all of this was Glory City? What if Glory City was the private property of some super expert? The more Wu Han thought about it, the more afraid he got. With so many super families of Nether City trying to annihilate the Wugui family, it would be impossible for the Wugui family to continue existing. Wu Han hastily said, "We know where we did wrong. Please calm down. Our Wugui family is willing to do our best to apologize to that lord." Wu Han nearly knelt down. The other party was more than 20 demigod rank experts. Furthermore, they represented many super families of Nether City. These demigod rank experts went silent for a moment. That young master only wanted us to teach the Wugui family a lesson. He didn't want us to annihilate the Wugui family, right? That seems to be the case. There's also the Dark Guild. Since the Wugui family knows their mistake, let's capture them first. When we meet that young master again, we'll let him deal with them. After all, without Nye Li's precise orders, they didn't dare to make any decisions. Capturing them was the most suitable choice. Previously, Nye Li only wanted to borrow the hands of these demigod rank experts to teach the Wugui family and the Dark Guild a lesson. He never thought that these demigod rank experts would annihilate a family with multiple demigod rank experts just because of a sentence from him. He didn't make it clear, so these demigod rank experts were a little confused. If Nye Li wanted them to annihilate the Wugui family, they would definitely do it without any hesitation. However, right now, they didn't dare to make any decisions. Chapter 240. Very quickly, a piece of news spread through the various families at the entrance of the 9-layer Deathlands. The Wugui family had offended a powerful figure and was besieged by several super families in Nether City. Even their patriarch, Wu Han, had been captured. When this news spread, all the families were shocked. Just who was this powerful figure that could make so many super families work for him? Apart from this, it was also said that these super families were looking for the Dark Guild. It was said that they wanted to capture the entire Dark Guild, just like the Wugui family. However, the Dark Guild seemed to have disappeared and couldn't be found. Only then did the demigod experts of the super family stop. However, the Dark Guild had already been placed on a wanted list. First layer of the 9-layer Deathlands. Nieli, Yiziyun, and Xiao Ning were walking when Plume Flame Godnese flew over and landed on Nieli's shoulder. Big Sister Plume Flame, where did you go? Nieli asked as he glanced at Plume Flame Godnese on his shoulder. A trace of sadness flashed across Plume Flame Godnese's face as she said, the 9-layer Deathlands was the battlefield between the Demon Beast clan and the Human clan. There were many corpses of my clansmen. I found them using their auras and buried them. Hearing Plume Flame Godnese's words, Yiziyun and Xiao Ning both revealed a trace of sadness. However, I also found this thing. Plume Flame Godnese didn't seem to want Nieli and the others to be affected. She quickly withdrew her emotions and took out an ancient mirror. What is this? Yiziyun asked curiously. Xiao Ning's gaze also landed on the mirror curiously. So, it's this thing? Nieli raised his eyebrows in shock. He did not expect Plume Flame Godnese to find such an amazing thing on her trip. Looks like Nieli knows about it as well. This is a soul mirror. It can absorb a person's soul and preserve it for years, Plume Flame Godnese explained. Plume Flame Godnese was right, but this was only one of the functions of the soul mirror. The soul mirror had many other uses. It also had some other uses. One had to reach the destiny realm to activate it. Plume Flame Godnese handed the soul mirror to Nieli and said, I don't have any use for this. You can keep it. Nieli nodded. Even Plume Flame Godnese didn't know the true function of the soul mirror. He wasn't sure of the true use of this soul mirror. Indeed, only he could bring out the full potential of this soul mirror. After storing the soul mirror, Nieli stuffed the red pearl that Xiaoyu had obtained from killing the zombie Jiao Dragon into Ning-Er's hands. Ning-Er blushed as she raised her head to look at Nieli. Afterwards, she silently put away the red pearl. This was Nieli's gift to her. If Xiaoyu was present and knew what Ning-Er was thinking, she would probably vomit blood. This was clearly a gift from Xiaoyu, but in Ning-Er's mind, it had become a gift from Nieli. Let's go find Daozit and the others. Nieli smiled. The four of them set off. Somewhere outside the 9-layer Deathlands, few people were gathered together, clustered around a young man in his 20s. This young man had an oval face. And should have been extremely handsome. However, his face was strangely pale and his eyes were bloodshot. Anyone who looked at him couldn't help feeling a little creeped out and shuddered. This person's entire body was emitting a chilling aura. The surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. Beside him stood two people. It was Long Sha and Gue Sha, who launched a sneak attack on Glory City. Lord Demon Lord, what should we do now? Those super families of Nether City aren't something that we can deal with. Long Sha said, a little worried. A smear of killing intent flashed in the young man's eyes as he lightly said, I never thought that they would have some ability to mobilize the experts of the super families of Nether City. Even the Wugue family was suppressed. Lord Demon Lord, you mean that all of this was done by the people of Glory City? It should be done by the youth that laid down the 10,000 demonic beast array. The corner of the demon lord's mouth revealed a trace of smile as he continued. This has piqued my interest. When can I meet him? He should be participating in the Master of the Nether Realm's disciple selection. Furthermore, the probability of him being selected is very high. Demon Lord, you're also going to participate in the selection? You mean? Long Sha's eyes lit up as he understood something. Of course I'm going to participate in the selection. As long as I pass, I'll be able to head to the Hagami Myunyan. The physical body that I found before was too weak. This physical body is a supreme physique that can only be found once in a million years. Without cultivating the heavenly energy, I'm about to condense my fate star. If the Master of the Nether Realm is knowledgeable, he will definitely accept me. The Demon Lord coldly smiled as he continued. I don't believe that the physical body that person found can surpass my supreme physique. No matter what that person's physical body is, it's definitely not comparable to Lord Demon Lord's supreme physique. Long Sha respectfully said. Gue Sha also nodded his head in agreement. The Demon Lord calmly said, While I'm away, You guys hide yourselves. There's no need for you guys to show yourselves. You can even join other families. Yes, we will await Demon Lord's return. Long Sha and the rest immediately replied in a respectful tone. The Demon Lord raised his head and looked into the distance. In this life, he finally has the qualifications to head to the Hagami Myunmyun. Just what kind of person is that mysterious youth? With an opponent, this trip shouldn't be lonely. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a meaningful smile. The Demon Lord strode forward, step by step, and gradually disappeared. Looking at the Demon Lord's silhouette, the eyes of Long Sha and the rest flashed with determination as they knelt on one knee in the direction of the Demon Lord. We will serve the Lord with our lives and await the Lord's glorious return. From today onwards, the Dark Guild will disappear from the Netherrealm. However, no matter what, even if they waited until the end of time, they would still loyally await the Demon Lord's return and lead them again. Nieli and the rest searched the 9-layer Deathlands. 2 days later, they finally found Daozit, Lu Piao, Duan Jian, and the rest. Adding them together, they actually gathered a total of 11 spiritual origin fruits. For cultivators that haven't reached legend rank, these spiritual origin fruits were of the highest quality. Taking the spiritual origin fruits, they returned to the Jade Seal family's encampment. When they knew that Nieli and the rest had safely returned, Luo Xiao and the rest felt relieved. After all, Nieli was too important to the Jade Seal family. Nieli and the rest returned to their respective tents. Each of them took a spiritual origin fruit and prepared to cultivate. The 7th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands was about to open, so they had to quickly increase their strength. Nieli sat cross-legged, took out a spiritual origin fruit, and swallowed it. A warm current flowed down his throat, into his abdomen, and flowed towards his 4 limbs and hundreds of meridians. The medicinal energy of the spiritual origin fruit was extremely pure. It constantly nourished Nieli's soul realm. Boom, boom, boom. Nieli's soul realm continued to expand. Previously, when he comprehended the law of death, Nieli's cultivation showed signs of breaking through. It's just that he didn't make a breakthrough. Now that he ate a spiritual origin fruit, and under the effect of the 3 law energies, the energy within Nieli's body continued to rise. His cultivation continued to rise, breaking through continuously until he reached the pinnacle of 5-star black gold rank. Logically speaking, with the stimulation of Duan Jian's soul realm and the 3 law energies, Nieli's strength should have been able to rise all the way to legend rank. However, after cultivating the Heavenly God cultivation technique, the difficulty for Nieli to advance from 5-star black gold rank to legend rank was much slower than Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ning and Daozit. Therefore, he stopped at the doorstep of legend rank. From his soul realm, Nieli could sense that, aside from him, the rest of them were also advancing by leaps and bounds, charging towards legend rank. After cultivating the supreme cultivation technique that Nieli gave them, along with the stimulation of the solar ray, he believes that it won't be long before they all step into legend rank. If someone can become the disciple of the master of the Netherrealm, then the safety of Glory City would no longer be an issue. Time slowly passed as he quietly cultivated. Just when Nieli was concentrating on his cultivation, he suddenly felt something and opened his eyes. Nieli walked to the entrance of the tent and pulled the curtain up. Raising his head, he saw Ning is standing outside. Who knows what she was thinking about? Her face was red all the way to her neck, making her look even more charming. She was holding onto a tray with a bowl of soup on it. Ning, what are you doing here? Nieli asked. Nieli's sudden voice startled Ning. She lost her grip on the tray, causing the bowl to fall and the soup to spill out. No, nothing. Ning nervously said. She hurriedly cleaned up. She was so shy that her cheeks were red and her chest was heaving up and down. The soup was spilled all over Ning's clothes. Nieli hurriedly helped Ning pick up the bowl on the tray. He looked at Ning puzzled. He doesn't know what's wrong with Ning but her expression doesn't seem right. Ning was only wearing a thin silk dress. Within her purity, There was a trace of charm and sexiness. After the soup was spilled on her body, the thin silk dress stuck to her body. He could vaguely see her white and delicate skin. The light pink chest wrap was unable to cover her proud breasts. It was faintly discernible, giving off an indescribable temptation. Looking at the shy and charming Ning, Nellie didn't know what to say. "Are you all right? Quickly go back and change your clothes," Nellie said a little awkwardly. Lowering her head to look at her body, Ning immediately hugged the tray to her chest. She lowered her head and said with a trembling voice, "Then I'll go back first." When she finished speaking, Ning lowered her head and hurriedly walked away. Looking at Ning's silhouette, Nellie revealed a trace of doubt. Why is there something wrong with Ning today? After thinking about it, he couldn't figure it out. Thus, he could only forget about it. Nellie turned around and walked back to his tent. When he returned to his tent, Ning's face was boiling. Looking at the tray in her hand, her heart was beating like a rabbit. She was only wearing a thin chest wrap. Nellie wouldn't misunderstand that she was a loose girl, right? She stomped her feet. It was all Xiao Shui's idea, causing her to embarrass herself in front of Nellie